rolling through the bluff, trolling through the blockchain, slinging heavy clout, spitting on the mic. What's the latest? What's about? Politicians tripping, headlines flipping out in the heart of the South, where the whispers turn to shouts. Meetings in the shadows, hustlers making plans, deals going down, gripping tight, shaking hands. City buzzing loud, news dap in demand. Dirty South vibe, deep roots, dirty land. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over tell the sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heart be racing. Discussions, heavy heads not in syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over tell the sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over tell the sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over tell the sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heart be racing. Discussions, heavy heads not in syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over tell the sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth over tell the sin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin.
Hey, what's cracking with you, man? Welcome y'all to the Drop By Discussion. It's your boy OGDoDirty.
And it is the guy Wrestler over here. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's cracking with everybody? Appreciate everybody that's in the chat already. We got Sasquatch in this thing. We got Ron in this thing. Appreciate y'all in here. Of course, you already know Wrestler in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And what's been going on with you tonight, Rez?
Pretty interesting week. Just took care of some things that were going on earlier in the week. Had a nice little conversation, a little bit of a back and forth debate with Mel Pandora. So that was pretty good. Then, of course, did stream this week that I had yesterday, and actually had an interview with Caucasian Sasquatch earlier today. That was pretty good. How about yourself, man?
Oh, man, shit, moving around these YouTube streets, going to different panels, you know what I'm saying? Trying to put the name out there and get more subscribers, you know what I'm saying? Having fun. Salute to Zuma. Salute to John the Baptist. Christy is in the building. Appreciate y'all. Oh, let me slide over there real quick. I'm glad you came over here.
What's good, No Chaser?
Get to this one real quick. All right. We do have a vertical stream up for those who are vertical on the vertical side of the game. What's up with Adrika? She in the building. No Chase in the building. They over on the vertical side of the game, watching from the phone. I appreciate y'all. Everybody over there, hit that like button. Appreciate you. Hit that like one time for me. And she over there on your side, yeah, because I don't see over here on my side. When you get a chance, Christy, slide over there to the OGDoDirty channel.
Is she on my side? Because I don't see Christy.
Yeah, Christy ain't over there. Unless my chat is not. Yeah, my chat not picking up. That's crazy. Yeah, my chat not picking up. I think she on the well, she in here some way. I don't know how it's gonna be on one of our pages. I know that for sure. But my side ain't picking it up. I don't know why it ain't. That's crazy that it's not, but yeah, it ain't picking it up so far. So I don't know. But when you get a chance, slide on over there. We got a few topics for you guys. We're gonna go over tonight. Let me go ahead and drop this link over here so we can pin everything, get all that straightened up for everybody. For those who want to come up on the panel, The link is being dropped on both channels. We'll pin them to the top of the page. It's probably because I came in late. Pin it to the top of the page. I'll make sure I keep it on there just in case. If you want to come up and join the conversation, join the discussion, you can hit the link and come on up. It should be pinned on both pages. Besides that, you ready to get to it, brother?
Absolutely. You cue this first one up right now. Oh my gosh.
John the Baptist in the spot. We bring John up. You can cut, but say, nigga, you don't know what's going on with you call it. You turn your phone to the side, your screen got bigger, nigga. There you go. There you go. Get it together, John. So this first one I seen was kind of hilarious. I want to get everybody's thoughts on what they thought about this, and could you implement that here? Would it be a good tactic to? Because I didn't seen other ways of doing it, but this way right here was just crazy.
He didn't want to cut off his hair, so I had to only remove his dead hairs with my hot charcoal. I then started debulking his hair so it can easily get faded. He's a pure African. His hair is so tough, I had to spray some water so the razor can just slide. He wanted a mohawk, so I had to give his hair the shape that he needed by chopping off the sides with my mighty razor. When I was done giving it a shape, I then jumped back to my fade, adjusting the razor over the comb and the comb over the head. He traveled from another village to get a straight lineup, so I had to make sure it's as straight as an African arrow. I then added some African charcoal, and bro was already feeling like he
Christy, you didn't have to stay over there on the vertical side. I thought you was over here on the regular stream. I was just trying to make sure you had to
give him some curls, and bro was so happy he couldn't hold it. He started laughing. But he remembered village men don't just laugh. He then touched his mustache to thank me for the cut. Then he traveled back to his village.
Appreciate you, Draco.
That's something.
Ain't that crazy? John, would you get your hair done like that, sir?
Nah.
Why you saying no?
I'm nothing wrong with the process. I'm just not used to the process. I'm used to clippers.
Yeah, that's gonna get you. That's gonna get all your burn. That's gonna get all them ends. It's gonna make sure all them ends is good. It's gonna make your hair grow healthy. It's good with you, Marcus.
You're not gonna get much closer than that, John.
That's a fact.
You know we do what we're familiar with, right? I'm familiar with clippers.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's the natural way of doing it, sir. You get your piece of timber and put a little char on it, come across the top, make sure that fro right. Then you can come back and spritz it with that soul glow. You be dripping then. You didn't think about that.
But look at what they did though. It was talented what they did though. It was just with a razor and whatever the other two they had. But yeah, it was cool to watch the process. I wonder how long it took though.
Sir, the process was carried out by the ancestors.
That's a fact.
Yeah, and I'm not African.
You ain't hear that in the background? Hey!
Nigga don't be understanding, boy. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. You hear me? Get that shit tailored up. You know what I'm talking about? Like a nigga just got a brand new suit. He come across some sides. He didn't edge you up. Got a rock, nigga sharpened it and got your edge up crispy. You don't know nothing about that, John.
Nah, that taper was tight
though. To the stage. How you doing, my good sir?
I'm doing great, my man. How are we? Resla.
Oh.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
How are you? Yeah, I'm good.
I'm all right. I'm sober tonight, so it's different.
Oh, is that good or bad?
I'm used to unwinding at night, and I'm just being, it's weird.
Let's find. I'm about to find
be
out.
In the building. Appreciate you, bestie.
Hey, what's up, Yvette? How are you? John the Baptist, I'm sorry. Good to see you again.
John trying to find his legs. Don't worry about him. He'll come on. He'll come back in a minute. He will be all right. All right, y'all. Since we in our so the first one that we're good with Uncle Tom, Mama. Uncle Tom right there. We got Mama right there. Oh shit. Hey, man. I hope you start feeling better. Everybody, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, feel better, Marie.
Yeah.
I mean, Yvette. I'm
Fact.
sorry.
That's a fact.
Let me know if you need a phone call.
I knew it. I knew Russell was going to come in on this.
That's a fact. Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
You can't even be sick without you over here.
Let me bring this up real quick. So,
what up, B-Baller? I was going across the scale. I couldn't speak earlier. My bad, B-Baller.
No worries, man. Go.
Yeah, you know why he couldn't speak. Yeah, couldn't find his legs.
Yeah, all right.
So we got CC Fletcher. Yeah. And we got Kong on here talking. I guess they're gonna get into the conversation about they say at the top about the Huck and Kevin Washington and Kylie Muscle. So I don't know. I didn't get all the way into it. I just wanted to hear what they was gonna say. First of all, do anybody know anything about these people?
Nope.
I know about CT Fletcher. I know him from his workout stuff. I know him from his the motivational speeches and shit he does. So that's how I know him.
What about you, John?
I don't think I know these individuals.
Good with your pimping. Well, you're gonna find out a little about him. So you go ahead and hit play.
Dude just said,
"Oh, the one that said you was corny."
Yeah. I said, well, with a guy with a cartoon picture, and I'm sure I am corny. His algorithms. I'm not. I'm not an anime character, so I'm pretty sure. But you know, sometimes you gotta understand, man. Dudes just say stuff, and grown men just talk. Unfortunately, in this era, Mike, because I know you got offended by a previous guest of what people were saying. Mm-hmm. It didn't make sense what they were saying, but we're gonna talk about that in a minute.
Yeah, that's
but these dudes, they get on here and it's so weird. So I just like talking back. Kong is corny. Well, you got 800 followers in my YouTube channel. I don't even post, and I still get more views and comments than you ever had on your likes or ever had in your following. I'm more important people commenting and liking than you have an entire following. So who cares, right? Who cares? But anyway, so after that went down, I was devastated. It was bad. It was real bad blood, right?
So with your case, that's why.
I always gotta. Hopefully, you remember certain things. But I don't know if you remember, Pops. I called you and I told you, Paul called me on my birthday. After all this went down, we hadn't spoken. And the only thing I tried to get him to do was just apologize. I said I was sitting on my attorney's yacht, right? And it was my birthday, and we was having dinner on his yacht, and there was an older gentleman on there, and for some reason, he said something to me about forgiveness. I can't remember verbatim what he said. It's been a minute. And I said, you know what? Let me call this dude and just let him square up like a man. All is smoked and cleared. So I called him, and I said, look, Hawk. Well, first I called him, he didn't answer the phone. So then I texted him. I said, bro, answer the phone, man. I need to talk to you. So he called me, and we had a conversation. And I said, Hawk, man, look, bro, all that's done and over with. Man, bro, all I want you to do is apologize. Now, mind you, it's me, Sam, and my dude Red. We all sitting right there, and they can hear him. Mm-hmm. And I said, we did all this, bro. I just want you to apologize, man, for being dishonest with me. Man, I don't know what I'm apologizing for. I said, Hawk, all that was a scam, bro. All it was a scam. Like, apology goes a long way, Hawk. And the more and more he continued to lie, I put the phone down. I looked at Sam. I said, I'm done. Yeah. Like, I'm done with dude. So I cut him off, and I called Pop and said, Pop, man, I tried to get dude just to say sorry. And he couldn't even do that, knowing that all of these things, every last one of these things is true. I'm telling you verbatim what you said because they have you on recording. I'm telling you verbatim. I've got people that I'm not on here just talking. Marcus, my man Marcus out of Dallas-Fort Worth, Tony out of Dallas-Fort Worth. These are the dudes who told me that Hawk wasn't cool. And I heard from his old manager. I cannot remember his name. They were telling me these things. It's multiple people that have spoke up about this. And even you, CT, just said he's not an honest guy. So there's nothing for him to talk about. All he got to do is make his wrongs right and say, apology go a long way with me. And he couldn't do that. So we let it go. Now rewind back to this. The biggest thing he's ever done. Forget all that he did with me. My career is doing great. We going to speak, Pops. We out here speaking. We're doing Sons of the Beast. We're doing great things in the industry. That was one of the reasons why we did the whole BS drop the weight, come together thing. I had schools lined up for us to go speak to kids. I had schools lined up, and he said, wait a minute, let us do this quote unquote tour, and then we'll get to that. Okay, cool. Man, we got to work on getting you that contract. So it was all a scam. So what really did it, you're going to love this one, Mike. What really did it was I grew up in the 90s, 80s, and 90s. One of my favorite shows was The American Gladiators. Just like I'm sure every other aspiring athlete who wanted to see some feats and stuff, we get to watch these gladiators. I'm sure that everybody
good with you, Mayo.
loved The American Gladiators. Saturday nights, 8 o'clock, right?
What's up, folks?
I remember we used to go in the neighborhood.
Checking out this crazy ass conversation.
A particular event, Breakthrough and Conquer.
Yep.
We would do that all the time. Put the hula hoop right there. We get in the middle of that, try to throw each other out, right? That's honestly where some wrestling came from for me. But so we've all loved The American Gladiators, right?
Yep.
And I remember when they came to my city. They was on a tour, and they came to my city, and Gemini was my favorite one.
Yeah.
And I was like, Mom, look at Gemini. He coming down. My mom she gave me an envelope and a marker, right? She said, you better go get his autograph. And I'm probably about 10 years old. And I was a little scared. So I ran down there, and they all walked by. And remember Thunder?
Yeah, I remember Thunder. Yeah.
Thunder seen me. He said, who you waiting for? And Gemini had already passed. I said, I was waiting for Gemini. He said, well, you better speak up. So he called him, and he came back, and I held my paper there. I'm sorry I got to tell this story because this was important to this story.
Yeah, it is.
I held my paper there. And Gemini looked at me. He said, what you want? I said, can I? And I'm stuttering. He took it, laughed, pat me on the head, signed my paper, and then Thunder signed it, and I believe Nitro. That was my American Gladiator experience. Even when my brother Michael Hearn did the reboot,
he was on there,
I wanted to watch the American Gladiators, right? Hulk Smash 2 comes around. Let me go ahead and sit the water with him. Boy, I wish that was something hard and stiff. Hulk Smash 2 come around. And he's telling me, man, I can't wait to do this. Oh, I'm about to reveal something nobody knows. Oh, my goodness. I said, okay, cool. So I'm waiting for Hulk Smash 2 to come around. Finally comes, and I'm watching it. My daughter's next to me. We watching it. My son right there. Everybody emotional and shit, right? Like, yo, that's kind of wild. So when you first watch it, you like, dang, that's deep. But then when the reality hit, why have I never heard of an American gladiator getting murdered by his son?
Yeah.
Why have I never heard that?
Yep.
So with this beautiful piece of contraption I have here, which is a cell phone, it has the opportunity that you can either push Google, type in what you say, or you push the mic and say, could you pull up blah, blah, blah?
Yeah.
Nothing. Oddly enough, a month after that, the American Gladiators or a little longer after that, the American Gladiators documentary came out on Netflix and Hulu. So now,
before you go on, Con, let's give the audience some clarification of what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hulk Smash, this was part 2. Hulk Smash 2, CT interviewed Kevin the Hulk Washington in Iron Addicts Gym. Kevin the Hulk Washington tells this story of, I don't remember how old he was, but he told the story of how he murdered his father. It was the American Gladiator on. Now he never said a name.
He didn't say a name.
He just said his father was an American Gladiator.
But we didn't have many to choose.
You ain't got many brothers that was on American Gladiator. So
we didn't have many to choose from.
Titus and Gemini. That was it.
and age-wise, technically Gemini was clearly the only obvious person.
Yeah,
the only obvious person that he could have been referring to.
And I believe Titus died of COVID complications in 2020.
Okay, but Gemini is still alive, from my understanding.
Gemini has a son that played for Texas A&M.
Yeah,
trust me, I done did my research.
But is his son named Kevin?
So that's just to give. I wanted to tell that story just to give the audience who may be listening context of what Kong is talking about. This is all stemming from the Hulk Smash 2 video that CT did with Kevin the Hulk Washington, where he said he murdered his father, who was an American gladiator. All right, go ahead.
Now I want people to understand this. If y'all don't believe nothing I say, which CT and Mike both here, they are witnesses to things. I can bring on several people.
Yeah.
I can pull up several people who's witnessed in person as well as messages they have seen. Okay, in my phone without me sending it to them, I have shown. So I don't care what nobody say. If y'all don't believe nothing I say, go watch Hulk Smash 2 and then look up to see if he killed his father, which was a famous American gladiator. So this is what I'm saying. So as I'm looking through the comments, I go back to look at the comments, and so many people was moved by that story.
Yeah.
Now, the last episode, before we got off, I said Hawk likes to play on people's emotions. Now, what kind of human being, let's be real, what kind of human being do you have to be to wake up and be comfortable with telling a story about abuse and from a parent that many of people went through? Now, Mike, what did I say the last time? Let me just repeat that again. I said Hawk plays on people's emotions, right?
So we didn't, and I'm glad y'all did this so y'all can get a kind of intel on what's going on and let them explain to y'all. So what do y'all think about this so far?
So homie says that, all right, I'm not sure I'm following exactly what's taking place. These two gentlemen are discussing a third gentleman who claimed to have had a father who was an American gladiator and that he killed him. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yet the two known brothers either died of natural causes or are still alive.
Yes.
Yep.
So by default, this man is either half white or lying.
Okay.
Is that a good summary?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. That's exactly what he's saying. You got that correctly.
Excellent. Now, what do I think about that? I think that a little bit of research should be able to figure out which American gladiator didn't die from being killed by his son. And then you'd be able to be like, hey, look, that didn't happen. What do you mean?
Only one of them is dead, correct?
This is on. I haven't looked it up myself. I'm, y'all a little bit older than me. I thought y'all was kind of know. Like I said, it's a lot of people that didn't know about CT or none of these people, but some of the stuff that they talking about, it might jog a memory to some people. But the most important thing was I was looking at the way he started off this conversation. You notice he started off the conversation with, I ain't tripping on the dude because I got 800 people there. I got 800 followers on YouTube, right? Just subscribers. And every time that I go live, I get more people than he gets. So I'm not on here for clout, right? So basically, he started off the conversation with he thought the dude was phony because everything he do was for clout. And then he goes on to explain a story of saying this dude is on the internet saying that his father was a gladiator and he
All right. I got
deleted
one
his
for you.
father.
You tell me what this feels like. Hawk on the show from 1993 to 1996. Rearman died unexpectedly at the age of 49 in 2016 at his home in Manhattan Beach, California. His girlfriend found him dead. The cause of death was not immediately known, but he had not been feeling well after his hip replacement surgery. Unlikely to be him, correct?
Yes. Nowhere near him. The Hulk is the dude named Kevin Washington. Kevon Washington. He's I want to say a body lifter or whatever. He the one that said the story.
Bro, as far as I can tell,
I only got the one. Lee.
Yeah, that's the one that has died under some suspect circumstances. That's the only one.
So that's basically what they're saying. So do you believe the internet cloud will make somebody? Because I don't know. I don't want to give too many examples, but I know it's more than one example of somebody coming on here for cloud. And cloud, I mean by telling the different type of story just to get the type of views and the money and stuff like that. A grift.
Absolutely. I was just talking to Resla earlier about how folks will come in and talk all kinds of trash just to get you to either trust them or distrust them or react in a specific way. In this case, he's jerking on heartstrings while trying to add the intrigue of murder. And there's no evidence that anything like this has taken place. Unless perhaps one of these ladies was a trans. Is that possible?
Well, one lady, Gladiator, was murdered by her husband.
Well, and also there's at least one sideways that occurred. Betty, Shelley Beatty.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was married to a power lifter, right? He was like training for Olympian and stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, but none of these have died in the time frame that he seems to be speaking of. So I'm calling BS.
Yeah. Everything I'm looking for says that he was not feeling well, and then he died. Not that anyone murked him.
The rest
he had recently had a hip replacement.
Yeah.
So most likely a blood clot.
So basically what y'all saying, so basically what you guys are concluding leads me to why I stopped into the story right when that dude, the big dude in the red t-shirt, started talking in the beginning. Because I felt like it was for clout anyway. When he first started talking, he made the mention, he called this guy up, tried to get this guy to apologize, and the guy wouldn't apologize. And I didn't like how the way that story went down the way, because he was sitting among friends and they put the dude on a speaker to try and make him do something that he didn't call in, that he called to make somebody else apologize. When the guy, if he really wanted to apologize to you, he would have called you and apologized. It's like you're trying to make something happen and you're talking about it just to get clout and you're trying to make yourself look good in the process. When I heard that, when I heard that, I began to bow to the conversation because I like, this dude is not genuine. So you
talking about the dude in the red, right?
In the red, correct. And so now what you guys got to talking about, when they got to talking about what they talking about just now, it started to make sense to me now. I think it is for clout. But that's just my opinion. I stopped listening to him.
So the other dude, the dude Kevin, is the one that told the story. Not the dude in the red. The dude in the red is calling the dude out who said the story and calling him fake because he literally looked up, the dude in the red literally looked up the information like you guys just did and found out that nobody who was a gladiator was killed or deleted by their son. So
or in mysterious circumstances that could be attributed to anyone else.
Yes.
So the dude in the red, in the beginning when he first started talking, he didn't call somebody up?
Yeah, he called the dude up who mentioned the dude he called that was on the phone with him was the dude that made up the story that his father was
murdered. What
gladiator.
Gladiator. Okay.
Yeah. And he had several friends with him there trying to tell him to apologize for making up a story.
Right.
Well, here's one major feature in this story. Murder does not have a statute of limitations. And so by merely saying so on a public forum is the evidence against him in the event that he's telling the truth. Does that make sense?
What you guys think?
It basically says why he passed. It says why he passed unexpectedly in 2016. They say it's due to cardiovascular events.
Oh, so that's natural stuff right there.
Which one?
Chronic traumatic. So say again. CTE.
Hawk. No.
Yes.
No.
Hawk.
Which?
Hawk. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't buy it.
Yeah,
I think
no cause of death was specified, but he had recently undergone hip replacement surgery a few weeks earlier. And I read on another thing.
Well, I got something else on another thing that says Hawk. That says early reports suggest that his cause of death could have been caused by a blood clot.
Yeah. Yeah, undetermined.
Right.
Yeah.
Essentially natural causes, but non-human interference. Yeah. Clots are a big deal when it comes to bone things. I've had to deal with a few of those situations myself. It's no
Especially
fun.
lower extremity stuff.
Oh, the bigger the bone, man, the more clots you're going to throw.
I mean, did he even have any kids? Because it states his girlfriend found him.
Yeah.
I don't see any reference to children, but sometimes they don't.
Yeah.
They don't list those, you know. I mean, there's a few women that have died, and I mean, but yet again, most of them are outside of the window of his apparent timeline.
Yeah. And one was murdered by her husband, which we see which one that was. And the other one, I think, died of cancer. And one died of suicide.
Right. So none of this is tracking.
Yeah.
Well, that one sideways character, but that's a female, so that doesn't track either. That doesn't.
Let me see if I can pull up his obituary.
232. Go to pull up that video right there and go to 232. And this will get correlation to what we talked about before we get ready to go to our next, because all of it's tying in together. Because if John is seeing, because I'm seeing this cloud on both sides, John.
I'm sorry. What's stamp?
On that last video I just put back
the
there.
New link.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, it's the one after Sasquatch.
All right, bud. How you doing? I'm Sasquatch. I didn't get a chance to say hi to everybody when I showed up.
Hi. Pretty good, brother.
Yeah, his obituary doesn't mention any kids.
So whenever you're ready, you can hit play on it.
And Kevin
This is basically what they was talking about.
Your side of the story in this video. So I'm gonna let you take it from here.
I guess we can start from the time you moved in with my dad when I was living there already.
The overall experience of being there was hell. It was hell. Like, I remember him bringing us to Walmart, kicking out boards. Like, the chopping boards with the handle. Picking out boards. And he'd be like, nah, that's not thick enough. And then he'll find one. He's like, yeah, that's thick right there, like that. you know, and that's what he would use to beat us with. He would put towels in our mouth and scream, make noise, tie us up, you know. And I remember one time, one of the teachers, Kevin, said he was spinning around in his chair in class. He jumped on him for that.
Mm.
It's like, you know, to be honest with you, the whole while this man was on this earth, I had a fear over me that was so powerful. Like I could smell his scent. I could hear his.
So, as you can see, this is this nigga daddy.
It's Gemini, isn't it? No.
You see what I'm saying? So that's the reason why when they having this conversation, I'm like, you clearly can see what the nigga daddy look like. Can you look up and see what gladiators look like this nigga?
Gemini.
Your sister, that's who?
He looks a lot
Yeah,
like
it's Gemini. Yeah.
Bro.
I used to watch this show too. I didn't know half this.
See what I'm saying?
I watched it, but I don't remember. I don't remember the individuals though. I
don't remember I don't remember any of the names, but I definitely remember watching it.
He looked familiar because he looked very much familiar.
Hold on 1 second. I'm working on it.
Hold on.
All right. See, now we getting somewhere.
And there's an AmericanGladiators.com.
I got you.
There is.
Let me work it out.
Okay, so every time, what I'm looking at right now, there's no information that he died.
Do we have kids? And is these kids Kevin Washington, and whatever his sister name is? Because I'm pretty sure if you go back probably like a minute, it's probably gonna give his sister name again. But this is two people talking about. This is
sir. He's got two sons.
Yeah, Mike Horton was his name. Yep. Gemini.
Yep.
Mike Horton. He's got two kids, Shane and Wes. Sons.
Okay.
Jane and Wes.
You see who on this picture? You see who he talking about? You see his sister? Okay, go ahead, click it. You just click it. Let's continue because this is what the dude is talking about.
Dry. My hands would start sweating. My feet would start sweating.
I remember a situation that happened one time. It was like I was living with my dad before you came to come live with my dad, and I remember we had got interim reports. We came home. She's like, Kevin, you know, I got poor on one of my things. You think my dad gonna get mad? You know, I always tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know, maybe he might just, you know, look at it and see where, you know, you coming from, you know, different schools is different, you know. And when he came home that day, he sat down at the table. He was looking at mine. I had very good, good, excellent. He's like, you know, that's my boy. That's what I'm talking about. And I remember on this day, he took your interim report. He looked at it, and he, you know, stared at it. He just started getting, you know, like he was getting like built up. And he was like, baby girl, what is this? And you were trying to explain to him that, you know, it's different. The classes are a lot harder. It's not what we're used to on the West Bank. He didn't want to hear it. So I looked at you, and I don't know why you did it, but you got up and you tried to run downstairs.
Yeah, and he dragged me by my hair.
He ran downstairs, and I ran behind him, and he grabbed her by her hair. And when he grabbed her by her hair, he dragged her upstairs. And I mean, I was a complete coward. I loved my dad, but I was afraid of him, you know. And I watched him drag her upstairs, and he brought her in the room. He was tying her up. He would put socks in our mouth, and he would tie like a rag or bandana around our mouth so people couldn't hear us scream. And it felt like it was like 20 minutes. You know, he closed the door, and I could just hear, you know, like slaps and ups and, you know, wall and hitting.
Kevin, don't you know, to this day, at the top of my head, my hair, don't roll right there.
I remember when I think the sock came out your mouth. And you said, Kevin. You said, Kevin. And I don't know. I got up. I walked in the room. And I said, no. And he looked at me. He said, you want some of this? You want to take a place? I said, yes, sir. And he said, you go ahead on. And she left. She went in the living room. And I walked in there. He said, do I need to put a gag in your mouth? I said, no, sir. And he finished me. He finished me, you know? Me and my sister beds, we had the same room. Our beds right next to each other. And she would reach her hand and she said, Kevin, you know, even though I know, you know, you're not bigger than him, stronger than him, I know you was gonna protect me. Come to find out, you know, child protection. My sister had called child protection on my dad. And when they asked me all these questions and they told me who they were, I love my dad, you know, from where we lived at with my mom, it was like the projects. And when my dad lived at, you know, it was like the suburbs, you know, nice schools, nice areas. We had, you know, nice clothes and stuff. And we didn't,
best of clothes,
best of everything. We didn't, you know, drove to school in Corvettes, you know, things. And, you know, people looked up to him because he was on a TV show, The American Gladiators. And I wanted that. I wanted me and my sister to have the better things, you know, but it was just that part that I didn't like. But I looked up to my dad. I wanted to be like him.
One day, he slapped me upside my face so hard. His handprint was outside my face. And one of my teachers, the way I was sit, she was like, put your hand down, put your hand down. I didn't want to put my hand down. I like rest my face on my hand. And this particular day, she made me take my hand down and she was like, oh. And then I just started confiding in her and I would tell her what happened. Well, one day I got called to the office and it was child protection lady and Miss Anderson was in there and she was crying. She said, I'm sorry, I can't take it no more.
They told me what you had said and they asked me if it was true. And I was, you know, I was afraid. And I thought I didn't want my dad to get in trouble, even though I know it was wrong, but I didn't want him to get in trouble. So I denied everything you said. And you asked me when I came home, you say, Kevin, why did you say that? Like, why didn't you tell him? And I told you, I said, man, you know, even though he's doing that, I love him. You know, I don't want him to go to jail. I don't want him to get in trouble or nothing like that. He said, but Kevin, he's not going to stop. You know, he's not going to stop doing this to us. You know, and I didn't take up for you. And then you ended up leaving and they took you away and they put you in a girls group home.
It was good with you speak easy.
And I was the problem.
They looked at it.
We're on internet clout right now, sir.
Told them that
should be a good topic for you. Come on up.
True. Because I didn't want him to get in trouble. And I didn't want her to go away because I was going to be by myself.
That's Gemini.
You good, man?
Okay. And unfortunately, this is the only way I can get a picture up here because none of the rest would actually download. Very strange.
Well, from what you guys just seen and what they describing is, for some reason, you just heard him and his sister have a whole conversation. What did y'all think about this story?
Abuse is one thing. Documented abuse is a totally different thing. And whether or not you exterminated an individual doesn't necessarily tie into the abuse stories.
Can you bring that original picture of him back up, OG?
We talking about on the one that Sasquatch had, or you talking?
No, the one
that they had on the video.
One, yeah.
It'll be back wrestling probably around. I think we started at 2 something.
We started at 232. It should be right around 250.
It originally is. That's the first one that they shown, and then they showed another one. Then everybody was like, "Yeah, that's what you call it," because I don't know what the dude look like. It's the same picture.
There was
the same.
There was another guy named Titan. and he's only on for one season that I found. That might look more like him.
Hold on, let me look.
Man, I can't tell. Look, his name is David
No.
Nelson.
David Nelson? No.
Yeah.
Titan / Thor. He's an exceptionally white fellow.
Yeah, I was going through all the names.
Hey, what's good with you, Speakeasy?
Hey, what
Oh,
up, man?
no, wait, hold on. No, you got it. Hold on, let me see if I can get this up. That's him, Titan.
You think that's Titan? I think it is too.
No.
Yep, I think it is.
Is this dude from a show or what? Who's this dude?
From American Gladiators.
American
Yeah,
Gladiator.
supposed to be from American Gladiator.
Okay.
No, he doesn't look like him.
Like I said, I don't know. Like I say, from what I'm hearing, you heard the dude in the red tell the story why he don't believe the dude because he looked it up, he couldn't find it or whatever. But you got this dude saying this story. You're looking at all these pictures of his pops. Every time you see a picture of his pops, he looked like something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who's telling the truth. I was just thinking about this because the first thing he brought up was clout. They got into it over who gets the most views. And he was telling one person, like, my views is always better than yours. And then he got to the point where now I got to destroy you because both of them start going at each other. So now let me go ahead and just show everybody whatever the story you said was wrong. But you just heard the story of him and his sister just getting abused and so forth.
But I don't see how the abuse has any bearing on the story of murder.
He's going to try and say he
Good with your snowman.
murdered his father in defense of himself or his sister or some shit.
Okay.
That's my guess.
That's what you see.
That's the only tie-in I can figure, you know.
Yeah, they definitely had two Titans though.
What's his name? I'm trying to tell you. I've been trying to figure this out. Angry Snowman. I don't know who this dude is, but he looked like one.
Bring my screen up full. This is the guy. This is the Titan that was one season on American Gladiators.
Yeah, 1990.
That could be him.
Yeah.
I mean, the picture we've got on the other hand is older and more developed as a person, I guess.
What's this guy's name on the video?
The Hulk.
Oh, like they don't give us his actual name?
His name is Kevin Washington.
Okay, well, that guy that you got up, his name is David Nelson, so that's not the same dude.
Just because he's got a different last name don't mean they're not.
He got a different, he got a different last name. I got you, bro. I'm about to bring you back there.
I thought it was the first name was different too. What did you just say the first name was? David?
Yeah, this is David Nelson. The guy that in question is Kevon.
Hey, they just said the same thing. So the dude just got through saying that it ain't Titan and ain't Nitro.
Well, of the classic ones, there was
Gemini.
Let me pull it back up here.
I mean, can't you just search up this dude from the video's name?
That's what I was thinking.
Hold up.
See, look, Easy said the same thing. I just got to say it. I was like, I don't know what's going on.
Black man in the final season.
Yeah, they sound like a whole bunch of people trying to say black people look alike. I'm just saying.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, bro. He's got a name, bro. To search up his name.
That's not the reason we're having this discussion. The lack of information corroborating a story is the reason we're batting it back and forth around. For all we know, his daddy may be white, and we might be barking entirely up the wrong tree.
Hey,
but if that's supposedly the picture of him from the video,
well, every single picture that they showed is of his daddy. They all look the same. If you notice that, all of them look just like this same dude, and that's why I kept on tripping me out because I'm like, well, he just got through telling this crazy story. and the story it ain't good because him and his sister basically was getting tortured, and then we didn't really finish it.
But that would line up with Titans because he was kicked off after one season for chasing a ref around and being violent with the refs.
Go ahead, B-Ball.
So this picture here, that's her brother or her father? That's her brother, right?
No, that's
her
his
father.
daddy. That's her
That's
father.
the
The
father
girl
right
that's
there.
on
That picture right there.
that's on the phone.
She look older than him right there in that picture.
I don't think that's her.
I don't think that's
No,
her that's on that
That's
picture.
probably his mother. That's probably
Yeah,
his
he
mother.
said he had his sister. So the guy
Yeah.
that we're talking about, Horton, he has 2 sons and a daughter.
Okay.
Daughter's name is Taylor.
Okay. So can you take this video back to where he was talking to see where it first started off? And it's going to show his sister name, and let's see is her last name Thornton, or is this going to be the same thing as Washington? Because that might make sense if, again, it's nothing wrong with saying that, because he did say he had a brother and he got a sister, so that makes sense what Resla just got through saying. If 2 boys, 1 girl, one name Washington at the end, like Mayo said, don't have to be the same mother.
Today we're finally doing it. And Kevin wanted to make sure that he got your side of the story in this video. So I'm going to let you take it from here.
I guess we can start from the time you moved in with my dad when I was living there already.
The overall experience of being there.
This is Misha. He ain't give her name. He ain't give her name.
And everywhere I look, I only get first names. I don't get last names.
Yeah.
But this guy's still alive though.
See?
Yeah.
If it's Titan, he's still alive.
Yep.
Lives in Montana.
All right, so go to 1743. And we're gonna figure this out, goddamn, before we go to this next topic. Because obviously we all stuck and we all trying to figure out what the hell going on. Now somebody lying.
And I tried to speak, and he reached over here again. And then when he finally made it to the house, I was quiet. He made it to the house. And when I got out the car, he went to the door, he opened the door, he held it open, he looked me in my face, he told me, he said, you'll be lucky if you make it through the night. I would love to see you make it through the night tonight. I looked at him and he said, come on in. And I was like, kind of embracing myself. I knew he was gonna hit me. And right when I walked past him, he took his hand and he slapped me in the back of my head so hard, man. Like my head hit the stairs and I bounced up. And I bounced up, I was like, and I ran upstairs. When I ran upstairs, I ran in his room. Because remember, he used to keep his guns on his headboard. And I ran and I grabbed one of the guns and I shot it at the ground because I wanted to scare him. I wanted him to just leave, just leave me alone. And I started walking. I started walking to the stairs. He said, what was that? And he looked at me. I said, Dad, just stop, please, man. And he looked at me. He said, what? He said, what? You think a gun scared me? And then he ran up towards me. And when he ran up towards me, I just started shooting. I didn't even think the gun was working. Because he ran up to me and he ran back down. And he ran back up. And he just laid down. And I just ran. And I ran and I ran and I ran. And I got to this lady. I got to this lady's house. And I asked her, I said, can I use your phone, ma'am? She let me use the phone. I called my mom. I told her, I said, are you happy? I said, you enjoy your Christmas. I kept running. Went by a friend of mine's house that night. He let me stay with him until Christmas Day.
Pause it.
Christmas Day.
So now you got it. You got the story. He didn't already said the whole thing. We didn't heard it. Or seen what he said he did to his pops. Do you think this is clout chase?
Did he? All I heard him say is he shot at him.
I'm still going to stand on my concept that his dad might be a transgender gladiator, and he just doesn't want to mention that part. I mean, that's a big deal to be talking this trash about, but I mean, if he's telling the truth, then it can't be one of the original gladiators. Is it possible that he's talking about the reboot gladiators?
I
don't see it. He's talking about being a kid. He's talking about it taking place back in what, the late 90s?
That's what I'm saying. And then from my understanding
The reboot wasn't until like 2010, was it?
There wasn't a complete reboot done until this past year. It was announced on February 3rd. So, like, unless this happened last week sometime, I don't see it.
I mean, unless he was a contestant on this show, not a player.
Ah, there we go.
Hey, there's an idea. Let me dig on that one a little bit.
There you go.
But he was talking about getting that autograph though, as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
That was the weird part. But it could.
But he did say that the people in the neighborhood treated his dad well because he was a gladiator. So that says that it was probably more a regular on the show than a contestant. Unless he was a contestant that was on many times. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As you were saying that, like, could have been on there multiple times and built a name for himself.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm still trying to figure it out as y'all talk about it. It's crazy to me. I'm still trying to figure it out. Just follow him.
I still don't understand why there's no story about this. How
They're
does
all
somebody get
still
shot
alive.
and killed?
All the black ones are still alive.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
So
Wait,
is it possible that it could be a contestant then?
Go ahead, Reza. Hold on real quick, John.
Can we just get this locked down? What is this man's name? What is his actual motherfucking name?
His name is Kevon Washington, aka the Hulk.
No, from what I'm reading, the dad's name is Peter. Or Pete. That's the two names I keep finding, but it's weird because I can only find his dad's name in Reddit feeds. There's nothing that comes up just as his dad's name. It's weird.
I'm getting tired of this shit.
I can't believe how many holes are sitting in this motherfucking story. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, no shit.
Just nigga over working their brain and working their computer.
It's crazy right now.
I'm telling you. I say this shit can't be real. Now I see why these niggas. So I'm still thinking the question is for everybody on here. And like I said, y'all heard the dude in the red shirt. His name is Calm. they got into it because he don't believe his story because he did his research.
Yeah. Where's Blacks Who Defy? Because he follows him on Instagram. He might know something about this guy.
I don't know. It's throwing me off. I was lost when that nigga said what he said earlier, and I was
wait a minute. I might have figured out.
Oh, wait. Tim Washington, Titan.
Yeah, and like, so so there was 3 different Titans.
Yeah, I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah, and Tim Washington is one of them. Yeah, so it's weird he found that at the same time.
He passed 1998.
Yeah.
My man over there typing it in feverishly right now as we search.
Yeah, I've been going fucking. It pissed me off that I couldn't figure out who the fuck.
Yo, I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
But yeah, it's the original. He's the original Titan.
Hey, like I said. Yeah.
Timothy Washington, 49, dies from multiple gunshots.
Get out.
Yeah, I'll send you the link right here.
That's crazy.
What year is it? Is it 2021? Yeah,
I don't even know.
This might be a different one. The one I just found, I'll have to read more on it, but this is the link I just found right here. Let me read a little more here.
Okay. Is he white or is he black? I got 2 Tim Washingtons. There's another one that's white here. Tim Washington. 3 of them that are white. What are we doing? I hate you, wrestler.
What?
That got me looking for people. I don't even know what color they are.
Where is this guy from?
I got a picture of him. Hold on, let me get it up.
North Texas.
See, that don't look like the picture that was shown.
No.
No, it doesn't
at all.
I don't know.
How about that dude? Right there.
No.
Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it.
Well, that's apparently him.
That's Tim Washington, the American gladiator that got shot, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
him.
Yeah.
That's he's a little chubbier there, you know. He left the American Gladiator and just started getting jacked, you know. He's got more chub in his face there.
Okay, so I guess it's possible.
Yeah.
There's no rule
You'd
saying.
be surprised how much like being bald and having facial hair changes what you look like, man.
There's no rule saying that it can't be true and clout chasing.
So what is the question? You think he's clout chasing off his dad being an American gladiator? Is that what?
No, the other dude in the red told that nigga he was, and he wanted that nigga to tell the truth.
Oh, he thinks that something else happened.
Mm-hmm. He think he lying about who his daddy is and everything else. If you look at what we just got through seeing, bro, he basically showed a picture of a man with all these different things, and his sister just verified that that's their daddy.
And it didn't look like this guy.
Mm-mm.
It looks more like the other Titan. And a guy named Timothy Washington was killed in Chattanooga, but I can't find any connection. And this guy was only 49 in 2021. The other guys, they're in their 60s and 70s that were on the original show. So this guy would have been in his early teens.
Okay, so apparently he has here for Timothy Washington. Tim Washington has 2 daughters and 1 son.
All right, much love, brother. I'm out. Good night. You boys done got my head hurting.
We ain't even made it to the other topics yet, brother. We got more, bro. It's gonna be something. It's gonna be different stuff, bro. I just had to try to get this
all
one
day,
in and get this. You say what?
And one of the biggest problems is there's no information on this Hulk smash dude. Hardly.
Nope.
Peace out, brother.
All right, bro.
All right, man.
You know, other than Instagram pictures and shit.
Yeah, you can go on his Facebook too. You got a Facebook, and you can kind of look through the history on his Facebook too. He has like an open Facebook.
I'm looking for early pictures though with like business names that we may be able to trace back to Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Well, they got niggas' brains working tonight. That's crazy.
The Hulk invades Tulsa back in 150 weeks ago in December.
I swear, all this confusion. He got a good digital footprint. He is mystery man.
Yeah, they got that nigga Jason Bowen like a motherfucker. Nigga know exactly who he is. They just can't find nothing on him. Ain't that crazy?
Where was that Iron Den training business?
That's CT Fletcher stuff.
How many times a fucking week you think this guy pumps fucking roids into his fucking body? Look at this dude.
Oh,
Every
yeah,
day.
This dude strong. Yeah, he do strong as shit. Man.
This dude, oh man.
Nigga strong as shit. Believe me.
Is he though?
Oh yeah, that nigga strong, bro. I done seen this nigga lift some shit, bro. That's crazy. Like not just on TV. Yeah, that nigga be
Iron Den is located in Flower Mountain, Texas. So not Chattanooga.
What's good with you, Locksmith?
Yo, them collard green bones, man. What y'all talking about? He ain't no juice.
He said this nigga don't know the juice.
Yeah.
And chitlins and collard greens, huh?
That's it. That's it. That's a country boy right there.
Yeah, right.
That's cornbread right there.
Look at that dude. Look at the back of that dude neck.
It's like your neck. That's like your neck, John. But it's all fat.
I wouldn't know if he could wipe his ass. I doubt it.
I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give y'all. I'm gonna grab it real quick. You hear me, Ref?
Look, what the fuck?
Oh
is this?
yeah.
What is this?
I mean, that's not that impressive, bro.
And that's called a bench press.
What's not? I can't see.
That's not even that impressive, though.
Oh.
No, you ain't grabbing her by the pussy, man. What are we doing?
I got skinny arms. I feel like I could do that same thing with that same chick.
That's a fact. She ain't really that good. But I get what you're saying. So I do you this. I do you one better. Let me find it real quick. I know it's gonna. Y'all can see it perfectly, but yeah, I ain't listening nothing like this. John can. John the Baptist can. He about the only person up here that's strong enough to do it. That right there, I can handle all day, every day. You feel me? That's nothing.
What's that 135? What's that? What's that? 135?
Yeah, they ain't nothing. Come on now.
Still, motherfucking CT Butcher. Got a few gray hairs, little just a minute. God damn it, I'm still CT.
But that right there.
What's that? 4 plates or 5 plates?
5.
That's 5 dates.
How much is that,
I've
John?
never been attacked by an iron bar though.
That's a fact.
That's light work.
How much is that, John?
I can't see what it is.
5 plates on both sides.
4, 5 plus 70. 480, 490, depending on if the 5's on the inside.
That's warm up weight too, John.
That's right.
Touch it up, Hawk. Woo! Fuck that shit. Get it, Hawk. No lip.
I got one for you right now. OG.
Nice.
M-O-N.
I have to say, what a dorky ass fucking name, too. Like Hulk Smash. Like, what in the fucking world? You couldn't have thought of nothing better.
225 pounds, 75 reps.
Did you say 75 reps?
75 or 75.
Not even getting full extension.
Yeah, I feel like I still beat him up though. He's slow as fuck.
Just long as he don't grab you.
As long as he don't grab me, he's fucked.
It's not a rep till you lock your arms.
It's Wrestler and OG's panel.
That's still impressive though, Mayo.
She ain't hot as shit.
Come on.
That's 225.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
That's 225. That's impressive, Mayo.
Keep working. Let's go. Come on.
If he can't get another one up, it ain't impressive. If he can't get another one up.
You crazy.
Well, he ain't got one all the way up yet. So.
Mayo, even if he come halfway up, that's still impressive. That's a lot of weight. 230. That's 230.
Oh, look at him, coward.
That's crazy.
You know when that guy is like laying down and goes to stand up, he goes, you know, he makes some weird ass sound lifting that fucking big
like
stupid fucking body up.
Hope all them fucking steroids.
Holy fuck.
So if somebody gave a story like that, would you think that story would be impressive and get you a lot of clout on YouTube?
Yeah, everyone likes, you know, like that's like you think of why, you know, Batman's story. His parents get killed, he comes back, makes a comeback, and gets revenge on all the bad guys. Well, you know, like his parents, his dad gets shot, and he had a rough life, and he comes and makes something out of himself, and lives in his dad's footsteps of being Hulk Smash or whatever the fuck it is. Right, so like, yeah, it's a good story. If it was faked, I mean, it would earn a little bit, but it'd be kind of stupid to fake something that big, right? Because you get caught for that, everyone's gonna say fuck this guy.
Yeah, especially a crime that was only committed in 2021.
Man.
Was it 2021? American Gladiator said had him pegged at 1998.
For his death?
Yeah, I believe so. I'll go back and look.
Because the obituary I found was
see, look at this nigga. He's there now. We back to digging to see. Look, I like the brains moving, bro. That's why we only drop out.
Mayo. You're right. You're right, Mayo. You're right.
Yeah.
Wasn't that video?
And Timothy Washington, yeah. That's what it says there on that site.
It was Locksmith.
No, I think I might have confused the boy's career.
Wasn't that Hulk and C.T. Fletcher video before 2020? That was like maybe 17, right?
Yeah, what's the date on that video?
Yeah, I could have sworn.
Yeah, kind of hard to kill somebody in the future.
That's a fact.
The question is, why talk about the story? Why tell the story now? He been in C.T. Fletcher's circle. Why tell the story now?
I have no idea. It don't make sense to me, bro. But I'm just, you see what I'm saying?
Did he just come out with this story, or did something happen where he told this stories?
So he did the video that I just got through showing where they was talking about Hulk smash.
Yeah,
did that video, right? And then it got so much views and popularity, everybody started liking who find out who he is. He started doing events, get his name out there. He got real popular like everybody else. And then he did the part 2, and it was called Murder Was the Case. We just got through watching it. We showed a clip of both of them. And then what ended up happening is after he did the story, he got into it with the dude from the first video we was watching, which had on the red shirt. And he was trying to explain that he went and looked up who his father was and all this stuff, and he basically calling him a liar. Okay. And he was trying to get him to tell him with several friends around on the phone while he was on speaker, like, man, just go and tell the truth. Like, all this stuff you're doing is clout chasing, because he told them they got into it because of subscribers and views and stuff like that. Like, he was like, every time I go live and you go live, I get more people watching me than watching you. All my views is higher than yours, type stuff. So, and I'm thinking to myself, well, is it clout chasing on both sides? Is this just something to move for people to come together and make a lot of money?
Right, like it could even be the dude that's saying that it's fake is actually the clout chaser, right? Like he sees that this other dude's getting a bunch of clout. Because like this happens, right? When you start making a name for yourself and people they get jealous of this, so they try to like discredit your character so that people stop following, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen this on little scales being a streamer. So like I can imagine when you're the higher your clout goes up, the higher possibilities of this happening to you, right? False accusations, people claiming things that aren't true.
Nobody think about you till you get to the top, but till you start climbing to the top. What you're trying to say?
Well, until you pass them,
Mm-hmm.
then they can start.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find Timothy Washington on one of our favorite sites, the Gun Memorial.
That would be something.
That'd be crazy.
So see if we get a picture of him.
That's a fact.
So
I was thinking about why people would be on the internet and why would clout chasing be a big thing. Is something that affects a lot of people, because I heard it maybe stem from the story about the play from Club Shay Shay and Carlos Miller. And he's talking about clout, and he's talking about the way people act with the people that they watch. So
oh my God, dude.
Go ahead.
I got 2 Timothy Washingtons killed in 2021.
Jesus.
That was June, though, right? That was June, that one. Man found his East Chattanooga home. I will put it in the back. It kind of looks like that second Titan, though. The face shape. You'll see here in a second. I love Gun Memorial.
Yeah, but
yeah, man.
That face shape.
That does look like the dude, the gladiator, same dude, man.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know why would he. I don't
hairline,
know why would
look at the hairline.
I see what y'all saying. I just don't see why. If I'm with Resla, they said if he said he did something like that when he was a young kid, and this was back in between the 80s, he grew up in the 80s and the 90s. Basically, what he said, he was basically born in the 80s, and he moved with his father in the 90s, and he did this in the 90s. That would make more sense.
How old is Hulk Smash?
I don't even know.
They get
He was born in the 70s. Grew up in the 80s and 90s. So that means, or was he born in the 80s?
So he should be around. If he born in anywhere between 85.
This guy is this guy was 49.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
the
guy
Hulk,
was born in
he is
74,
38.
75.
Yeah, he 38.
Anita Boss Franklin posted this picture to Facebook.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. It's an interesting story, like I said, listening to it and heard it and all that shit, and saying now you go back and you look at the first video we was looking at when a dude was sitting here saying the stuff that he's saying and explaining why he believes it's not real and stuff like that. Then yeah, you get something that's crazy. It just fell off.
Let's see. Man found shot dead in his home. One gun involved. No suspects. Nothing.
I think because
Now, didn't he say he went up? He went upstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said he
All
shot
right.
him up. He said he shot him upstairs, and I don't think he was there when the police and stuff got there because I think he said he shot him.
He ran and left.
Yeah,
He ran to a neighbor's house and then he went to stay with a friend.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look on. I got the address it happened. I'm gonna look on Google Earth Pro, and we're gonna go visit this home.
That's a fact. We'll check it out here. So in the meantime, while Mayo checking that out for us, we're gonna go ahead and show what this nigga. It's like 9 minutes long. It ain't that long. It's just a small clip from Club Shay Shay. With him and Carlos Miller, see what they said about this skit or whatever he talking about.
Ain't that crazy? What about all them other tweets where I was showing love? I just was like, bro, why you in jail? But then they was like, Los, you did a skit in jail? I was like, that's not what whatever, bro. You can't win with the internet.
No, you can't.
That's why I get on there every day and I make it a point to piss them off. I'm not trying to be politically correct. Whatever they do, ain't nobody gonna do nothing.
What type of father are you?
I think I'm a damn good father.
Mm-hmm.
I gave my son all the advantages.
What you say, Mel?
Oh, I'm looking at the 2600 block. I'm trying to find. Sorry,
my son's 6'4". He got a 4.0.
You ain't getting no athletic ability.
My son is play basketball.
He got that from mama.
Hold on.
He got the band too. Now he got the band from his mama. He's a dope musician.
Okay,
so he play a few instruments, and my son real chill, bro.
Are you hands on?
Absolutely, bro. Like me and my son got the dopest relationship because it's not like I'm not James Evans.
Mm-hmm.
You get I'm not James Evans, so I'm not hard on him all the time. I push him, and I try to give him the option to pick.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I love being a father, bro. It make me wish that I would have had more kids, because at this point it's just so fun. And
but you can.
No, I mean, like, I wish I would have had more in that time.
Right. Well, you can go ahead and start now. You try to get me to have some.
I will. I'm not scared of kids. Kids don't scare me.
Bet you ain't gonna do it though.
I am. Wait, you maybe next year when I might. The girl with them pretty eyes.
Well, I might do it if you do it.
Pull up, man.
This says he only had
I ain't
2
got nobody
children.
like that.
Yes, you do.
I ain't got nobody for 18 years, man.
Was it a boy and a girl?
Insurance.
It is pretty good though.
It's damn good. Come on, man. What we doing? Come on, man.
You defended Ja after he get his second. After Ja got his second incident with the gun, you defended him.
Yeah.
You said, man,
I'll defend him right now.
You can't walk around Memphis without
You
a piece.
cannot walk around Memphis without no fight. Everybody know that. Everybody know that.
comedian
But
name?
and he from
What's his
South Carolina. You can't be in South Carolina.
Carlos
It's the
Miller.
South. Everybody got that fight.
That's not Carlos.
We
That's the other
love
one.
Yeah, it is Carlos Miller.
We are second
I thought
of
Carlos
Memphis.
had the
The
bald
Atlanta
head.
black people, they
is bald-headed,
like
sir.
they be saying, but we second in Memphis.
got a hat on,
We
John.
love Jesus.
Yeah.
No.
Love
I'm
gun,
thinking about the other guy there. Never mind,
football,
go
and
ahead.
some food. That's top 5 in the South, bro. Hey, John Moran ain't did nothing wrong. But y'all could have security though.
No, you can't. Even if you got security, you still need that fire on you.
No, I ain't going nowhere. I need that fire.
Oh, you going outside?
Yeah.
You need that fire everywhere you go.
No, I'm going outside to go to the airport. I'm going outside.
Hey, the airport's so gangster. The airport's so gangster. You can take your fire, check your fire, get it when you get off the plane. Take it everywhere you go. That's what America was built on, bro. I can't wait for them to come back.
Madam VP in an interview said she got that stick too.
Exactly.
Say, hey, run up in there if you want to.
Exactly. Everybody gotta have that fire, man. Not that you want to go out here and be ignorant,
right?
It's just to protect yourself.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people know you got that fire on you,
they leave you alone.
They'll leave you alone. Because they don't know if you crazy as they are, bro. I'm letting mine go. I promise you I am. I'm a small man. I'm scared. I'm scared every time you look at me crazy. I'm scared.
Somebody raised their boy.
What he hollering for? Bow, bow, bow. Whole thing. It ain't gonna be no accident. When they ask me, well, why you shoot so many times? I was still scared. I'm letting the fire go every time.
You College Hill. You always get into it with Swaggy P.
Me and Swaggy P stay into it.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
I told Swaggy P to shut up and dribble. Now I had them people on College Hill 38 hot at me, man. They want to play politics. It ain't political.
Right.
Some things make sense.
Right.
Some things don't make sense.
Right.
But you're not about to sit here and try to act like these are my problems. They're problems.
Right.
And they need legit solutions.
Right.
They not my problem.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Did you get upset that Black China didn't know who you were?
Why wouldn't I? Why would I be upset about that?
Did you know who she was, right?
Bro, Black China done came on Wild 'N Out 2 or 3 times.
Right.
Okay. I knew exactly who she was. She was a whole nother person then. I knew the old her.
Right. You didn't know Angela.
I don't know Angela. I never knew Angela.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you ever worry about getting canceled?
How they gonna cancel me? They didn't put me on. You didn't make me, so you can't break me.
Wow.
Plus, I'm a comedian. They can cancel me on the internet all day. All day. I done been canceled by the Nicki Minaj fans, by the Rainbow folks, by the white people. I done had the Republicans. I done had the NRA, the NBA, the NFL, the streamers, Casanat. I love Casanat. My son put me up on that. All I was saying, like,
they talk about criticism.
I thought they were talking about kids. They moving on to another thing, and now they talking about
Yeah.
They were just moving.
Yeah, they moving, but basically he trying to get this niggas to talk about. He basically talk about criticism. We asking him, and he's giving him different, you know what I'm saying, the situations, bro, where, you know what I'm saying, I see he's using it more than anything. Carlos is.
All right,
because he's the one. Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out how. Go ahead, man.
like, bro,
I have a ruling on the Timothy Washington. The only thing I see on the 2600 block, I see no 2-story homes, but I see some homes with like a finished attic room. But those big motherfuckers would have to duck their head to get in there. If you pull it up, I can take you down the whole block.
Like I said, I couldn't tell you if that nigga's story was right or wrong. I'm just telling you, we heard what the nigga said, and what his sister just, yeah, you came upstairs, and yeah, she said all that shit.
Yeah, and like I one more thing too about that real quick. Just the fact that, like, because I heard a couple of people say, why wait till now to tell that story? I mean, realistically, that's a personal story. Why the fuck he didn't have to say it at all, right? Maybe he just wanted to wait before he was gonna talk about it publicly, right? Like,
I said, I'm gonna click on Mayo's.
There's lots of shit I don't talk about publicly, right? I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's
everyone here is the same.
Yeah, but why would you out yourself for a
I don't
murder
want to be
on the internet?
doxing nobody's fucking homes.
But yes, this is the 2600 block where this said gentleman was offed.
But that don't look like the neighborhood that they were talking about.
No, not at all.
No.
Remember, they were in the suburbs.
Yeah. So, like I say, just listen to the story. The story is crazy on itself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the way they told it, it sounded like it makes sense because they were finishing each other's sentences. So whatever happened to them happened to them.
See, be ball on that shit.
Or they got it together.
It's a personal story. Like I said, there's plenty of things that I'm sure all of us don't ever share online. But if there was some reason we had to share it, or like we were, confirming something, whatever, right? It could be anything. There's a million different things it could be. I think it's kind of it's dumb to assume it's true or not, right? It's kind of like something like that. It's like kind of just you take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, and
and
this don't. Good. That neighborhood does not jive though.
Not at all. Not what the hell they was talking about.
And this video you're playing here, this isn't like connected to that in any way, right?
No.
I was like, I don't
even gotta.
connected.
We can get ready to go to the next one if y'all want to. Basically, like I said, he was talking about criticism, so I was going to correlate that and tie it into the internet type of conversation with the clout, right? Because you got people that come on here and like he said, he's with the shit. So a person that come on here, like we was explaining earlier, and like you explained easy, somebody come on the internet, they tell a story, right? And then that story gets so popular that you have other people that come out and say this can't be true. You know what I'm saying? So they talk negative on whatever the story is to the point where they get more clout than you off of whatever you just got to saying. So we seen stories like that with House when he came on here talking about the 7 baby mamas and how he did his story and stuff. People came on here and did him that way. You remember the dude that LA just showed the other day, Jay Rillo, how he went online and told all these crazy stories and then get online and the next thing you know, trying to show the life like JP, your story come crashing. Matter of fact, let's keep it on that. Think about everything that JP said earlier, bro, from the stream we was watching with Uncle Tom and all this stuff. How many times did he come back and it just flip on him? Because next thing you know, he's on live. He's showing his whole life. So we like, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying one thing, but then you have people that come in, you have people that go against you. Or are they doing it for clout too? Or what are they chasing? What do they get up out of it? It's the person that's just pushing this content out here telling y'all this because we didn't know nothing about this murder with, like Easy just said, and Mayo and Resla just said, we didn't know nothing about this murder until this dude just brought this shit up.
Hey, doo-doo, didn't they show the house on the screen on the
no legs? I almost dropped your ass for that bullshit. I ain't gonna lie to you. I almost sent your ass to the grave. You better get it together, John. You know, time I speak your speak. You better get anointed with that Jesus juice, though, because it don't help you around here.
But seriously, in that video though, did they showed the house? Right? I thought they showed the house at one time.
That could be a reenactment, though.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah,
it could. Okay, but I thought that was the house they probably showing it. Okay.
But I agree with you though, John, because they said whatever the neighborhood was, it was a nice neighborhood, and they had a school where people were driving around in Corvettes. He said, and the people around him they treated him well because they knew that the dad was a gladiator. So that neighborhood that we saw at the end from Google Earth does not match that description.
Yeah.
So that's basically where I was going with both of them. Just trying to correlate them in together and see, can you see the clout from both sides? And even having the clout from both sides, is it a good way for you to grow? Because it seemed like that's
is it a good way? Is it good? Nah, that's short lived, right? So there's certain people that get so big that they could do certain shit and they'll basically always have a following unless they do some real heinous shit. But like dudes like that, nah. If that's like if people keep digging and they find for sure concrete evidence that dude lied, he's fucked. Like he he's probably already took a loss from it just from the accusations. But if there's like some concrete evidence that he's lying, yeah, he'll be fucked. He's not like this dude. Like I never heard about this dude until you guys mentioned him. And again, he picked the dorkiest fucking name you could think of, Hulk Smash. Like, oh Lord.
And if he's still working for that Iron Den, they ain't gonna want him if he gets proven a liar.
Yeah. And an even more relevant case is somebody who didn't have notoriety was remember the chick that claimed that she got smashed in the head and nobody came around to help her?
The brick in the face chick.
Brick in the face chick. She thought that was going to help her out, and what happened in the end?
She was
in the end.
Ostracized.
Yep.
And think about the people that came out and said, "Oh man, she's a liar" and all this stuff. Look what happened to them.
None of that shit lasts. Even like you look at that little fucking punk Jack Doherty, right? He got huge off being a straight fucking dumbass, right? And now he's losing everything that he gained. He gained so quickly, and he's losing it all so quickly too because people got sick of that shit, right? People start punching his ass in public for no reason and everything. Like,
who was that guy? Who was that guy that was on Tim Pool like 2 years ago?
Who?
A guy named Jack. He was on Tim Pool like 2 years ago. Wound out he was a cuck. He was talking like all manly shit.
Are you talking about the simp on a blimp dude?
No.
I don't think his name's Jack, actually, no. I don't remember who you're talking about.
So this is going to be another wild story on the Drop By Discussions. This is Willie D. Y'all know most people don't like him. We don't really rock with him like that. He funny. Look at this. See, look here. So look here. So that's crazy. That nigga, he got to go. This is supposed to be a businessman who was doing some crazy shit. Just listen to the story. Go ahead. It's only 4 minutes. Then we could talk about it.
What's up, family? This is vile. I mean, really vile. A businessman with a wife and kids smashed over 400 powerful businessmen's wives and daughters.
Oh, yes.
Raw on video with their consent, including his own brother's wife.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Let's talk about an uncivilized mutt. Authorities in Equatorial Guinea on Tuesday announced plans to install surveillance cameras in government offices, the latest in a string of actions taken in response to a scandal involving a government official who allegedly recorded hundreds of sex videos. Baltazar Nganga, director of the country's National Financial Investigation Agency, has been suspended and is being investigated. So, how did they bust him? Public investigators were searching Nganga's computer in the course of a probe into alleged corruption and embezzlement of public funds when they found up to 400 sex videos of him and multiple women, some of them wives and relatives of senior government officials. Some of the videos were reported to have leaked and gone viral on social media, prompting shock and outrage from officials. I know that's right. Shock and outrage is an understatement. Can you imagine going about your business, fam, and finding out not only did your woman cheat on you, but there's a video of her getting smashed out right now on social media. Just Google it, boom. Imagine that. Now imagine that your woman cheated, there's a video of her getting smashed, and the person who's smashing her is your own brother. Damn. It's one thing to be smashing another man's woman. It's a whole other thing to be smashing a powerful man's woman because he has the means and resources to make you disappear. That's right. Y'all better be careful out there. I think dude must have had a death wish because he didn't just smash one powerful man's woman. He smashed multiple powerful men's women. And, you know, everybody got a little ego, fam, you know, and people are capable of being embarrassed. And the women too, you know, they got to watch themselves too, because it's certain cats out there, man, the way they get down on stuff like that, it's criminal. It's outright criminal. You got to be careful. You got to be very careful. And keep in mind too, fam, dude was smashing these women raw. Imagine over 400 women. He just smashing them, just left and right. How many of those women got pregnant and passed the child off as their husband's child or their boyfriend's child? Damn. That is a lot of humping. That's a lot of freaking, raw freaking. That's a lot of disease. You can't tell me at least one of them didn't catch something. You can't tell me that he didn't catch something along the way. Ah, yeah, man, this is disgusting. Dude better watch his back. He better watch his back. Some people would rather you disappear than to give you the privilege of being able to walk around and brag about how you embarrassed them. Y'all be safe out there, fam.
You can cut it.
No more talk.
What y'all think about that? Everybody got quiet. What you think about that?
Sorry, yeah, I was muted. I just said that this dude just
sounds normal for politicians.
I'm just like, I looked up some of the shit that is.
Speak
like,
easy. You're showing, but we can't hear you.
What?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can't hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We can hear you. We hear you real good.
Okay. But yeah, this dude, I'm looking up some of this stuff behind this. So this dude does have like a bunch that's like all that shit's true what they're talking about. Because I was like, at first when I heard him saying this shit, I was like, no fucking way. But it's real, and actually be careful if you guys go search this up, because some of those first links like lead straight to the videos and pictures from this dude. So you don't want that shit on your computer. Yeah, this dude. But the one thing I don't agree with, because there's no actual information about this, is that like all these chicks were apparently consenting, and but all the husbands and fathers didn't know what was going on. But this guy was like a financial investigator, so I just think there was just a bunch of corrupt people that he investigated, and they paid their way to not get in trouble by selling their wives and shit. That's what I think was going on. It makes more sense than all these wives and daughters were all just like willing to just fucking fuck this one dude for what reason, right? Like, doesn't make any sense. Plus, he was getting investigated for embezzling money, so he was probably like paying a lot of them too.
Damn, that's pretty good, Squeaky. That's pretty good, man. I didn't even think of that. I'm trying to figure out why all these women behind their husbands' backs would just choose to go with this one guy? It just made no sense to me.
Right. Until you think about his job and the fact of why they even investigated him to begin with.
His name ain't Third Leg, so.
No.
That's a fact. What you think, Russ?
And like if you look on World Star, I did a quick scroll through this one video of someone covering this, and they have like blurred out images of like all the different images and shit that came from the videos, and like these chicks are looking right at the cameras and shit. So like they know they're being filmed. He's not lying about that part. So yeah, it makes more sense to me that they know they're being filmed because their husbands know it's happening too. Because like, why would they be risking it all plus looking straight in a fucking camera? Makes no sense.
He was going to put their husbands in prison.
Mm-hmm. And he said, unless you let me
To
fuck
save
your wife.
face, to save face, they're going to say they didn't know about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild.
That's crazy as shit.
Like think about what he said. These aren't just like random men. These are powerful businessmen. So he wanted more power. What's the most power? I fucked your wife. I fucked your daughters and shit. That's what, like, you know, he's just holding power over them. Now he's gonna fucking go down though hard.
I see the logic you're making. I just struggle though with 400 out of 400 men. Not one had the power to fight this dude.
Sir, have you ever seen African jail, John?
I'm just no, I'm at.
I mean, honestly, have you ever seen an African jail?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
You will not wonder, sir.
And also, when you read about it, not all 400 sex tapes are like businessmen's wives and daughters, but a lot of them are.
No, I'm not even doubting your logic. I think your logic is real. I'm just asking. I'm just thinking to myself, like, not one man would have the courage. Not one.
No.
Right? To just go like break them. Yeah, I feel exactly what you're saying, right? Like I feel like if it was me, nah, bro. Like I'm fucking up my ice you know, in Minecraft. You know what I'm saying? But fuck that.
I think the point you make, I didn't even see that until you said it.
Yeah.
When you first were saying it, I was like disagreeing with it. But when I thought about it, like, no, it's real. But then I'm struggling with not one guy can stand up and say, bump this, you're not screwing my wife. We're gonna fight this. You got to take me to jail or whatever. I mean, something.
Right.
I don't know.
It was a lot that was a lot that
yeah,
was
a lot
said
of
in
dudes
there.
willing to sell them their souls for fucking money, man.
Yeah, that too. But look at what he said inside of there, bro. It made a lot of sense, bro. And then the most important thing on there, one of the most important things on there was people passing stuff off as other people's kids. Stuff that we talk about in the everyday fashion, but at a point where you have all the evidence. This is nothing. This ain't what we was talking about earlier, where somebody say this is he say, she say. That's why I want to get y'all opinions on it, because we can hear stories about people going out here doing this type of stuff, and we'll be like, yeah, But now you have evidence. They found these videos. Like this stuff is true. Like how many of them people out there? How many lives have this person destroyed?
Facts.
Who the guy that was banging them girls?
Yeah,
they destroyed none of them. They destroyed their own lives.
Yeah, it's a fact. That's a fact. But
yeah, that's what I mean. All them dudes that like agreed to, you know, instead of take their punishment for doing shit wrong, if that was the case, or people who took money. Yeah, I get. Yeah,
it's not even like he walked up to just an average person and said, "I'm gonna be doing your wife." He went to people that were doing crazy stuff beforehand that were gonna go to jail anyhow. I mean, those people, their fate was set.
But he was also probably paying some too, right? Because remember, he got investigated for embezzling money, so he was probably paying some of these people too. He wanted power over them. This is what I think. It makes the most sense, right? Again, it's why risk it all like that, unless it's some type of power, right?
I wonder if he could. I wonder if he would have framed some of those.
Gonna go to jail and get Epstein. This is what's gonna happen to him.
I found the name of the prison. It's a famous prison.
Touch your mic up, Red.
Ecuador,
We can barely hear you.
I see you think they were using the tapes as blackmail.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, yo. You can't go to the cops, bro. What are you gonna do? I'll show everybody your wife sucking my dick. And that dude's like, maybe not. You know,
I wonder if at any point in time he actually framed some of them in. Would he had him power to frame some of them in and set them up to put them in those situations?
Hey, OG, I put a video of the Black Beach prison in Equatorial New Guinea. Well, it's known as the worst prison in Africa.
What else I gotta pull it up? I'll pull it up when he's doing it back. Got him. It's skipping on my end back because I'm still pushing that vertical screen too. So
yeah, it's called Black Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, go search up images.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see them trading their wives and kids for instead of going to that place.
Well, I still
really
can't.
can.
I'll go to those fucking prison. I'll go to that prison for my wife and kids any day. You know?
Would you though? Because
Yeah.
now you in there,
100%.
she's gonna get reamed out no matter what. Then at that point,
Nah,
And
bro.
you're gonna be dead, so
Yeah, I no fucking shot. I'm giving up my fucking wife and kids to stay out of prison. Fuck
I
that.
like that. I like that.
If I'm going to prison,
His arrival,
I'm going to
Teddy pulled out of the
if I'm
deal,
going to prison,
and Daniel
I'm
was
going to
detained
prison.
with.
Which means I'm probably going to, if he's going to frame me like that, I'm probably going to take his life while I go to prison too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's over my dead body. That shit happening.
So they taking this dude. They taking this dude right here inside the prison or something.
I don't know. It looks like a mall.
Yeah.
I see a Forever Young back there. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Oh, it's something at the top says most dangerous prison or something.
Yeah.
Surviving 423 days in the most days. Come on now. Click it real quick.
Most dangerous prison.
I don't believe this shit. So this nigga did it 60 days in, but basically he stayed in there for a year and some days.
No, sir, this is the story of how he survived it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's smiling now. He probably wasn't smiling then.
Yeah. This isn't some set up, TV show shit.
Okay.
Within days of his arrival, Teddy pulled out of the deal, and Daniel was detained without charges. He spent some time in and out of detention centers, but his case was eventually put in front of a judge, and it was immediately thrown out due to a lack of evidence. At this time, Teddy was out of the country, and Daniel was free to return home. Or so he thought. A few hours before Daniel was set to board his flight home, Teddy arrived back in the country, and when he was notified that Daniel was about to leave, he sent armed men to stop him. Daniel was detained once again and taken to the notorious prison located on Biko Island off the mainland of Equatorial Guinea.
When you get down the hill, when they realize there's a white guy in the car, when I got out there, you get all these people screaming and shouting at the fence,
The people from inside the prison.
Yeah.
Like fresh meats here.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like drowning, in a sea of people, because you get swamped up by these guys, and and everybody's slapping you and searching you and prodding you and taunting you and laughing at you and shoving you around and pulling you.
Black Beach Prison was built in the 1940s during the time of the Spanish colonial rule. It has a reputation for systematically neglecting and brutalizing inmates. Medical treatment is usually denied and food rations are said to be meager. Detainees are often tortured and their lives are in constant threat due to overcrowding and poor living conditions. Daniel is no fool. He knew that if he was going to survive in a place like this.
I don't want us to get hit, nigga, but we can continue to play it, but nigga, could you do it, wrestler?
No, I couldn't do it.
No. My old lady's doing somebody.
Nope. Sir, may I watch? Sir, may I watch?
Baby, you got to take one for the team. I'll pay for the therapy.
Boy, that shit, they're crazy. I'm for real. Could y'all survive in a place like that? Them niggas didn't even have beds. Them niggas slept on the floor.
Nah, I know I
Butt to
could
butt.
survive.
With dick to butt. That's crazy.
Dick to butt. Dick to butt. Dick to
Yep.
butt.
That's crazy.
I don't think I'm able to do it.
Your name would be Doo-Doo for real.
Shut your ass up, no legs. They just gonna take it. They gonna take care of you in it, boy. Somebody always gonna hold you, sir.
Nah, no, sir. We knocking everybody out quickly. They probably weigh what, about 110?
That's a fact. They look thin.
Yeah, but John, they're used to the diseases that are in that prison. You ain't.
You ain't. You hear me? Exactly. And you're gonna be there for 423 days. Yeah, whatever size you is right now, you're gonna look like them.
In no time.
And
all the while, they're gonna be stealing your food.
Nah.
Touching your
Because
booty.
You lucky if you ain't food. What do you mean?
You hear me?
I'm
That's what I'm saying.
gonna come in. Everybody gonna treat me like a king.
Boy, you crazy.
They're
They're gonna feed you rats.
You're gonna be pinky to pinky with somebody. Who we playing?
You hear me?
I'm gonna take the biggest one. I'm gonna find the biggest one and beat him down. The big one probably weigh what 30, 130, 140? Yeah.
If that, that's what those guys were small. They were, yeah.
And he gonna jump you like a spider monkey.
I'm trying to tell you, as soon as they lock you up in that little room with 130 something people, and y'all niggas sitting there trying to sleep dick to butt, yeah, you gonna find out where you gonna sleep at. Everybody pull that knife out on your ass.
Wait, like he was warming.
Yeah, you just might wind up being the mattress he sleep on.
You hear me? What we talking about? Nigga, this nigga trivia. All them niggas gonna attack your ass. You gonna get your ass beat up. You can't beat up everybody. I'll tell you that now. Now when you get jumped by them, boy.
They sleep on the concrete all the time. You know what I mean?
You hear me? It's
You're gonna be
nothing
sore
there.
after one night. You ain't fight nobody after that.
Rap.
You gotta remember, they already weak.
You know what they're gonna say, John? You know what they're gonna say, right? We could do this the hard way. We could do this the easy way. We could do this the hard way.
No, we're doing this the hard way.
This the hard way or the hard
They ain't
way?
worried about it.
They're not worried. They got the numbers.
No, they gonna need the numbers. They gonna
Oh,
need
they
the
ain't
numbers.
worried about that. They gonna win every time.
Oh, that's already it's already there for them.
They gonna
look at you like they gotta say, oh, so you can't do math, right? And that's when you're gonna have the one guy that's gonna clasp your shoulder behind you, gonna be like, I'm the captain now.
No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Oh, that's a fact.
I'm most definitely gonna die. But
And you're gonna be touched too at the same time. They're gonna fill you up with them fingers.
They gonna feel a dead. They gonna be feeling a dead body.
No,
And they probably let's be honest, they probably gonna eat you too.
That's a fact. You're gonna do this while you're alive.
They ain't gonna throw that protein away.
All this is happening while you're alive. I don't know what you're talking about.
Once I'm dead,
I don't know why he thinking he's gonna go through all this, bro. But once they tie that
gonna
nigga
keep
to
you alive because you're gonna rot if they kill you all at once. They're just gonna take a limited time for dinner.
That's a fact. Once they tie you down, bro, that's a wrap.
they killing me. I'm matter of fact, before they kill me, I'm killing 10 to 20 of them.
That's cool.
You want to kill 10, 20 of them. You'll get one or two.
I believe your will to survive will outwill your ego when you're in a situation like that.
You get one or two, I think. I think you kill one or two.
You know, from sitting here, it does seem like we would say fuck that. We're just gonna start beating the fuck out of anybody try fucking with us. They're all skinny and sick and blah blah blah. But realistically, your will to survive would outweigh that part of you. When there's 40 of them, and you know that you can't physically take 40 people by yourself, you're like, yeah, I might as well not do this.
No, in them situations, you fight till you die. That's nothing else. That's nothing else to live for. That's nothing else. In that situation, there's nothing else to live for.
I'm getting out of there, bro. I'm
living, sir.
every day of my life that I'm in there to get out, bro. Trust me.
That place was designed to hold 80 people, and it holds hundreds.
Exactly. So, John, as big as strong as you is, you maybe hold two of them in your arms, sir. You'll be all right.
That dude
curl up on the floor. Just
that dude
curl up on the floor.
That dude, how many times you think he got touched while he was in there for 423 days? 423 days.
Bro, he just sat here and bro, you didn't hear what the man just said.
What'd he say?
Okay, you weren't paying attention. He got punked the whole time he was in there.
Yeah, I thought I heard that, but I wasn't sure.
Okay. Now he didn't say, he didn't give us no crazy story, no super. We'll play a little more. See what he's gonna say.
Man, if you
John
tell me
this.
that for 90, you tell me for 90 days that guy got sodomized. You telling me that?
No, I ain't saying nothing like that. He ain't saying that. Yeah, 400. Yes, that's a lot of days. That's a year and some.
Oh, wait. If they just punking him and doing nothing, I could take 400 something days being punked.
No, being punked.
Yeah, I'll take
being
it.
punked.
I take it. You seriously gonna sit there and start? You gonna die for that, right?
Dude, he was describing the drive into the prison, and getting out of the car,
and going in there, and people like, you know what I'm saying, when he first made it in there, bro. We ain't even get.
we ain't even got to his first night story.
Don't you guys think though prison systems should be more like, see how we're talking right now with like almost like a fear of having to go through that system? Don't you think prisons should be like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should make you think about it and think about how you gonna behave in there and actually, absolutely.
Yeah, like prison should be a deterrent. It's not a deterrent right now because it's just like there's literally people who go to prison in the winter just to have like a warm place and food. Like it shouldn't be like that.
I think prison should be like Hunger Games on an island.
You want them hunting each other?
Yes. And fighting over resources.
Yeah. Oh, you mean just like the real world?
But I think you should sell subscriptions to it on a 24-hour feed to support it.
You ever watch the show The Condemned, or the movie? Sorry, The Condemned. It's got like Stone Cold, the wrestler.
Oh, is that the one with the cars?
Wait, what?
The where they put the prisoners in the cars and they drive around and shoot each other?
No, not in cars. That one's pretty good too. That's Gamer, I think you're talking. Or no, not Gamer. That's another one too with it. It's like in the future and they have control of the dudes and they take prison dudes and give them a chance to get freed. That's a crazy fucking movie. But no, I'm talking about one where they get all put on an island and like they're told to fight to the death. Whoever wins gets a chance at freedom again. They planned on killing them all though at the end. But that's kind of like what you're talking about. They have like a live feed going the whole time.
Good incentive. You get to come back and you get to be a full citizen again. Hunger Games.
I ain't with that though. Because like I don't want some like rapist pedo winning that shit and getting back at society. Like fuck all that, dude. Unless we're doing it like The Condemned, where at the end we just say, haha, just kidding. Kill them too.
Prison now. You can be someone in petty theft, but you never know you got to someone who's a freaking murderer. Someone who's a pedo. Listen, survival of the fittest.
Nah, bro. I don't want that. I want those people locked up forever. You know what I'm saying? Make them work things that productive for society and make them help our society for free.
Yeah, but rapists and pedos, they're not the apex predators.
No, they are not.
No, they're the sneaky little snakes, right? They're the sneaky little snakes that'll hide the whole time until there's one guy left, and then fucking get them from behind. They get weak people. They get people when they're weak, right? So they'll be that little fucking snake that hides the whole time and gets people while they're weak. There's a possibility of them winning. I don't like it. No,
not when there's hundreds or thousands of them on this island fighting over daily food drops.
He's right.
Let's just make every prison an island that we just send them to. Do they get weapons on these islands?
Escape
from
New York.
Weapons, or they have to make the weapons?
Yeah,
they have to make them.
New York. Listen, reopen Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Shit. No, but for real, I think
gloves and bows.
Back to what I was saying at the start, though, I really do think prison and jail in general should be like a deterrent. Like there should be a fear that comes with it, right? rehabilitation, I do want this to be a factor, but to say that like putting fear into people that this is what happens when you fuck up, I think this helps. This is a form of rehabilitation, right?
The one caveat with that would be, and I know it's rare, but the rare time that someone is wrongly or accidentally put in there, and now that person, has to go through that.
So
you gotta break.
I'm going to disagree. I don't think prison life should be like what we're watching right now. What I think it should be is you spend sun up to sundown. Well, I say sun up. I say 18 hours a day, making big rocks out of little rocks, little rocks out of big rocks.
That's not very effective, sir.
Yeah, no, because everybody gets comfortable in that, and then they end up
If
hurting.
I could change the prison system, I would put all violent criminals together. They would stay in one prison together, and then every other type of crime would have its own different system.
I think when you're talking about sentences of more than like 10 years, the first 3 years should be hard labor, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yes.
Why only the first
that's what I'm
three?
talking about.
And then if they behave and follow the rules during that time, then they get to go to the farm prison where they can work on a farm, raising their own food and that kind of shit. Now, for every violation they get in
food
every
for other
violation
people,
they
not
get,
their own.
but for every violation they get in hardcore prison, that's another year in that. And if they violate the rules in farm prison, then they go back to do their whole
They go
sentence.
back to the hard labor. Back to
See,
the hard labor.
this is why you love Mayo. Mayo's coming up with real plans here.
I don't like I don't like the idea of working off your sentence. I don't like that idea actually at all.
They're not working
I
off their
hate that that's a thing.
supporting
Good behavior
they're not
means you
working off
get
their
to
sentence.
take time off your punishment. That's stupid.
No, they're not
The
working
whole
off their
point is you should be
sentence.
behaving good.
Listen.
That's not what
they
they're
are not
doing.
working off their sentence. They are doing labor to support the prison.
No, I understand, but like I'm saying, okay, so you're not for like the shortening of sentences either.
No, that's not. We're not talking about it at all. We're talking about working sun up. We're talking about working sun up to sundown, 20 hours.
Yeah,
a
I
day.
get what you're saying now. My bad. I
getting-
mistaked what you were saying. You were saying
Yeah,
like
you're
just
getting-
like
you're getting 3-4
good
hours of
privilege,
sleep.
you get to go to the farm, and then if you're not good, you go back to the normal prison. I get what you're trying to say. I thought you were saying though something about working off time. That's
No. And they could be doing road work.
Yeah,
we could have them out filling potholes and doing
yeah,
shit
that's what
like
I'm saying. Anything that helps society,
Yeah.
for free. Fuck yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And for the guys with life in prison, they can volunteer for medical experiments, i.e., drugs and procedures, for comfort items for their lifetime stay in prison.
For
like you do this
comfort
study
items?
for this
Oh,
drug,
man.
you do this study for this drug, we'll give you a TV with 3 channels.
I don't care to comfort people that are in jail, like murderers or something. Like I wouldn't care to comfort them.
Hey,
They
it's
fucked
better
all
than
that up.
spraying
They had a
beagles
chance
with
in
spray paint
society.
in the face. I mean, I'd rather do it in prison.
Are you thinking about what Mayo is saying though? Think about what he's saying. He's saying that we're gonna use for test dummies on these medicines, these new medicines that we want to try out. That's your prison. That's your rest of your prison sentence for the rest of your life. Anytime we need an experiment done, we're doing it on you. And the only comfort you get is, and he's been drastic, but I think it's still real. You get a TV with 2 channels or 3 channels. Like, dude, that's not comfort. You're still suffering.
Yeah, you're still living in prison. You still got people poking and prodding you all day.
Okay, so is it more comfortable? Let me just ask a quick question. Is it more comfortable or less comfortable than having no TV with no channels?
There's no prison that has that right now.
You're taking the TV thing out of context. You're taking the TV thing too strictly. I think too literal.
No.
What he's saying, what he's saying is, you get very little reward for what we're about to do to you.
Yeah. I don't care to give, like, the thing is, I wouldn't want to give. I don't like the idea that we give TVs in prisons. All this shit is stupid. It
But we
defeats
do.
the
We
purpose.
do that now.
I know we do that now.
For
I'm talking about
everyone.
ought. I'm talking about how
No
it
matter
ought to be, though.
no matter if they provide us a service or not.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how it ought be. So, like, I know how it is, but how it ought be is that there is no fucking TVs in prison. You don't get yard time all the time, like how they do it. No, fuck all that shit. You had your chance in society to live as a fucking civilized human being. You didn't want to do that, so fuck you. That's how I feel. Now you live as you want. If you wanted to act like an animal, you get to live like an animal. Simple.
Then we go to my island concept.
Well, no.
And
I'm not gonna build entertainment off of murder. That's ridiculous.
It's not murder, sir. It's nature.
Yeah, no, it'd be like snuff
Animalistic
films. You'd be like, you might as well sell snuff films if you're doing that.
Do we not watch these same commercials on wild animals?
Right.
Same shows with wild animals.
I don't
You
get
want to
the-
treat people like animals.
I don't get the connection.
There's a whole there's a whole shows about animals killing other animals on the Nature Channel.
Right.
What's the difference?
It'd be human beings.
Animalistic behavior, right?
They're human beings, though. It wouldn't matter if they were human beings still.
But think of the actual show. Today we're doing Felon Week. You can donate to your favorite felon.
All I would do is just make our prison systems more strict, and so it'd be an actual deterrent. But I wouldn't want to like torture the people in there. That's
Well, now you're walking back what we originally did, because we were talking about Black Beach, and that was a like that
That's
was
not
something.
torture.
Oh no, but that's something that makes you not want to.
So that's not torture.
No.
Black Beach, that's torture. That is torture. I don't know what we're doing. That's torture.
How is that torture? Explain to
That's
me.
torture.
He just said
Not
like
feeding
it's a
people or
place-
giving them medical attention, sir.
It's made for 80 people. It's got 400 something, or it's got hundreds of people in there.
Wait. So sorry, you said two things. Say those two again.
He said not feeding or giving them medical attention.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the
so
other, go ahead.
the feeding part, not feeding them, that's not torture.
So starving people isn't torture.
How are you starving them?
You're not giving them food.
Are you
They're a
responsible
prisoner.
for the reason that they're in prison?
Yes.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No. Did
Because
they
the
break the
reason they're-
law or did you break the law?
The reason they're in prison is because the justice
It would
system
be on
sentenced them.
themselves. They would have to take accountability for their actions. You know,
So who
okay,
should
so
be
in
prisoner?
Jamaica, right? In
So
Jamaica,
who
when you go
should-
to prison, guess what? In Jamaica, when you go to prison, you don't get fed more than bread and water once a day unless your family comes and feeds you. They feed you the bare minimal to survive, just to keep you, just so you can survive.
Is that
Because you
prison
don't
or
have an
jail?
active way to go out and get that yourself. But unless your
Is
family
that-
comes and feeds you other food, that's all you get.
Is that
That's not
prison or
torture.
jail?
That's
is
not
that
torture.
prison or jail?
Prison.
Okay, so that's the way it currently is, and you said that you want it to be tougher than that, but not
No,
as
that's
tough
how
as
I
we
would
said.
like it. That's how it should be here, right? Like when you go to prison, you should get your cell, right? You get to stay in your cell. They feed you once a day so that you can stay alive. Just simple like bread and water type shit, you know? And that's it. Your family can be the ones to look out for
Mayo,
you in the food department.
Mayo
Hold up.
what
Do you
Mayo
want to hear my
suggested?
thing, or you want to?
What Mayo suggestion is better than what you're saying?
Pardon?
What Mayo suggestion is better than what you're saying, because you're saying sit in the cell, feed 1 meal a day, and all we're doing is taxpayers just paying for this to take care of this. And it's just what Mayo
We
was
already
what
pay as taxpayers for prisons. We're gonna do that
yeah,
to the day we die. So I don't.
yeah, but the plan, the system that I
You would
actually
still have to, even if.
and Mayo elaborated on was even more is that we're actually getting work out of these jokers. We're making them
What?
work 18,
Wait,
20
I
hours a
said
day.
that too, though. You didn't let me finish, right?
And in Jamaica, what you said wasn't true. They spend $500 million annually to feed inmates in Jamaica. Now, what that is probably true in your local jails,
$500 million,
not in your
how,
prison.
Jamaican dollars or Canadian or US? Sorry.
I put the link in the back if you'd like to watch the story, sir.
Well, I'm just asking you, it's what it is. You could just tell me. I'll take your word for it.
It just says $500 million.
But it doesn't say if it was Jamaican or US.
It says $500 million to feed inmates in Jamaica.
So
Jamaica,
like $500 million
annually.
Jamaican
Annually in Jamaica's prisons annually. That's what it says.
I'm asking though if it was Jamaican, right?
We'll find a currency converter for Jamaican. How's that?
Well, I'm just letting you know, like $1 million in Jamaican is like 6,000 in US. So I'm just wondering how much it means if it's talking Jamaican money or. That's all. I was just asking. I'm just trying to get the information from what you just said. The exchange rate is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think they would bring up the amount if it were just to amount to like $6,000 or 60.
I said $1 million, so like so that'd be like 6 million US.
So
yeah,
they're feeding them more than bread and water.
It's not that much. It's not that much. What'd you say though?
So they're not just feeding them bread and water.
Yeah, they're feeding them the bare minimal. When I said bread and water, I elaborated with this as the bare minimal to stay alive, once a day type shit.
Let's look up the Jamaican prison diet.
Here's your exchange.
What?
See, but jail and prison are different. Jails, they feed the bare minimum. And you find that in several countries in the Middle East.
You're doing that backwards from what I said, just so you know. But yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Hey, what's good with your mail?
What's up, man?
Mel. He said Mel, not Mayo.
Mel, yeah, Mel Pandora.
Oh, okay.
She popped up.
Hey, Mel.
Let's see. Expensive prisoners. Costs $13,000 to feed one inmate per month in the island's prisons. That's 13,000 Jamaican.
Yeah, search that up in US dollars. $82, buddy. $82. 82 US dollars a month they spend.
Rice and beans. I could live off of rice and beans in America for $82 a month.
Okay, but that's still not no luxurious food. That's the bare
I
minimum.
didn't say
to
it was
survive.
luxurious, sir.
Right, but this is what I was trying to say, right? That you don't get shit. You get the bare minimal unless your family gives you food. That's how it should be. That's how prison should be. That's how jail should be. It should be a place that nobody wants to fucking go, not a place where gangs are fucking running shit and drugs are running through there like crazy and
Nobody
shit.
has claimed that whatsoever, sir.
But let me just say this though.
Claimed
The
what?
thing-
What are you talking about?
The thing
That we
that
want to
that
make jails a luxurious place.
right, and the thing that gave us
I didn't
pause when
say
we
you
talked.
said that. What the fuck?
The thing that gave us pause when we were originally talking about this, why we wouldn't want to go to Black Beach, is because of how dangerous it was. And you said originally, this is what we should do. We should try and make them so that you think about whether you're going to go to jail. Now, feeding them one meal is not going to stop people from wanting to, stop people from going to jail. If you really want to make them think, you would have to do something drastic. Now, again, I'm not saying that we should go out there and have people put them on an island and necessarily and go down there and fight, but it's got to be something more than just feeding them one meal a day.
Well, I
And
didn't
working hard.
only say that, but what do you?
No, I
Why
get it.
do you think? Why do you think those jails are so dangerous? You guys mentioned it already. Barely feeding them, and the medical assistance isn't heavy for people. People aren't getting their medical care as good as they should.
And then it's
In your eyes,
overcrowded, which
as they should.
being
I don't know what
being
should
overcrowded,
is.
makes it dangerous too as well.
But it makes it dangerous because they have fuck all in there. So they're all in there fucking starving and fighting for what they have.
So what we're saying is rather than you suggested that our prison be more like Black Beach, we're saying no. Well, I'm actually saying what I'm saying is no. Let's do it the way I suggested by making them work 18, 20 hours a day, making big rocks into little rocks, which meaning I'm saying let them go out there, anything that build our roads, structures bridges, highways, whatever it is, make them do all that hard work, labor work.
And most states in the U.S. spend less than $3 per person per day on prison food services.
Because if they're building our prisons, then it's costing the taxpayers less money anyway, because they're doing all the work.
They're spending like a quarter less on their prisoners a day than we are. You ever seen grade D beef? Because there's only two places you'll see it in the U.S. Military, chow halls, and prisons.
Thanks for telling me that. I'm not a soldier anymore though, but
Yep.
I didn't know I was getting grade D beef when I was in the military.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you were not getting top. Ask do you know any cooks, former cooks?
No, I don't think I do. No, I don't.
Oh. That's why that shit was always overboiled and covered in gravy, so you couldn't look at it.
So what you think about it, Resla?
I think they're arguing over a prison system that, quite frankly, we can't really argue about as to what it is. Because to be honest, what do you want to say these two? We can talk about what the hell happens in Fallujah. We can just straight up go do a whole gulag too. I mean, if you want, you can just set up a concentration camp type style.
No, I think you just separate everybody, keep them in their own cells and work unless they're going to do work, and that's it. Like, that's how it shouldn't be, like, hangout time and fucking You know, being able to run fucking drugs and gangs in there. That shit shouldn't all happen.
Oh no, and then they wouldn't have time to do that shit if they were doing hard labor 18 hours a day.
Well, they're gonna be strong as shit.
Only if
you feed them.
Equipment. Yeah,
only
that's a
if you
fact.
feed them. You can control how big they get by their diet.
Be getting no hooks in there and shit.
No hooks. Nope.
Nope. You're gonna wind up with a lot of straw.
Well, it seems like you're talking about
Drinking
just the lifers, then, right? Like, because like the other people, like I don't think you care about them getting big, right? People who are gonna get out eventually.
Anybody that's in prison is doing hard labor for the time you get in to the time you get out.
Right. But you don't care about them getting big, do you?
Yes.
I care about.
They're
I just
even
care
more
about
dangerous.
you.
Why should
More
I pay for their workout
dangerous.
program?
Bro, they're not getting bulletproof if they get bigger, bro. You'd be more dangerous.
Well, see, that's the problem they had. So the reason why I said that is because they still implemented it to this day. So if you go look up most prison systems and took out the weights, they don't allow them to lift weights in there. So now these dudes make opportunity by lifting dirt inside of sheets and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have weights no more because they was getting bigger than the prison guards. In the prison, it was hard for the prison guards to maintain. You know what I'm saying? When you got 34 big ass strong niggas in the show, because the only thing they do is eat and lift weights all goddamn day. So they took the motherfuckers out.
Yeah, they shouldn't have this time anyways. They shouldn't have fucking workout time. What the fuck? Fuck them, dude. I'm saying, dude, they should be sitting in their cells or working. That's the two things they should be doing when they're in jail. Fuck everything
Which
else.
is why we're saying let them work 18, 20 hours a day, and they get 3 or 4 hours to take a shower, or 1 hour take a shower. Then
Nah, 20 hours outside is way too much time to ply your escape.
No, I said work. 18,
Yeah,
18, 20 hours working.
I know, but they might have to be outside to work, you know?
How are you gonna escape from a quarry that's surrounded by the prison wall?
I don't know, bro. I'm not sitting outside for 20 hours a day thinking about it. I don't fucking know. But I know that's what they're going to be thinking about for 20 hours a day.
That would flow.
Nah, bro. You split them all up into different 8-hour shifts simply, right? So that you don't burn them out. And
No, you want to burn them out. You want them burnt out.
To the point they can't work at all no more? What do you mean, bro? You break them in 3 days. Most of these people don't work, bro. It's criminals, bombs.
You want to break them. And the reason why you want to break them is so
they can't work? What's the point of the work if they can't do it?
To break their mentality. Make them think I gotta live a different way of life. You got to break them.
Yeah, I don't agree with this. This makes no sense to me. I would just keep them on different 8-hour shifts. They go to work for 8 hours.
Okay.
They go to work for 8 hours and then they're in their shift. They're in their cell for the rest.
This is crazy. Now you're saying take pity on them. When they was in black,
I didn't say take it. Wait, are you listening to my argument?
I'm listening to your argument.
No, so then let me clarify it again because you clearly didn't get it. I said if we're working them 18 hours a day straight, they'll burn out by 3 days and not be able to productively work. Where if I'm working them 8-hour shifts, all split up, different people, not keeping the same people working together even, so they can't plot different shit, and they're working 8 hours straight, they go into their cells after that. Bro, you want to hear the answer or you just want to talk?
Go ahead. Make the answer more concise then. Go ahead.
More precise?
More concise.
You don't understand what I'm saying or what?
No, I'm saying don't be so long-winded. Go ahead.
Oh, it's too many words for you. I got you.
No, you just taking too long to get it out. Just get it out. Go ahead.
Oh, bro, you're emotional, man. It's okay. Go ahead, buddy. You wanted to talk.
No, I wanted what you want to say. I'm just saying, get it out.
So when you work them for 8 hours only, you're not gonna burn them out. Simply. So they get 8 hours to work, and the rest is in their cell. That's it.
We don't even do that in the military for basic training.
The fuck does that have to do with what I'm saying?
Really? They're
Yeah. What does the
18 hours
military
a
have to
day?
do with what I'm saying we should do with our
But they keep
prisoners?
going after 3 days.
The military, like the. What are we talking about right now?
I'm talking about a similar system that we run, working people 18 hours a day, where they don't burn out in 3 days.
Are you okay?
People do. We have people in society that do this for 30, 40 years.
Didn't you just say that you're gonna make them do the most physically demanding jobs?
We got people in society who work.
You can't answer that. All right.
Yeah, I'm answering the question.
Let's go.
You have people in society that are working 18 hours every fucking day of physical labor. Is that what you're gonna try and explain to me right now? Do you know how many hours are in a day, sir? You know how many hours are in a day? So where do they sleep? When do they eat? What are you talking about? There's nobody in society working 18 hours every fucking day. What are you talking about?
18 hours would be an exaggerated exaggerated amount of hours. What I'm
Then okay.
There are people who work 12, 13, 14 hours a day.
Yep.
Extreme physical work. What I'm saying to you is there are people.
No, not every single day either, bro.
Yes, no, yet. I'm telling you, there is.
No, it's not 7 days a week. No, they don't.
Okay, 7 days.
Who's working fucking? Well, you said every day, bro. How many days are in a week? Bro?
I did not say every day of the week. I did not say every day of the week.
What's every day then? Every day of what?
No, somebody else said it. Somebody else said every day. I didn't say every
so how
day.
many days they work a week?
We could do like a 5-6 day work week.
5-6 day work week, 13 hours a week. So 13 and 14, right?
13,
okay, so that's not 18 hours though, right?
I've already said 18 would be when I first said 18, I was being dramatic. I would just
so it would burn them out probably 18 hours a day.
I don't. Well, I'll put it this way: if you want to sit there and fight the 18 hours, we can fight the 18 hours.
Would 18 hours burn them out a day?
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how we went from making it so that it deterred people from getting in to actually sympathizing and not burning them out.
Giving them an 8-hour work day.
It's not about sympathizing. It's about being able to have the work done.
But
it's about keeping the production going. Right?
What production? What are you having them work on? We're literally talking about making them turn big rocks into little rocks.
Who's talking about making them? Nobody's talking about that literally. He even clarified what he meant when he said that.
Yeah, doing the hard labor work, doing work.
Yeah, he didn't mean literally just smashing rocks into little rocks.
Everyone knew what I meant when I said that.
Come on, dude.
We're taking the most demanding jobs in society that we pay people to do, and we're saying let the prisoners do it. Whatever schedule it is, we're saying let them do that job. Let them do on the schedule that normally would be done in. That's what I'm saying. So therefore, if we got road construction guys, okay. So now, let the prisoners be part of road construction. If we got, building prisons, then let the prisoners build the prisons. I'm saying let them do the hard labor work.
Yeah, I'd agree with this. Yeah, just not for 18 hours straight a day.
I don't care what the hours is. I'm saying is it need to be so demanding, it need to be so stressful that not that way when they get out in the evening, all they want to do is go to bed, take a shower, go to bed. Unlike what you were saying, now you're trying to retract from it is when they was in Black Beach. You were saying everything need to be like Black Beach. I'm saying no, it don't need to be like Black Beach because that right there is not productive at all. That's not doing anything.
I said about the way we were talking about Black Beach, right? When you guys were all talking about Black Beach with like a fear of having to go through it, I said this is how prison should be talked about. we should have a fear of going to prison. This would stop people from doing crimes more. That's what I said. I didn't say we should have our jail exactly like Black Beach. Rewind it. Go listen.
I would agree with that principle that it should be. We shouldn't be places we want to go to and relax. I would agree with that statement.
All right, then you agree with me then, yeah.
Yeah, correct. But I'm also saying I'm not afraid to take 18 hours a day either, if that's what's going to be. Because there are times myself, I know for years I work 16, 17 hours a day. For multiple days, for multiple years. So I know that it can be done.
Yeah, no. So I'm not saying it can't be done to work a few days out of the week at 17 hours, but to say you could work 18 hours every single day, so you work 18 hours straight and then have 6 hours in between working again. You understand that, right? There's 24 hours in a day.
Yes, correct. Yes, I
right. So like
yeah.
that's impossible, dude.
I work for a living.
No, it's not. The military does it every basic training.
Yeah, every day. Yeah, okay.
Yes, like I told you, I've done it for 10, 15 years at a time. I've done it. I know.
Working 7 days straight at 18 hours a day.
I'm saying 5, 6 days a week, working 14 to 18 hours. Yes, sometimes 20 hours a week, some 20 hours a day. I mean, yes, I've done it.
What did you do for 20 hours? What job?
Trucks. I drive trucks.
Driving for 20 hours straight.
Yes.
Every day.
Not just necessarily driving, but just like.
So isn't that illegal?
Well, it used to be.
Yes,
it used to be.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Yes,
the world wasn't created yesterday.
So that's a physically demanding job to you, is driving for 20 hours?
Have you tried it?
Is it
yeah, actually I have. I recently just drove for like 35 hours straight with no sleep. So can you just tell me what the physical demanding part was?
I got
staying awake. Is that your physical demanding part? Staying awake, or what are we talking about right now? You guys are talking about. You guys were talking about hard labor, and then my guy said he was driving for 20 hours.
To getting
What hard labor job did you do for 18 hours straight? Can you tell me that or no?
Your mom.
Talking to you.
Oh, that's a good one.
Talking to you is like working 18 hours a day. Talking to you is like working 18 hours a day.
Oh yeah.
What? What'd you say?
Oh gee. Oh yeah.
Look here, bro. I ain't said nothing, dog. I've been sitting back and chilling. Hey, what's good with you?
What's good, Bad Gemini?
Talk about physically demanding. The guy says driving trucks. Fuck's sakes.
Have you ever driven
everybody that's in the building?
Have you ever
hold on,
20 hours a day?
John, hold on real quick, y'all.
I just told you I drove for over 30 hours recently.
Did you drive, Speakeasy?
Hold on.
What did you drive?
Daniel, hold up.
We're about to go crazy. I'm gonna let y'all do what y'all do. You know, we having a discussion. We're gonna continue the discussion. But for everybody who over on Wrestler's Place, please hit the like. Make sure you put some type of sign, anything in the chat. Keep the algorithm going. If you want to share it out, share it out. Everybody who's on the vertical stream, appreciate y'all over there. Hey, hit the like, subscribe. Just got to sit there for a minute. After you sub, you will be able to hop into the conversation. I'm bringing the chats up as I see them, as I see y'all come in. Appreciate everybody who's over there. Everybody who's over on my channel, on the OGDoDirty channel. I appreciate y'all. Make sure y'all hit a like, say something in there, put some hearts, whatever, finger, thumbs up, little emoji, whatever. That just keeps the, you know what I'm saying, everything connected. So y'all make sure y'all do that for us. We got another guest coming in. We are on Rumble too for everybody over on the Rumble side. I think it's the 7 people over on Rumble. Appreciate y'all. Keep on doing your thing over there. You know what I'm saying? Share it out. You know what I'm saying? Hit the like, whatever. If you're not logged in on Rumble, you know it's not going to let you like it. But go ahead and log in, hit the like, and then log out. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? Just showing love. Y'all can go ahead and continue.
Yeah, so what I was saying was the comparing 20 hours of driving a day to 18 hours of the most physically demanding jobs. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, sounds kind of ridiculous to me. Kind of hard to argue with that.
You're working hard to be so disingenuous. I didn't just say, I'm just saying multiple areas of fields of work that could be worked by prisoners. make them understand the value of working and understand like how I want to deter bad behavior. And so what I'm saying is, whatever field we need them to work, we can focus on the hours we can focus on labor. What I'm saying is, it need to be so extreme.
Hey John, you're boring.
Yeah, you roboting hard right now, bro.
I was gonna ask if that was just me or him, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he's boring right now.
Fat kids lag in real life. Fat kids lag in real life.
So catch
with
me
your
up
flow.
here.
What's going on, guys? Is it a heavy flow or a light flow tonight?
We're yet to see.
We trying to bring in the flood. Go and tell them, Flo, you trying to bring in the flood with you.
Mini pad or maxi pad?
So yes, how's your little evidence tampering debacle going? Like that?
Allegedly.
Oh goodness! Let me tell y'all.
How's your
I was gonna behave. Generally specific. I hear you. Look. You don't need anything from me. I'm supposed to be asleep. I told 10 people I was gonna tap out 2 hours ago, and then I told another 10 after that, then another 10, and now I'm looking at 9 people. But I count myself as 10.
Why you lying, bro? No,
Yes,
just kidding,
no, I need to be lying in bed. You're correct. That's the unfortunate part of it. Look, it's damn near 4 a.m. my part. I'm on here. Generally specific is typically a good guy, even though he's never specific and he's generally general. But that's another word for another time. Flow State should be to bed earlier too. He was doing good. Speak Easy likes to beef. He likes drama. Is he a good guy? Only for the people that believe his lies. Definitely. Resla, it's your channel. I'm gonna respect you. You know what I'm saying? You're not a token black guy.
Drama.
That'd be an insult for you.
How dare you?
Look at that laugh. He sounds like a the Joker.
My guy under here literally runs the drama channel. You missed
doing closing statements,
drama, bro.
Like, look, this is probably my closing. Isn't it awkward that your closing statements are actually your introductory statements? It's a 2-for-1 because I have nothing to give y'all. OG, I don't know him. Nice meeting you.
Tries to like roast
meeting you too, brother.
First off, I don't have to roast people. I don't come here to do that. Just looking at you and you look in the mirror, that's enough roasting. Life has roasted you. It doesn't take me to do it.
That was a good one, bro.
Life has roasted you.
Hey, Speakeasy, you're ugly.
Walmart 50 cent ruined my life, bro.
Yo, did you know you're
ugly? I don't have to.
No, I'm not talking about you. I was calling Speakeasy ugly. Speakeasy, did you know you're ugly? How much does that hurt you, brother?
Damn, bro.
It doesn't, because women tell him every day. You know how you get numb to hearing something a lot? Him hearing him he's ugly, like he's unbothered.
Sun's getting
like,
real low, big guy.
It's tradition. And Mr. Ignat, look, I can't even say it. Enigmatic.
I wear my
sunglasses. Mystery is fine. Yeah, nice to meet you.
I do wear my sunglasses. I love shades in my house. They're on my windows and they're on my face. Definitely. I love
no worries, man. All right, man. We have a good sleep. Nice to meet you.
I need to have one, man. He said he have a good sleep. I'm already sleeping behind the shade.
We got Tyler in the back. I'm gonna let Tyler
I found the prison labor issue interesting. I wanted to dig into it with you boys a little bit. I thought it could be an interesting conversation.
Can I take this one if you guys don't mind? Because I think I have a good argument against it, unless you guys want to take Mr. E on it.
Agree.
All right.
For me?
Go ahead.
Well, Mr.
Well,
E,
I was gonna wait. I was hoping to just jump in, but I mean, I think that and it's hard to know what John the Baptist is really suggesting, because every time he'd say something, it was this or that, 6 or 7 days, 18 or 20 hours, da 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 da. So, John, I was getting frustrated listening. Why don't you make some specific prescriptions so that we know what we're working with?
Yeah, stop generalizing.
well, I think the better argument would be, if I can defend you, would be stop rubbing. And you should probably stop rubbing that crystal ball.
Who are you talking to?
What
are you talking about?
What's going on? What are we talking about?
What happened?
Yeah.
All right, Tyler.
I heard.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put you down real quick. I don't know what's going on, brother.
I heard
yeah.
Donald Trump. I heard Donald Trump's putting people into crystals. That's what I heard too.
Okay.
So John the Baptist,
we're doing it on his behalf, dude. I've trapped at least a dozen souls already.
So what did y'all have a problem with what he was saying? Let's just have the discussion real quick.
Well, 18 hours a day is absurd. I mean, forcing, first of all, you don't have that many inmates. Not all inmates are dangerous and need to be worn down. Not all inmates are even physically capable of doing much. But I didn't really hear the beginning of the conversation where we were addressed, or where y'all, I assume y'all addressed what the purpose of this would be, right? What you're trying to achieve from
a deterrent.
Yeah, what initially what we were talking about is we were talking about this Black Beach, New Guinea, this prison system which we saw that was overpopulated, and we were discussing how terrible it looked, and I believe what Speakeasy said was we need to have prisons here in America that do the same thing, which would deter you from wanting to actually be put into it.
Well,
that was what the original.
It was
that
about
was what
how you were talking about it, right? To be clear,
Right.
because I was saying that the way that we're talking, because everyone was talking with like a fear of having to go to that prison. So I said, this type of fear should be the way we speak about prison in general, so that it's more of a deterrent. And then
Right,
we
so
got into the different things of how prison should be.
Well, what we did was, I think what John the Baptist was trying to do was create a scenario where it was a fearful, it would strike fear into people's heart. And then we started getting into the how realistic it is, and I think once we started getting into the semantics of it, that's when it just broke down. So if you can come up with a system that is actually plausible and a deterrent, we can do that. I thought we were working on a much, higher level, not practical. But if you guys want to do that, that's fine.
Well, I think that
Oh, you good,
deterrent.
John.
I mean, so if whether you're deterring or rehabilitating or punishing, right? Whichever priority you take with your criminal justice system is going to vary the method. I think that where we're at now are the deterrent capacity, the deterrent power of punishment is topped out. We've already got death penalties. We've already got life in prison. I can tell you that inmates would rather be out working than they would be locked up rotting. So I think that putting, assuming you're not actually literally working them to death, having labor would probably be more likely to make the stay better, not worse.
Well, the thing is that added on with what I originally said was it would be like we would use them for certain types of labor in 8-hour shifts separated, and 8-hour shifts between different groups of people. We would have them doing 8-hour shifts, and the whole rest of the time would be in a single cell. Like there wouldn't be yard time, going playing cards with everybody. Your food would be served to you in your cell. There wouldn't be fucking where everyone goes eats together. Like it would be you rotting in your cell and working. That would be it. And
to what end?
Till they get out. What do you mean?
No, but why? Why? What's the point of that? Because it's a lot more work.
Making it miserable in there.
Because
and then having the benefit to society out of us paying taxes for them being in there. Because we pay taxes to hold prisoners. So I want that to pay back to what we're paying.
That creates a conflict of interest. If there's free labor to be had from it, then it incentivizes. I mean, we can already see the conflict of interest with private prisons and drug laws and parole violations and sentence extensions for breaking rules inside a prison. If you had unlimited free labor out of inmates, all of a sudden that's going to change the system in a bad way.
Well, that's not necessarily true. That's an assumption that's going to happen, right?
I mean, it is an assumption, but it's based off of like it's got 100%.
That'd be a pretty good deterrent. People thinking that's what's going to happen to them.
So what if we made a separation between people who committed the worst crimes against our society, like? Is this YouTube TOS or like can we say like murder and stuff like that, or what do you?
Nah.
Do I have to do TikTok?
You
They
just said it,
unalive. they unalive people and then they schrape them. Like, I don't know, whatever, they grape them and all that stuff. Because, like, here's the thing. I don't think a healthy society would be one that goes, yeah, you know what? We're going to make law-abiding tax citizens bear the financial burden of housing, feeding, monitoring, making sure that these guys don't hurt anybody else. We're going to just, like, make... law-abiding citizens bear the financial burden of that. Yeah, that's no problem. And we're going to give them TV and cable and smokes and whatever. Like, it should cost... the goal should be so it doesn't cost people anything. You pay for your own fucking imprisonment, right? Because that's just the end of the day. I mean, if it's minor stuff or, like, I have a hard time...
I'm talking, like, violent criminals, right?
Yeah,
we want to keep them separate from all the
I'm not
other
for
criminals.
debtors' prisons. You know what I mean? Like, people who just can't, like, pay their bills, going to prison and shit like that. I'm not for that. But, like, large-scale financial fraud, unaliving, grape...
what about, would you agree that,
stuff like that?
There should have to be a victim in the crime? So that would get rid of all PV violations, or parole violations, and drug inmates. And
No, parole violations is like if you did a serious enough crime that you are charged and then supposed to be given a sentence and you don't follow through, you're showing that you don't take your violation of the law seriously and you should be removed from the streets because you do not take. Well, what do you mean? If you took it seriously, wouldn't be violating your parole
every week, but you don't have a car.
Okay, so take the fucking bus. They give you. I'm pretty sure if you don't have a car, they'll give you bus tickets to get down there.
They don't give you shit for it.
Okay.
Let's engage this for a second. Barring the most horrible people on the world, the most violent people. Finland's got a program. It's called, and I put it in the side chat for anyone that wants to examine it and push back against it. Not like a power bottom like Flow State, because that gets old. But no bars, no chains, no locks. How Finland is reimagining incarceration. Now, I know it sounds
Finland's
crazy.
also got an entirely homogenous society, like in
Right,
culture. So that's not going to work in a place like America. It's just
So
not.
are you saying we got to deport all the darkies? Is that what I'm hearing you
No,
say?
I'm saying that it's a different country than Finland, so you can't use
Well, I mean,
something
you
that
don't
works
even know
in
what the
Finland
suggestion
here.
is, do you?
Like, are you some kind of
coming in.
like? I know I've seen you once or twice before, but how the fuck could you even come close to implying I was saying something like that? Are you just a fucking troll, or?
What, do you know what homogeny means?
Yeah, I know what
homogenized?
homogeny means.
Yeah.
So why would you jump to deport all the darkies when it clearly what I meant was Finland is not America. Therefore, what works in Finland will not work in America because Finland is a different fucking country than America.
Oh,
You don't even know what is proposed.
Hold on,
You
hold
fucking
on.
retard.
Yeah, wait, where was I when you're handing out the Captain fucking Obvious capes in here, Resla? I
You
didn't
were
get
in
mine.
here not fucking listening, apparently, dumb shit.
Holy shit, dude. Hold on. Take the tampon out. It's inside. Of it.
Well, fucking grow a brain, dude. It's 2 a.m. I'm not trying to listen to fucking just mindless
go to bed,
drivel,
child.
and you trying to get fucking cheap fucking gotchas with
I know,
lame,
right?
low-tier fucking, deport all the darkies, Mr. E. Is that what you want to do? Go fuck yourself, retard.
Well, how about this? How about
Don't
this?
fucking paint me
how
with
about-
some fucking brush
how
like that.
about-
Oh, what
how
do you want to
about-
do? Rape all the children, generally specific? All right, well, generally specific just wants to grape all the
Right,
children.
How about
Right?
how about mean what you say and say what you mean?
I did say what I meant. What I said was, what works in Finland will not work in America because America is not Finland, dumb shit. What part of that is too hard for you to fucking understand?
Hey, Resla, can you give him a Captain Obvious cape?
Oh, you're so
That was
fucking
a good
clever
one,
and
bro.
cool, dude. I'm sure you and
That
your
was a good
6
one,
fucking
bro.
fans are
Intelligent,
loving
dude.
this right now.
Oh, here we go. Got to measure dicks now. Next, is that next?
I have 0 fans. I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to.
I
so.
know who the fuck you are.
I know. Look at him. He's so fucking emotional, bro. You're so emotional generally, bro. What's wrong?
How am I
Bro,
emotional?
I got a fucking reason to be
If
pissed
you don't
off.
have
You
an
just-
argument, just
you
shut
literally
the
just
fuck
tried
up,
to
bro. You
suggest
always
that I
add it in
said
with
something
these
that I didn't
stupid
even come
comments,
close to
bro. You
fucking
don't have an
saying. And
argument.
act,
My argument's in the back chat. How about reading it, genius?
And he answered to that, and then you got all fucking weird about it. Oh, you want to deport all the darkies? Like, what is
just
that?
because I said what works in Finland ain't gonna work here.
Oh wait, you're nut hugging over here. Speak easy.
What do you mean
Okay.
not
How about you
hugging,
just
dog?
address the
Just 'cause
fucking
I don't
argument?
agree with
Hey,
you.
how about
What
instead-
the fuck?
How about instead you just address the fucking argument? I wrote.
Hey, so I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I just muted all y'all. I'm pretty sure Wrestler about to get ready to say something. You gotta respect the host, man. I know I'm a laid back type of dude. Y'all know Wrestler laid back type of dude, bro. We like the discussions that we having, but I'm letting y'all know I don't really drop people like that. I want y'all to have this discussion. Y'all going in. I don't know what y'all going in about. We're trying to catch up. My brother, do you have anything you want to say before
making up shit?
That's wait a minute, brother, bro. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm just trying to be correctly with this. Just trying to let y'all know that it's two people up here hosting the show, and the direction is going in. I don't know. So, Wrestler, do you got anything you want to say, bro? Before I unmute everybody and let them go.
People know me
please
from my
please unmute yourself, bro.
People know me from my other type of show, for whatever. We're a little bit more laid back here. I'm okay with having the discourse. I'm not going heavily police, but we need to have a little bit, just a little bit, so that we don't go too far. We're not in those crazy ass sectors where we're trying to get down. I'm talking. Let me get my point out, please. So just be very careful. I don't mind a little bit the trolling, the jesting, the back and forth. Because we guys, this is what we do. But there is a point where we go too far. Let's be a little bit respectful for the platform itself, because we don't know how this is going to turn out for anyone else in the future. I get it. You guys are pros. Let us catch up. Don't crash our shit, please. That's all.
Yeah, we little, bro. We're trying to get to y'all level. Go ahead and do y'all thing.
So can we have it so this dude can't say I'm saying shit I clearly didn't say? I didn't even imply it. I just simply said it's what works in Finland isn't going to work in America because they're different countries. The reason that works in Finland is because they have a very homogenous country and culture and very low crime rates. Because like a homogenous culture leads to lower crime rates. Look at any country around the world. The more homogenous they are, the less crime that you'll see in them. That's just a fucking fact. That's not saying anything about deporting or importing or anything. So for him to take that, what I said, something rather innocuous, and apply something rather fucking serious is a fucking shitty thing to do.
He's a bad faith conversationalist.
He's either a fucking he's either bad faith trying to make me look bad or a cunt. And either way, he deserves to get the fucking response I gave him. I apologize for blowing up your panel, but I think I got a fucking right to. You know, somebody's out here saying you're saying some wild shit you didn't say. You'd probably be just as upset.
Whoa,
right.
You know? Look, I don't have a problem with you going back, but at some point when we're doing all this, the audience can't understand what the hell's going on.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's fair enough.
You're good though.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me stand on business.
So, do we actually want to discuss it, or are we going to just meme and?
Well, it sounds
try
like
to make people look bad.
I ain't tripping.
Try to make them look like heap of POS or something.
No, let me address what GS said, because I think that the article he dropped backstage, from what I just scanned briefly, looks like it might have some really good suggestions. Mr. Enigmatic, I think that your point may have been a little premature.
Appreciate that.
Okay. Well, you know.
All right, well, let's
How
dig
about
into
this?
it.
How about this? Well,
so I don't know, because one of the things that they do there that it said is they don't have people locked in cages all day. They have them on ankle monitors. So I don't see any that would do a lot to reduce, especially with minimum and medium security. It would do a ton to reduce overhead. Now it wouldn't help the deterrence cause, but if we're talking minimum and medium security, these are people who are going back in the community anyways, ideally, right? These aren't your bad people. They're dudes like me.
Yeah, I mean, so if the goal is to try to reduce recidivism, right? We don't want these people being revolving doors for a system. You're trying to reduce that, so you want to treat them like human beings, give them an opportunity to learn a skill, have a little bit of self-respect, and not treat it like a freaking animal shoved into a cage. Now, this isn't going to work for all classes of all types of people with all types of personalities, but I mean, if you look at the vast majority of people that are in prison right now, it's victimless crimes.
Yep.
I mean, I'm a solutions guy. I mean, if you want to get all Machiavellian with people and start ripping dicks off and stuff, all right, go. There's a country for you. Go find it. But I'm about treating humans like humans, man. That's what I'm trying to do.
And we know that.
Yeah. So how do you treat a human that's murdered another one?
So again, you literally you go to the most. Listen, the exception doesn't make the rule.
So how do you treat a human that refuses to stop stealing from other humans, that refuses to get a normal job and not victimize other members of society.
prison? In our current prison system, we escalate the amount of restrictions they're under based on the repeated offenses, right? So
No, I know how the U.S. does it.
Right.
I was asking generally specific how should we treat those people then?
Oh, I think you should take a look at other models that are having success for nonviolent criminals. I mean, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail, Mr. Agnat. You know, there are other tools in the shed.
Yeah.
Okay, then maybe pick up a Sawzall next time. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even saying that you're pro hard labor or anything like that, but I'm saying to a hammer, if everything looks like a nail and all you have is a hammer, that's all you're ever going to use.
Just platitudes, no answers. I got it.
No, what do you mean?
The
no
answer would be
There's
that
a
you
whole
get
answer. It's a
increasingly
fucking article.
guy.
If you
I'm
can't
a
read
guy.
Speakeasy,
Everything
maybe
looks like a nail to a hammer. A great solution.
I mean,
bro.
Did you not understand what he was saying?
No, they didn't.
He's saying, oh well, maybe you should try other things. Like
Yeah, he's not saying what those things are, though.
Well,
read the article. You can read, right? Canada has got an education.
Yeah, but not everybody has time for homework right now. I didn't get far enough into the article to know what they do when they escalate things. But obviously, it seems logical.
Yeah, like you posted the article. Can't you just say what the fuck is going on? Like what?
Yeah, what the too long didn't read TLDR is. Yeah, try.
I didn't even click on the link you sent, dude.
I'm explaining it to you. I said the
TLDR is explaining it to me.
The too long didn't read Cliff Note dude, man. If you just want to fight, dude, just go to the mirror. You ask me for an answer, then you try to troll me while I'm answering it.
Dude, the first thing you said when you came up here was your mom to something I asked. What are you crying about now that I'm not answering you the way you want? Just shut the fuck up, bro. You're such a fucking whiny
Hold
bitch.
on. Let's dig into this.
Such a nut hugger, dude.
Look, I opened the article. The word recidivism doesn't appear in it one time. So what's your article got to do with recidivism?
You guys are saying, "Lord, you fucking bitch." Let him make the argument.
Okay, well, I'm trying to get him to address the argument.
Yeah.
The word recidivism does not appear in the article you posted one single time. So can you give me the TLDR of where they talk about recidivism in it?
I said it. What is the goal of what is the goal of prisons, genius?
Since we're focused on getting them back to society as soon as possible, we do not want them packed together to spend the whole day with only us. Right. So that's just in the third paragraph.
Yeah. So is the goal of all prisons to reform the offender, or is it to punish the offender?
Well, it depends on the model. The model currently in America seems to be that it's big business to put people in jail. I'm saying if we adopt a different mindset and a different model, it might change things, and we might not see more people going to jail. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you, Mr. G. You're garbled.
Can you hear me now, or am I still garbled?
No, you're good. You're good. I can hear. What was the question?
I don't know. Say what you were saying. I'm so sorry. I was reading the chat. But...
So, I mean, if we're just going to complain about this camp is bad and this camp is hard, but it will deter people from going to jail or wanting to go to jail, and maybe has a deterrent on committing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, let him finish his sentence, man. Otherwise, this is just going to turn into a mess.
And if you got anything that you're trying to show, if you got anything that you want to come up on the screen, you got to put it in the back. Resla will bring it up.
I clicked it on accident. I'm trying to restream this to Rumble.
Oh, you good, bro? So like I say, if you got anything, any type of documents, anything that you want to bring up, just you're free to put them in the back.
I just want to ask him some questions about what he's saying. Like he said, it's a big business in America.
Make some arguments if you guys don't mind.
So you stand solid by it's a big business to send people to prison in America, right? Can you tell me what percentage of prisoners in America are currently housed in privately owned prisons?
Who's
roughly,
that
for generally specific. Just roughly what percentage of prisoners are in privately owned prisons compared to state-owned prisons?
I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this debate.
It's 8%.
Yeah, I'm sure you just looked it up a second ago.
Yeah, no, I did, because I was like, is that right? I seem to recall there not actually being that many private prisons. Let me double check that before I embarrass myself by saying something incorrect. Like,
Can I make the argument against Mr. E because he's a bitch? Logically,
you could try.
You cannot use Google. Bad Andrew, bad Mr. E. You should not use Google.
You can't look things up. You got to know
bad.
all facts.
You are bad.
Yeah, I never claimed to be like omniscient. There we go. I almost couldn't say that.
But you pre-look up.
Took an L, but you didn't.
I didn't pre-look it up. I just looked it up right now, dude. It took 10 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds. Yeah.
What percentage of prisoners are currently in U.S. or what percentage of U.S. prisoners are currently in private prisons?
Right. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, 8% according to you. But here, so what does that have to do with the fact that is the goal to keep
8%
people going?
according to the sentencingproject.org.
I'm sorry. Again, what is the point of prison if not to be a deterrent or a sense of accountability? And is there a reformation?
Okay, what's more of a deterrent, a cushy stay or a hard stay?
Well, it depends on the crime.
Okay, so if you steal a car and I put you in a 5-star hotel, are you more likely to steal a car again than if I put you in a gulag? Which one do you think is going to make you less likely to steal a car in the future? If I put you up in a 5-star hotel and I give you champagne and caviar, or if I stick you in a fucking stone cell?
I'm going to smack your hand and say never do it again.
It's a rhetorical question, or it's a hypothetical question. Sorry. It's
okay, well, why are we using silly hypotheticals?
Because it's not silly. It's testing his logic. If the stay is more comfortable, are you more likely to?
That's what prison is like. So it's worth clarifying what type of.
Obviously, prison isn't like that, dude. Even like.
I hear people
even like
all
a minimum.
The time say
people are dumb all the time. I'm not going to address everything I say to accommodate the lowest common denominator. Sorry. If it goes over your head, I guess whoosh. I mean, sucks to suck, right?
Dude, you need a softer fucking toilet paper, dude. Your ass is chapped, man. Who hurt you?
That was a good one, bro.
Fucking
Seriously,
roasted,
man.
dude.
Yeah, dude, calm the fucking down, man.
I'm gonna fucking retire after this. You got me, dude.
Who hurt you, dude?
So anyway, man,
who hurt me? People that can't use fucking logic and decide to jump on panels and talk as if they got something to fucking say. You got something to say it. Say it right. Don't be a fucking idiot. Yeah, I'd rather that the two of you shut the fuck up and me and Flo can actually have a good conversation about it. You guys have added. You've added literally nothing to this other than fucking driveling nonsense.
So is it that you don't know how to read and that's why you keep saying it's in the back chat, or?
No, I'm just offering a different option here.
Yeah, I clicked your article. It doesn't say the word recidivism in it anywhere.
No, the premise was, what is the point of prison? Is it to continue to keep putting people in prison? Or is it to lower the desire for people to want to go back?
We're going to deter them by giving them softer sentences in nicer prisons.
So you said that. I didn't say that.
What?
Well, your example was a softer version of prison than America. And you said, why don't we try this? It logically follows that you're suggesting we try a softer approach in American prisons.
All right, Jesus, dude, you sound like my next ex-girlfriend.
Bro, you know what, dude? If your next ex-girlfriend can fucking push back on your retard bullshit, then maybe it should be good for you.
Yeah, show your face, you fucking putz.
I'm pretty sure Mr.
Show my face. Show your face,
pimple, you
putz.
fucking retard.
Show your face, putz.
All right, let me
check it out.
Bro, you're way past
the
time, bro. Telling people to show their face. So what do you want to fight him now too next?
Why? Because he wants me to show my face because I just fucking showed his ass to the internet. Dumb shit. Get exposed, dude.
Dumbass. My lyrical judo.
Bro, add something to the conversation or shut the fuck up. You're literally just memeing.
I can't. You queef every time I fucking.
I was talking to Mr. G, sensitive boy. Well, it's not just about. You're not the only idiot on the fucking panel.
Hey, listen here. You ain't gonna talk to me like that. And I'll tell you why. Now, logically.
I'm gonna fucking tell you through my muffled phone. I'm gonna fucking put my phone in my back pocket and then talk to you.
So I want to point out there was some good conversations going until some certain clout sharks.
I think Flow State actually has some good insight in this. I wanted to hear and get into because I think he's smart enough to talk in a fucking calm manner without memeing, and I'd really like to have a conversation with him about prison.
So the other side of harsher punishments might be a stronger deterrent. I actually personally don't think they would be. I think that we've topped out on the deterrence capacity of punishment. But the other side of that is that, as just like we know with dogs, right? If you see a mean dog, you blame the owner because they abused it or kept it on a chain the whole time. The same thing happens with people. So you're conditioning people into being cruel again in the future.
Have you looked at all into the San Quentin IQ experiment, where they studied a bunch of people in San Quentin? Now, granted, this is the worst offenders, like, again, unalivers and rapists and stuff like that, like a lot of lifers.
No, I haven't.
A lot of these people that are committing these crimes, they're like incapable of empathy, and this actually leads to a different theory I have, that empathy isn't an emotional thing; it's actually linked to IQ. Like being able to like simulate what somebody else is thinking requires a certain level of IQ, and if you're below it, you can't do it. So like a lot of these people are just like, how do you think that lady felt when she found out her son was never coming home? Oh no, oh no. And that's the answer. And I'm not saying all prisoners are like that. And I know you're like, look, I know I grew up around like bikers and scumbags and shit. I know tons of people that went to jail. They're not all shitheads. They don't all deserve the worst things in life. Some of them are just guys that, you know, did the best with the cards they were dealt, and it kind of, you know what I mean? It didn't go
But
as...
the ones who are predominantly stupid ones. The ones who are getting locked up like that aren't necessarily the worst people. They're the bad people who also aren't smart enough to cover their tracks or mount the defense.
Yeah. Or set up. Like,
or we're set up.
They're the pole guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and that shit happens more than it gets credit for.
Yeah, a lot, yes. So, I mean, I would like to have some pushback on the benefit, like to have some back and forth on the pros and cons of a harsher system, which I'll advocate for, versus a softer system, which you seem to be more benefit for. And I think that that could be productive. We could actually like compare some pros versus cons, right?
So I think that again, and so the softer prison suggestions for me at least are only really going to primarily apply to the not the most dangerous, right? So the people who are locked up in solitary until their death sentence don't apply to this.
So
but,
where's the line? Is it like grape is the worst?
I don't know the line. I don't know that I even believe that the sentence should dictate the line. Maybe to some extent it should, but I think that you'll figure out who's.
I'm asking what your opinion of like where that line. If you had to, I know it's a gradient, but if you had to like put a line on like, okay, well these are the worst and these are like less than the worst.
I would do it based off of in-prison performance, because I think
I'm saying the initial crime that got them in there. I'm sorry to cut you off.
But
like, for me,
you're good. I don't know that I think I have one.
For me, the worst would be like unaliving, anything to do with children, grape, probably like kidnapping and holding people against their will, like maybe even like serious financial crimes, like ripping off old ladies and stuff like that and having them lose their homes. Like, I would actually lump some financial crimes into some of the worst crimes because they ruin people's lives. I would maybe even put like identity theft and like credit card fraud into those categories as well if it's above a certain threshold, because they just destroy people's lives, right? And that's where I would set the line. So we're talking like car theft, petty theft, you know, break and entry, assaults, maybe like battery, assault with a weapon, depending on the weapon. And that's a thing. You run around like beating the crap out of people with baseball bats, maybe you should be lumped in with the worst people who take it that extra step, because you ain't that far. You ain't that far from from taking somebody out if you're hitting them with a bat or stabbing them up or something like that, right?
I think the other thing to be considered though is that you've got like people's aggression plateaus and starts dropping after like age 27, I believe it is, right? There's an aggressive time period especially in men's lives. That's your early 20s, basically teens, 20s.
I'll let you know when I grow out of mine.
I think that should be accounted for.
I'll let you know when I grow out of mine.
Oh yeah, no, I get it, but
sorry, man.
But I don't think that can just be ignored, right? Like if you've got somebody who's going around beating people up when he's in his 20s, that doesn't mean he won't grow out of it. Yeah,
I agree with you that young men need to be given a second chance even if they make like a grievous mistake within reason. Like within reason, there's some things that are so far that even if like a 12-year-old did it, we'd be like, yeah, no, this kid's going away for life. There's mental institutions and then adult prisons. You know,
on true crime shit because they're so heinous, right? But I'm not talking about that. Most of the people are not like that.
No,
like the vast majority.
Yeah, we're talking about major outliers here, right?
Right.
You know, I had a conversation with a jailer tonight. His name's JJ Scarborough, and he said, you know, it's interesting that most of the people, he's like, I got all these people in this jail, and most of them have done actual less crimes than some of these fucktards on YouTube have, with doxing and fucking harassing and bullying and all this other terms of service shit. And he doesn't understand how these people on YouTube are able to get away with a lot of the crimes that they're getting away with in real life. And then you got people in his jail cell that are serving time for things that are far under that. So I don't know. I guess that's just anecdotal evidence of a jailer.
I got a question about that. I got a question.
Go ahead.
What would you consider to be, if he has people in his prison that have done less crimes, what would you consider being a lesser crime than some of the things we see on YouTube?
Probably just smoking pot or something like that, or having a possession, like a victimless crime. Like, where's the victim? Where's the damage? Where can you prove damages? Or maybe not paying a ticket or having a moving violation, and getting chucked into jail.
I wanted the clarification, because when you said it, I didn't think I wasn't looking at weed. I was thinking about people who like carjacking, highway speeding.
That's violent. That's bad, man. And to Mr. E's point, I would agree with most of the stuff that he would classify as, you need to rattle these people. You need to get their attention. So, but what does that look like? And how do you, and to his point, how do you determine the gradient? What is
cut off
the
a
gradient?
pinky and let him go free. How about that? No jail at all.
I think that would be preferable. That might be less of a deterrent.
Theft under 1,000, we'll just chop off maybe 2 fingers, like your pinky and your ring finger. We'll take those. And then the next time it's the whole hand.
So let me give you a question. Let me give you a question that's in the chat, and I think this is for you, GS. So Mayo asked the question: what crimes do you see on YouTube?
Well, there's doxing. That's a federal crime. Is
it actually a crime?
Yeah, it is. It based on the intent of why you're doing it. Like, say, if
How do you prove intent?
You have okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you again.
That's kind of a silly thing based on intent. You can't legally prove intent. That's foolish.
Yeah, you can.
How?
But often sans a confession, it is very difficult, Mr. E.
Like impossible, yes.
No, it's not impossible.
I guess you could have the guy
there
on
could
tape
be video
going,
proof.
I'm going to do this because I want to ruin his life. Fair enough. That's, I guess.
So I guess it's not impossible. Okay, Roger.
I said nearly impossible.
Have fun, dude.
I'm having fun. Are you not having fun?
So bad, dude.
Did you fart in the bathtub? Is that what happened? You chasing the bubbles now? Speak easy.
You want to bite a bubble?
That was a good one, buddy.
Doxing itself is
You're
not
gonna snap
illegal,
at it. Snap at the bubble. Speak
That was a
easy.
good one, dude.
So
Did you
apparently
use that on someone else earlier?
in the U.S. you
Your
can't go to
old
jail for
brain
doxing
doesn't
somebody,
work too
but
good,
it's
huh?
not.
I hope Andrew will raid my channel if I'm a good enough little nut hugger. If I'm a good enough
Is that
nut
what you're
hugger,
mad
Dan,
about?
can
Like,
you
see
stand
how
still
you
and
actually,
raid
wait a
my
minute. You
channel?
see how you give out yourself every time? That's
kissed
what
the
you're
ring.
so mad about. That will never happen for you, right?
Can we just stop this dude from
kissed the ring, dude.
deflecting? Can we
Kissed
just
the
stop this guy
ring.
from
Are you,
deflecting
like,
into
you wanna
petty name
cry
calling?
more or what?
You
Like, this is
kissed the mushroom,
come on.
too, didn't you? You just the mushroom stamp all over it. Mom.
I
Andrew
get it,
Wilson,
bro.
raid my channel.
Bro, this is why you only have 12 viewers. Nobody likes this shit. It isn't cool. It isn't funny.
goofy.
You're
I
not
had
clever.
13 earlier.
Stop. Oh, well,
Moving up.
congratulations, sir. You're moving up in the
Jefferson's,
world.
baby. I'm making it all the way to the
But
top.
I'm telling you, if you stop doing this, you'll get more viewers because you're not actually an idiot. I don't know
see,
why you pretend to be one.
I'm not interested in selling
With
my
his
soul.
rainbow fucking
selling
lava
your
lamp
soul,
behind
not
him.
being an idiot.
Selling
Dude,
your soul by not being a
What do
douche.
you mean selling a soul? We don't even have a single fucking sponsor. Who have we sold our soul to? You fucking cunt.
Right?
You just talk more pointless shit.
Goof.
Who's we?
All you do is
You
just
got a
make
mouse in your
shit up.
pocket?
All you do is just make shit up, dude, and talk
let
nonsense.
me ask you a question. Do you guys not have a merchandise that says "not one step back from degeneracy"?
Yeah, that's our merchandise.
Oh,
We're not
yeah.
sponsored by anybody.
So hold on. So if I were to point out someone that Andrew Wilson is good friends with and loves on constantly, who's an absolute degenerate fucking piece of shit,
Who's
he
that?
never calls out, but he's more than willing to
Who's
dunk
the
on
degenerate?
but he's more than willing to dunk
Yeah, I'm
on.
not listening. I don't need to listen
If
to
you're
you
gonna
fucking
condemn Andrew
slander the
Ford,
guy
then name
first.
his
Say
name.
who he
I've
is.
already called him out. I've called him out for fucking months now.
Who
We don't
is
know
it?
who you're talking about.
It's Glenn fucking Lawrence. He's a pussy.
He's a degenerate.
Giant fucking.
So
Yeah,
that's
he's a
what he
degenerate.
came up
Okay.
here for.
What's
This
he
is
degenerate?
exactly what he came
how's
up
he
here
degenerate?
for. He saw me on here and he was hoping that he could come and like get some like interaction with Andrew, get a boost on his channel.
You do. You sure do.
That's exactly what you came up here for. You
I didn't
gave
even
up
know
your
you were
whole
up.
fucking
I heard
self,
your
bro.
doofy
You're a
ass
loser,
fucking voice.
bro.
Honestly, dude, you're a doofus, man. 100% a doofus.
Now,
Fucking
if Andrew
loving
ever
this
in the
drama
future
stream,
is
dude.
gonna
This
ever
is
talk to you, I'll pay him not
Save us,
to.
Andrew Wilson. Save
Straight
us.
up.
I've heard
I'll
more
pay him not to talk
brother.
to you,
I've
bro.
heard more fucking depth out of prostitutes on whatever.
Yeah.
Get your shit
Fucking
together.
loser.
Hey, show us how you're not going to take a step back from degeneracy. Why you let your degenerate boyfriend Glenn Lawrence have prostitutes on his channel and then go behind a fucking paywall
He's
to take
less
all their
degenerate than you
their
are.
clothes off. But he claims that he's a
He's
pastor
repeating the
producer.
same thing he's said for the last fucking
Okay, well,
like
if
this
Glenn's
is the
done that,
nice
I've
been on the
talking
same
point.
panel as him, bro. Like, are
If
you
Glenn's
alright?
done that, that's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Don't take one step back from degeneracy unless it's your
Well,
fucking.
first of all,
unless
the
it's your
shirt said,
degenerate
first of all,
buddy.
you're implying the
How much to
degeneracy.
kick off generally
It's
specific?
just
Fuck off
don't
with
take
your
one
fucking
step back.
degeneracy.
It's
Fuck
just
off.
don't take
Fuck
one
off
step
with your
back
fucking
from
degeneracy.
arguing with idiots like you. Yeah.
You're a
Yeah,
degenerate.
embarrass yourself more.
You're
How
Fucking
much to
go,
kick him off?
Go hard. Maybe
Just
you'll
over
have
here,
yeah.
this
Maybe
guy
you'll
looks
have
over.
15 viewers next time. Good
How
job.
much to kick him off? I can't handle the fucking truth.
I don't want to
Okay,
kick him off.
bro.
I want to kick off everybody but
No, I
you
wanna
and
kick
fucking
you
rip
off.
your ass to shreds, dude.
Oh, I bet you do, dude.
Yeah, that's
But
why you fucking
you're gonna have
spurred
to
out.
settle
Show
for
your
a butt
face. Show
plug
your
in your
face.
own.
I already showed your ass, bitch.
Yeah.
I already showed your fucking ass.
You know it's a cash app. Float. It'll be floating across this motherfucker.
I know
You
that
seen that
dude
stuff, bitch.
everywhere.
I
I mean,
drop
what's
all these
cash?
motherfuckers.
I'll pay to fucking keep you up so I can keep you fucking humiliating yourself for
Yeah.
our entertainment.
I get them
Well,
gone.
you sure got me, man.
No, bitch, you got yourself. That's
wanna
the
get-
funny
I wanna
thing.
get- I
You
wanna get
fucking
with that
played
radio
yourself,
fucking
dude.
lamp.
You came up here and played yourself, bitch.
No, I actually came up here to talk to Wrestler because usually I haven't.
Oh yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
Yeah.
Came up here to say nothing.
But you've talked to
A whole
everyone.
lot of
but
words,
Red
nothing
Bull.
said,
Fucking
dude. Nothing.
idiot.
You've deflected from conversation more than anybody. The only person pulling this
Oh
shit
my
into the
God.
weeds is you.
You want me
and
to
your
help you
fucking
compose a
you and
tweet?
your fucking interpersonal drama. Oh, you're a nut hugger. Oh, you're this. Are you a fucking teenage girl? Because you sound like one. We're trying to talk about fucking topics. You're trying to drag it back to interpersonal drama. Oh, you're sucking up to Andrew. Oh, you're a nut hugger. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're that. Talk about the topics. You got a white ass fucking beard.
Yeah.
I could have a more fucking rational, logical conversation with my fucking 10-year-old.
Spit it out, Junior.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mess up a pronunciation of one of the words?
Mess up a dude, man. Seriously, grow the fuck up, dude. Don't take
grow
one
the fuck
step
up
back
and
from degeneracy.
should I grow the fuck up and
Don't.
start talking about the topics, or should I
my
grow
regular
up
page,
like
bro.
you and drag it into interpersonal drama?
What do you mean interpersonal drama, dude? It's his.
All
fucking
you fucking
slogan.
talk about,
It's
lady.
his slogan. It's
Dude,
his
we were
slogan.
having a topic. We were talking a actual
Yeah.
topic, and you have to come in here
Fuck,
with
fuck,
what
fuck,
exactly
fuck,
like
yeah.
he said, personal fucking issues.
Not one step back, as in don't hide from the argument by deflecting into interpersonal drama. Exactly what you're doing. Maybe I should. Hey, tell you what. Why don't you drop me a DM? I'll send you a fucking shirt for free. Maybe it'll rub off on you. Then you can step up with arguments.
Only
not
if
take
Glenn
one
Lawrence
step
rubs
back.
off on it first. Yeah. Maybe you should fucking scan your fucking immediate area and circle for degeneracy before you try to go out into the greater world.
Maybe you should fucking look in the mirror before you go pointing at other people.
I look
you
in the mirror
fucking
all the
child.
time, dude. I'm fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
Get on my fucking level, dude.
Yeah.
Pop a few pimples, fucking nerd.
Get on my level. I'd have to fucking trip like 3 times to get on your fucking level. I'll make a new shirt that says "Not one step down."
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I can't get on your level. I only step up. Can we go back to the topic now, princess? Can we go back to the topic now, princess? Or you got some more fucking interpersonal drama you want to fucking... You want us to fucking muck through?
I'm going to peruse this article that I sent as a potential change.
Read it for the first time. Yeah, good job, buddy. Maybe next time read it before you send it. Fucking genius over here.
Are you done?
Oh,
Is that your
shit.
dump? Or is that the
No,
dumpster
no,
you're
buddy.
living
I'm
in
just
right here in
getting
the background?
started. I'm just getting warmed up.
It sounds like you're banging on the walls of your dumpster, dude.
I
What's
could
up,
do this
Oscar
all
Crowd?
day.
I'm sure you can.
Let's go, buddy.
Have we gone? Where are we going?
Hit me
You
with a
guys still
fucking
flirting?
argument, retard.
The argument is that a hammer is not necessarily the tool for all occasions.
The hammer's the perfect tool to deal with somebody like you.
Okay, that's
Sawzalls
not
might work
engaging the
better.
premise. That's not engaging the premise.
Again, Flo.
Yeah.
What's
A
actually,
Sawzall might be a better
we
tool to
did.
deal with someone like him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of man to dissolve with a lie. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know. Get carried away now, boy. We're getting carried away now, boys.
Don't apologize for that. That was funny.
Yeah, I try to be funny. I try to keep it light. So anyway, I think we should soften prisons because I'm definitely going to fucking jail after this one, boys. Ankle monitors and free reign prisoners. That's what I want. You know, we could always just get like a nice little farm, like out in the middle of nowhere, like we used to. You know, and then we could just have the prisoners like work the fields and stuff, and then they could like sleep there in like barracks.
Oh, you're
Nice little
making
work
my
camps.
argument now, huh?
You
The
wouldn't
one
even
that
need
I
fences.
posed against
Yeah.
you, huh?
Also referred to as
That's a little weird.
concentration camps. We used to have them all the time during wars. They were
Oh, I
called
thought you were gonna.
concentration camps.
I thought you were going to say plantations.
I did say that earlier.
Yeah.
Sounded like you were talking about plantations to me. Maybe a gulag. Yeah.
Yep, but a gulag with like nice toiletries, right?
What does the Bible say? If you don't work, you don't eat. So a little bit of work is necessary, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I'm
so
a
you're not
I'm a
opposed to
workaholic,
work?
dude. I'm all for work. Let's go.
Yeah, okay, so then just I guess don't break the law, right? That's the other step. So what's the incentive to not break the law?
Most people don't want to go to prison, right? So
Right, okay,
that's why
yeah.
most people in prison, you'll find they're like approaching the level of intelligence where they're not capable of understanding consequences to their actions before they do them, right? Again,
you're
going
saying-
back to
so
like
you-
the Rikers prison experiment, right? Or the Alcatraz experiment. Sorry, I can't.
So you're saying there's
remember
there's an IQ threshold?
I believe so. Yes, I wouldn't. I would say that
I don't
very
disagree
few
with that.
prisoners are intelligent, like highly intelligent. I
But
would
there's
say I would say a modicum of prisoners are average intelligence.
So you're saying there's a sweet spot with criminality and don't give a fuck, like right?
Not
where-
even sure
where
what
you're-
that means, dude.
But there's a sweet spot of there's enough of an intelligence to be smart enough to commit a crime and potentially get away with it, but also there's a sociopathical tendency of I just don't give a shit about how this affects the greater society.
I personally don't think sociopathy is real. I think it's I think it's an effect of IQ. I think empathy is, as I said earlier, it's a result of having the intelligence to be able to create a model of a mind for somebody else, fill it with experiences, and then simulate how they would feel if X or Y happened to them.
Okay,
so
so I
if you're
got-
like,
so I got-
if you're
so I got a
80 IQ
measuring
or
tape.
below, you're actually like incapable of doing that. You can't build that model in your mind,
Fair enough.
right?
Fair enough. So if I had a measuring tape that had 12 inches on it and I was able to measure things accurately, yes, then I
Sure,
could make
yes.
it. Then I could make a determination. Anything 6 inches and less has to go to jail for hard crimes. Anything 6.5 inches and greater has to go to a softer sentence. Anything 7.5. You know what I'm saying. So like, there's a gradation of like not only the intelligence quotient, but also the criminality quotient or emotional quotient, and then on top of that, what the actual crime that was committed. And all these things, all these variants would be put into like a little algorithm, and then we'd figure it out. Okay, this person goes here, this person goes here, this person would go here. Now, based on enough data points and enough metrics being demonstrated and enough years going by, one could probably come up with a pretty good plan of this type of person with this type of sociopathy, or what's manifested as a sociopathy, or your argument is a lower IQ, should go or would benefit from this type of a environment to be housed in versus this one or this one or this one. So who gets to decide who's redeemable and who's irredeemable?
I'll be honest
Do you
with you.
get to, or does God?
Well, I mean, first of all, God obviously above all, but we're talking about prison, something that us men have to deal with here on Earth. So God can't make that decision for us. Unfortunately, we have to step up and do it. As nice as the platitude is, I would say that that system sounds impossibly complicated, and we would get to the point where it would cost so fucking much to manage and process and filter all these prisoners that it would be like you can't have prison be such a massive burden to the law-abiding citizens that they go, fuck this, we're not paying for us, let's just get rid of them all. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think anyone on the panel would disagree with that. Do you know that there was an organization, and I don't think it was the first, but I think it was definitely the most expansive from my understanding, that there was an organization, the military was the first ones to basically start to calculate IQs. And that there is a threshold in which if you score below a certain level on an ASVAB, it's actually counterproductive to allow you to serve your country because it takes 2 or 3 people to watch you at all times so that you don't do more harm than good, right? So
I think somebody posted it in chat as being 82 is the lower threshold.
Right. So
that makes sense because 80 is where you get into the can't model another human mind like threshold.
Roger, and I can't really refute that. We'll go with that.
I'm just taking their word for it.
Exactly.
It makes sense, like intuitively, right?
Roger, I'll grant that. Okay, but what I'm saying is, you can demonstrate a model. You can, over enough period of time, with enough data collected, you can get a shot group, so to speak. And that you said it would be too hard, and well, I didn't say you said it would be too hard. You said it would be very difficult, right? And I'm demonstrating that there's an organization that has
expensive. Sorry, like that's my main.
But it's not restrictively expensive because the DoD does it all the time. They have ASVAB tests. They calculate. They figure it out. They figure out who would make a good fit, what jobs they would be qualified or capable of doing. Like cooks, I think, have one of the lowest acceptable IQs or ASVAB scores. I'm not trying to harsh cooks or anything like that. All right, but so there is a model. It has been functioning, and it has been very effectively functioning.
So is like the summary, like just to steel man what you're saying, like you think we could apply the ASVAB, the military's ASVAB to the prison, and then like separate people based on their performance on the ASVAB for like. Their quotient of like where they could be useful or their IQ and stuff, and like the people that are just like 80 and below, like just the people that are most likely to reoffend or not be able to be empathetic in any sort of way whatsoever, just like separate them and cordon them off, and then that way that would result in like better behavior or more likelihood of like cooperation among the prisoners that don't fall into that category. I think there's actually some, if so, like there's some credence to that. That seems like logical. I don't know how reasonable it would be, like depending on like we would have to go through like what's this going to cost, what it will, like how much is it going to cost to completely like overhaul the current system and stuff like that. Right?
Well, how would one quantify and qualify the cost to society greater? The cost to innocent people being perpetrated upon constantly, or someone that could have used a more mild form of incarceration, been rehabilitated, and earned a skill to have something to go back to society and contribute, have a little bit of pride in himself, and be reintroduced.
I get what you're saying by the cost side, but keep in mind, keep in mind, you're arguing with a guy that's more for harsher prisons.
Mm-hmm.
I'd put them all in a stone cell and be like, yeah, fuck you. You should.
Right.
You didn't. Oh, you don't like your situation? Probably shouldn't have broke the law, dumb shit.
Right. And
now you're breaking rocks for 8 hours a day and getting 2 meals a day, sleeping on a concrete slab with a blanket and a shitty pillow.
So
congrats.
You want to pay for that?
Yeah. What's that? I'd rather
pay for that.
Well, we're paying for it either way.
I'd rather pay for that than like pay for them to have fucking TVs and yard time and run gangs.
It costs more to sit on somebody, and it costs more to sit on them in the future. If you can just prevent them from breaking crimes in the future, you're going to save a lot of money. And
that's part of the process, right? The deterrent is hopefully going to lower the crime rate, right? If all you can do
anybody with half a brain or who has looked at the situation at all knows that more cruelty begets more cruelty.
No, it's not cruelty. It's just the only thing you have access to in prison is your 8 hours of work that you're doing for free. and you're the rest of the time in your cell. You get served your food in your cell. It's not like hanging with the boys and you have the gang members and the
speakeasy. How about this? Food, shelter, and a mild form of entertainment that would be educational, like reading, right? I don't even know if I would go as far as like magazines unless they were like Scientific American or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Like I'm not saying these guys should live like in rat infested holes with no heat or anything like that, but we shouldn't provide them any more than the barest minimum. You know, and that would include hygiene as well. Like because it's torture to just make somebody live in their own filth, and I don't believe in torturing people. I think it's more humane to unalive somebody than torture.
You believe in isolation?
Well,
not so much. They'll still see their cell members in the cell across from them. They'll still see each other. They just won't be able to go hang out and run gang shit going through there, bro. That's it. We're preventing all this
across the hallway. And has anybody on the panel been to jail besides me?
I spent the night. I've never done time. I've spent the night in jail.
So that's
if you listen to interviews with people who have been at like Gitmo and stuff, they'll tell you that the most the worst torture is isolation.
Yep.
So I will say
pretty good deterrent then.
I didn't know my real father very
well.
well.
No, it's not because it sounds pleasant to most people until they get there.
Look, I'll say I didn't know my father real well, and it's because that's where he was for most of his life. So I have a fair bit of information about it, but it's all secondhand, other than my one night.
Anybody who's spent more than 3 months in solitary, this is just something I've observed.
Yeah, go ahead.
They got a permanent screw loose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like I said, I think it's more humane to unalive somebody than torture them. And isolation is torture.
It is.
Living in filth is torture. Starving somebody is torture. Working them 18 hours a day is torture.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. No, like the 8-hour work shift too, like they wouldn't be working alone. There would be other people. That's what I said. They have their 8-hour work shift, like with the certain groups, they're all separated too, right? Like you don't have the same gangs running work shifts together or whatever. And that's it. Like they have that little time during their work to, you know, have some social time, and that's it. Fuck it. Like, again,
that's not going to deter shit.
It's not the same as like completely isolating them from everyone else, right?
I'm telling you, it's not going to deter shit. It will cause more crimes in the future because it's damn near cruel. And what's the other thing? Fuck, I had another thing. I lost it. Oh, and it's way more expensive. It is way more expensive to enforce that sort of oppression on people than it is to just ease off a little bit.
Well, what do you mean by ease off? Either like ease off a little bit is going to cost just as much money. It's the same.
No, it's not. If you ease off a little bit, all of a sudden you've got a communal area. You can have multiple.
I don't know why that would cost more.
You don't have to have one.
Providing less, they're working. I don't think that would cost more.
Each individual room you have to build on? Absolutely it would. If they're sleeping alone in a cell at night, that's a whole cell that you got to construct. That's way more expensive.
So can we agree that there?
Oh, you could put 2 in a cell, sure.
Can we agree that there could be improvements to the current system?
We can agree.
Okay, so we're in agreement that things could be improved. So
I think we waste way too much money on death row inmates.
Exactly. I think a 9mm hollow point does the trick.
No, we need to make that process less expensive. That's all.
See,
I think we need to make it very efficient.
See, I just don't think we should even. I don't think we should have a death penalty.
Okay. So see, this is where we get into the meat.
This is where it is, right here.
Now I can bring examples of the worst. Society should never, no healthy, like if your society is being forced to bear the financial burden of the worst offenders, we're talking like unalivers, grapers, people who do stuff with kids, you know, people like, you know, abducting grandmas, you know, technically that's still kidnapped, by the way. Sorry. My joke, I guess. Nobody else liked that one.
I was distracted, but abducted grandmas is pretty funny.
If we abduct your grandma, is that still kidnap?
You'd be fucked if you abducted my grandma. That's the wrong one, man.
No.
She's the only one who wrote me a letter in jail to shit talk me.
That's hilarious.
Oh, wow.
Your grandma sounds awesome, dude.
She's like,
that's a real
Dear
one.
Taylor, why the fuck did you turn out this way? If you had read the Bible more like I told you to, you wouldn't have been like this. It's like, God, grandma, you bitch.
That sounds like a good grandma. Sounds like you have a really good...
She's pretty good.
Really well-structured support system, Flow State.
Anyways,
no,
go
but
on.
fuck, I kind of derailed myself with that stupid joke. Sorry.
I had mentioned I'm against the death penalty,
Oh,
and you
okay.
were talking about societies bearing the burden of the worst.
Dude, because it costs so much, dude, and we have to house these people for life. It costs a lot of money.
But this is why it would come with the reform. Like, so what we were talking about, the changing of the prison system, right? This would come with that, right? So I agree right now, yeah, death penalty, I understand why you're saying that, but it would come, it's walking hand in hand with the fact that our prison system would be basically to the point where they're working for themselves to live in there. I get exactly what you're saying, though.
I still don't know. I still don't know, because not only do they have to work to cover their own pay, they have to work to cover the pay of like the guards and it's just too
Right,
much,
but
dude.
like, how do you fix the death row system? Because like the reason they stay on death row for so
You go to
long
court,
is
you go to
because
court-
they need some type of like
Well, I'll
need
tell you.
some type of
I'll tell
barrier
you.
between them being convicted and us killing them to make sure that we didn't convict someone that was innocent and we're not killing somebody that's innocent, right? That's why they have that such a long.
Look, I'm gonna be honest, dude. In like any engagement or battle, there's going to be casualties.
I knew you were gonna fucking say that.
I can take one in 1,000. You know, like, oh shit, an innocent one slipped through there.
So
if
I
we're
knew you were
talking,
gonna
like,
say
because
that.
I would want to go with video evidence, you know, multiple like credible eyewitnesses. If that's the case, you get one trial, one appeal, and then that's it. It's walk them down. It's no fancy gases or
Yeah, I get what
poisons
you're
or
trying to
anything like
say.
that. It's just like a guillotine, and it's on in a public square, and it's
Yeah, I
filmed,
just don't believe
broadcast
like a big
publicly.
part of it comes with me not believing us as humans are just enough to be able to determine who should be murdered or killed and who shouldn't be. That's where it heavily relies on. But then I obviously have the other argument.
Again, I don't see the difference between what you're doing to them, and I think it's actually more humane to just unalive them than to.
I agree.
Have them just do like menial labor until they die, and it's only with the only purpose being to just cover their own bills. Like they're already dead.
Well, they still have a purpose,
it's
though,
kind
right?
No, but it's not a purpose. It's like
It is.
The purpose is you're paying to not starve. You're working to earn money to not starve to death.
And also,
that is
maybe
biblical,
putting
though.
back into the society. Maybe you're like building the roads or something. You know, you have them building the roads or growing foods.
But again,
or
we're talking about the worst people, dude. I really don't think they're going to be that efficient of a. I don't think you're going to be like. It's not like an Adam Sandler movie where like the upstart, you know, underdogs come through and like turn out to be like the best road paving crew in the county. You know, like these are like unalivers and grapers and grandma kidnappers and stuff.
Oh,
dude.
you're
like
so black-pilled. You're so black-pilled. It could happen.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's likely they're going to be cooperative, you know, because that's what got them there in the first place. They couldn't even cooperate with like the bare minimum moral standard of the
I know. I
society
just
they
think when
live
it
in.
comes to like their choices, like of death or something else, or that, right? Most people with their will to survive would choose that anyways, right? So like, I don't know if it is more humane when we say.
Yeah,
it.
but
We
I say
it's more humane,
they
but
gave
that's
up their
us looking
choice
at
when
the
they
other
abducted
side.
Flo's grandma. Like they gave up that choice. It's like same thing. It's like I don't value human life more than my own property. But if you break in my house to steal my property, I'm not gonna let that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna prevent that from happening in a way.
I'd probably, yeah, I get what you're
It's
saying.
you valuing my
But you don't need
property
to kill
more than your
someone to do
life. You know what I mean? Like I would never go out of my way to do this, just like I would never abduct your grandma, like ever. You know what I mean? I'm more like I probably try to help her cross the street. You know what I mean? Like I'm a nice guy.
People talk about abducting my grandma. I'm gonna have to call my grandma, make sure she's there.
Yo, you better check on your grandma.
So,
all right, y'all. This next video that we about to have coming up. Hey, I love the discussion that we having. on one of, you know what I'm saying? But y'all know how we doing drive-by discussion. We try to have different subjects going through. The last one is about AI. I want y'all to look at this and tell me what y'all thoughts is after this video is being played.
Word.
What you think about that?
Fuck that shit.
Donald Trump.
There's actually even a better version of that. There's a better version of that where the guy on the bottom turns into a dog and he starts like petting the dog and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna do that one. That one just, I was like, yeah, that's just gotta kind of keep it kind of realistic so people think it's fake. That one right there, I was like, hold up real quick, that's some witchcraft. You know what I'm saying?
The one with the grandmother with the crocodiles and it turned into like a moped. I saw that weird ass one.
Yeah, that shit crazy too.
A lot of those are pretty bad. Like a lot of these AI videos are pretty bad. As in they're just kind of like nonsense. The editing, the way they put it together and like cut it back with the reactions made it a little more like realistic. I don't know. It's so weird, dude. Because there were some parts of it that could be like sleight of hand, and there was like a lot of stuff going on with the black and white stripes and the guys in the different positions. So some of it actually was sleight of hand, because I believe it is like a performance where they do change whatever they're doing, and then
the actual performance is literally like he just like has the dog head on and makes his body shaped like a dog. Like it's nothing like that. Oh, okay. I actually when I seen the dog one, that's the one that made me fucking go, wait a minute, is that real? Like it looked so fucking real.
I had to go search some shit, and I was like, well, this version right here, let me grab this one, because at least you can still see the transformation and know that it's AI. The other one, bro, it was on a whole nother level. It was
dude, there's a crazy one where I seen like dude uses AI to make himself look and sound exactly like Putin, and then talks to Putin like that, and like that shit's fucking where you got to be worried. Like they can make anybody say anything now.
Yeah, that's out there.
I was hoping that AI would develop to the point where like deepfakes would get so good that people would actually just like kind of naturally stop believing all of the bullshit they see on the internet, because they would just automatically doubt everything a little bit more than they used to, because you get a lot of, for lack of a better term,
retards,
fuckwits, that like that can't. They'll just like hear something and just like buy it wholesale. You know what I mean?
Didn't they already write a book about that? It was called, I haven't read it, unfortunately. I guess I'm one of those half-wits, but it's called Animal Farm, and it's like all animals are equal, but some are.
You haven't read Animal Farm?
And they said that the animals were lied to so much that even if they saw the truth, they still wouldn't believe it.
What?
Or am I confusing two different like books?
Man, what? You want me to turn my camera off or something? That's awesome. I'm gonna stay in frfront of my face all day.
Oh,
yeah, that's
so to your point.
But have you really not read Animal Farm?
I haven't. I have. I'm not.
Did you go to high school?
Person. Yeah, I did. We never had to read it. Matter of fact, English was my highest. I mean, on the ACT, I was in the upper 90 percentile on both reading comprehension, written, and after I got out of the army, I went to college and I had to take the ACT, and I was like through the roof on that. But engineering and stuff like that, not so great.
English section. That's funny.
I'll have to check it out. But listen, I mean, what about ayahuasca? What about taking drugs? What about Joe Rogan says you can see some trippy things? What if that's actually reality, and what we're seeing is actually some kind of rose-colored glasses that changes it from reality? God forbid that be the reality.
Well, you got guys out there, because there are guys out there that are turning around, and even when they're looking at women online, they're getting essentially deep fakes.
Yep.
They don't even know that they're looking at AI. Like, check this out. Oh, can you pull up real quick?
Got you, brother.
Man, you went through
This is an AI.
three. You went through 3 topics in that one response.
This is an AI. This is an AI.
So here's a question biblically:
hold
if
on,
I
is
were
it-
to if I were to
wait.
lust after that woman, would that be a sin because she's not real?
Oh.
It's based on a real woman, right? Like I
Well-
would say that's probably an
90%
AI.
real.
Like you took a real picture and then changed it with AI, right?
Right.
So what's the difference between that and me just like photoshopping a picture of a real woman? Because I can show you some before and after photoshops that have no AI involved that have very similar results, where like drastic changes to the woman's face shape, contouring, smoothness, eye size, eye color, the whole 9, like lip fullness, lip positioning. Like you can change anything.
What they've done is they've even probably said, like, in their prompt when they've made these characters this type of looking person, right? You can see with some of them the certain celebrity look they have, right? So that
if you're just talking about them as like the risk for like lonely dudes getting catfished, like yes, obviously, because it makes it easier for guys like
Me?
like Tate, who's willing to like sex chat with another man to like make money, right? So if you're willing to do that behind a deep fake, then you could like probably trick a lot of like suckers into you know thinking
Well,
that
that's actually what they're doing. I think that's what Resla is getting ready to get into. They're actually having people have relationships, right? Resla, is that where you're getting ready? All right,
they are.
Your head's so
I'll
bald
say
that can
this.
read your mind.
Before you go into that, I got you guys looking at all the visual stuff. There's actually audio stuff that goes along with it. And now you have, for instance, hip hop artists that have died many years ago. People are able to just recreate not just lyrics, but the cadence and the
mannerisms,
the mannerisms of all of these artists. Now you have new stuff coming out that sounds just like people who passed years ago.
They've been doing that for years, though. With like Tupac's made more posthumous albums than
DMX has done some too.
Yeah, but to be fair, Tupac recorded that stuff before he died. That's
I
that's not
think that
AI.
they've had this technology
No.
around for a while.
No, so you can actually. So there was a gentleman that created a whole children's book. It wrote a story, it illustrated it, did the whole thing, and he made a lot of money off of doing absolutely nothing.
No, he had to write all the prompts. He didn't do nothing. He wrote all the prompts, right?
Right.
Yeah, he didn't write the stories though.
Yeah. Well, he said, generate me a children's story with this many characters on this topic, with this many parts, roughly this long. And then he went in and he probably cleaned up all the different stuff. Then you got to generate each one of the images, make sure it's in the same art style, make sure. Now, I don't like AI art. I actually like if you're using it for inspiration to make real art, sure, I don't mind using it. But I kind of like, I don't know, people that aren't good at art using AI art to make shitty art makes me not like AI art.
I know what you're talking about.
Right, but if you keep making shitty art, shitty art
you gotta
become
come.
good
You gotta
art.
come on tomorrow. Now that you brought that up, it's one of the topics. You gotta come on.
Hold on, let him say his thing. Go ahead,
I'll
Paula.
say this: so if you keep making shitty art becomes good art. Once
very
people start getting a bunch of shitty art out there, it
That was
becomes
based.
good art.
He's right.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with you. Bad art never becomes good art just because there's a glut of bad art. Kind of like you liking bad movies doesn't make bad movies good. You just
I think
like
he's
bad
saying that
movies
the
and that's
AI
okay.
gets better.
I'm saying as the AI gets better, artists who
Oh,
have
okay,
the talent
sorry, I
to do this
completely
stuff.
misunderstood you.
I mean,
Sorry.
it's-
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
it's the same way for the fashion industry. We see a lot of bad fashion out there, but that doesn't stop people from adopting those things. And
I just
seeing
saw
that.
a fashion show where all the clothes were made out of chocolate.
But wait, what about the fashion show where they're all made from tape?
Yeah, or
So at least that was kind of hot, wasn't it? Like,
Okay, hold
that was-
on. Speaking of art making things better, does everybody know the song Apple Bottom Jeans? We're all old enough to know that song,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Apple bottom jeans, boots
Lowrider.
with the fur. I posted an AI version of that, turning it into like a 70s like Motown song in the private chat that I think is better than the original. And it's 100% made by AI.
So, okay.
But
to
I
that
think
point,
it's better because of the guy writing the prompt understands musical theory and structure, because he's like, this is the intro, this is the chorus, the words I want here, you know, stuff like that, right? If you're willing to play it, it should be fine for copyright. But I think I think you'll all love it. It's excellent.
So
you don't have to go ahead.
Mr. Enigmatic, to your point, and I don't want to interrupt you. I want you to vibe with this real quick and think your thoughts. I'm positing this, that there's stuff in the fine print of Suno and all these other like music writing things that there's going to be a retroactive time in the future where they're going to say, now all your intellectual property now belongs to us. You have to pay us royalties on any kind of back royalties on any enrichment from this music that will retroactively apply.
I will mute every single one.
No, I
of the
hear
songs
you.
that I have ever put out, and they can get $0. I don't give a shit.
So, but what happens if they say, what happens if you signed a contract with, you know, how many times you just click
the
accept?
contract is I only give them the percentage of what I'm earning. If I turn all the earnings off, and you can't retroactively do that. You can't go, hey, we're going to let you use this with a commercial license, and then go, oh yeah, by the way, you can't use it with a commercial license anymore.
Wait, hold on.
That's not how it works, dude.
2008,
they don't retroactively make
subprime loans. Subprime loans was retroactively the fine print. They would
subprime loans and intellectual rights over music is not.
You
the
can't
same
retroactively bill somebody, but you can change it so that now going
you
forward.
can change it. So moving forward, you can. So then I mute it at that point. I keep the money I've made and I say, go F yourself. I'm not.
I think that's easy to say if you don't have like imagine if you had a massive channel and you're making a ton of money, and then you had to choose between killing your content or
sucks to suck. They own it. It's their software. You sign the fucking thing. Sucks to suck. You made your money while you could. What are you gonna do? Make your own fucking AI? Then what do you want me to say? That's how it works. If you make something, you get to make the fucking rules.
That's fair.
You don't. Like
I'm just trying to figure out where you're at.
I will never
because
complain about YouTube's TOS because I use YouTube. If I really hated it, I wouldn't use it. Otherwise,
I get it. I get that it is what it is. But you just had it both ways, right?
Yeah.
You said, well, if somebody tried to do that to me, I would turn it
Make hay
off.
while the sun shines, dude. If they're gonna let me use it for the first 5 years and make money off of it with no copyright thing, and then they decide to change their mind because they think they're losing out of money, well, it's gonna backlash on them because a bunch of angry pricks like me are gonna say, well, F you, neither of us makes money.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So then what? But then on the other side, you don't seem to mind it. I don't know.
Why would I mind being able to use their tool to make money that I don't have to share with them? Why would I mind that?
If you don't mind it, then why would you bother turning it off maliciously instead of splitting the money with them?
Well, I don't know. I might. It depends how much money I'm making. If it's big enough, maybe I would actually just split it with them. It depends too. What are they going to do? Are they going to take 60%? Are they going to take 20? Like, because they can. That's different publishers do it now. Like I do as like a hobby. I'm a musician, right? I've played music since I was like a kid, right? Started playing bass when I was like 8. And I really love sample-based production, like sample-based hip-hop. And it's like one of the hardest things to get around is like using samples of like popular or old music in your sample-based production without somebody being like completely all the way up your butt about the sample clearances.
Facts.
Right? So I get it in that respect. And it's like, well, on that, you just have to challenge yourself to change it enough that like Shazam and algorithms and stuff like that can't pick it up. And then you skirt until somebody actually identifies it, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess
I ain't gonna lie to you. I like the motherfucker. When I played it back there, that motherfucker was jamming. So we gonna everybody just sit back and chill. We about to just, you know what I'm saying, play a little bit.
Bro, this song is dirty, dude. It's so much better than the original hit.
It's coming through.
Oh, dude, I got a gold in here. Just wait.
When does it come time that all the hologram concerts are the ones that's the biggest?
Well, we already.
How many more artists have to die?
Well, I don't know, but we already saw how much of a big hit it was for Tupac.
I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They've been doing hologram concerts for a while, though. Like I remember, like back in the day, like probably like 2013-ish. It was in Japan, like this Hatsune Miku. Like she would have concerts. She's not even a real person.
Nope.
Nothing about her was real. The music wasn't real. She wasn't real. Selling.
No, but somebody wrote it.
Yeah,
though.
but like we still got good artists with good shows that produce really good concerts. How many of those have to go before the concerts are all fucking hologram?
They won't go. They'll keep them alive forever.
That's no correlation between that.
So I look at it from the point of view because I'm an artist. Like you see my my avatar right there. A lot of people are out here using AI to create their avatars. I don't. I draw. I go into Illustrator. That was created by me. So if we have things that are out there, the software, because I think a lot of these conversations are all about how you can use the software and how it can benefit you. Never about how the people who have the talent to do this are going to lose out because you can write a prompt. I don't write prompts. I write stories. I don't write prompts to create art. I create art. So for someone like me, this is going to be a big detriment. To everyone else, they're just like, they created it. I can make it. I know how to write a prompt.
Just a quick counter. You'll notice that the people who are writing prompts do stuff like this. They can take an existing song and they can flip it into a different style using really effective prompt writing and understanding basics music theory. So they understand like, oh, well, I need to have everything in fours. You know what I mean? I can't do 3 lines and then move to they understand that there's 4 beats in a bar and 4 bars in a measure and 4 measures in a verse. And they need to do a little 4-bar intro and then 16 and then an 8-bar hook and stuff like that, right? They understand that, so they make sure those spaces are filled. And even if the writing's a little sloppy, it works, especially when they're directly like one-to-one translating a song, right?
Well, to the artist in here, Baller, you in particular. Do y'all remember like 2 or 3 years ago there was like a glut in actors? There was like kind of like a strike going on because they were getting mad because what they were trying to make them sign these contracts that they could use their images in perpetuity and their voices in perpetuity if they did these certain movies. Do you remember hearing about that like 2.5 years ago?
That's what they're doing with Bruce Willis. Like he's gonna be in movies, but it's never gonna actually be him anymore. Because he's got that I forget what he actually has, but he has something that's messing with his brain, so he won't be able to act no more. But he signed off the rights to use his image, so people like all dudes will be able to just act and they'll CGI Bruce Willis onto him, right?
Yeah, that's gonna suck for new actors coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, we probably all signed those contracts if you look at like I don't know TikTok TOS or some shit.
But let's go back to that. It's going to suck for new artists coming. I mean, new actors coming in, right? So you're exactly right. So new actors coming in won't be able to do anything because if you ever go into the gaming industry, you can see they make these gamings very, very real. So you can create somebody and use motion capture, facial motion capture, body motion capture, and all you have to do is use voices of actors. So the actors, such as Bruce Willis, they're going to get their money because all they have to do is do a voiceover. They're still going to get paid tons. But now the actors aren't. So for me,
watch Gemini Man. It's Will Smith with Will Smith as a younger him.
Absolutely,
so good.
Well, think about this. They talking about bringing Paul Walker back on the part 2 of the Fast franchise. So
they could just use his brother and put his face on it. He looks enough like his brother.
That's the same thing I said.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan of that, to be honest.
I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a fan.
I don't like it either.
One more thing on the music thing. So especially now that there's some musicians here, this is actually really interesting. What's the difference between somebody who can write songs but can't sing or play music using AI to make the music and them writing the songs themselves and then like having AI perform their songs?
You mean like
how does that, hold on.
And
how does that compare to guys like those 2 Swedish guys? I can't remember their names. Like
Milli Vanilli?
No. Like some guy. He wrote like 25 Billboard top Hot 100s, and the other one wrote like 30. Like they've written stuff for like Paul McCartney, John Lennon, and like there's this one guy that's written like basically every hit song for all the pop stars they're written by like 3 dudes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like kind of the way Scott Storch wrote all the Dr. Dre's.
Max Martin.
Yeah, Max Martin. Max Martin is one of them. There's another guy. I think his name is actually Martin something or other. To be honest.
Look what Randy Travis did.
You're absolutely right, though. Like if you know how to write songs,
what's the difference? Right?
Well, there is. I get where you're coming from with that.
Getting Christina Aguilera to perform a song like Max Martin wrote. You know.
Yeah.
I feel the same way. Like I feel like AI is a great tool for people that maybe like I'm one of the best songwriters, but I can't sing word for damn. Why not?
I love it because I'm talented and I hate working with people.
Except it's falling into the hands of people that have absolutely no talent and they're using the prompts.
Yeah, but then it comes out.
Well,
they're
the
lazy,
big
right?
thing in
Hold on.
Nashville right now.
But you can tell the difference. The
Wait,
AI
please.
just sounds garbage when they don't know how to write.
No. Speak easy. You can tell the difference, but most people can't. And
No,
those
dude.
people that can't.
No, you can tell, man.
Everybody knows
It
when the
hits your
kick.
ear. The reason we like music is because of how it hits your ears, man. It hits your ears in an odd way when fucking it's written wrong. Because the AI doesn't know how to keep up with you. Because like how you were saying, it's in 4s. If you start writing in 3s, it sounds all fucked up, right?
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Is like, even if you don't know how to write, it feels wrong. Like, listen to a song and clap on 1 and 3. Like, anybody that doesn't know music will still be like, "What are you doing?" You know, that's not right. You know,
so you're talking about like an uncanny valley of the ear or the eye.
Yes,
right?
exactly. If you you know,
But
like
most people that listen to music just leisurely, they're not listening to it like you are. It's just whether
they're feeling it,
It's
dude.
instinctual.
They're
It's
feeling.
instinctual. It's unless you're.
Well, hold on, let's
unless
give him the
you're
credit. He does have a good
special.
point. There are some people that they're just never going to notice, and that's fair. They're just like dead ear, soulless people that probably have no internal monologues. Like, yeah, there's going to be a
Missing
bunch of those.
chromosome. Okay, yeah.
Let's
chromosome.
just worry about the real people, okay? No, I'm just kidding. I really want to play the song and get the.
Let's get it done. Let's
Because
do
we were
it.
talking
Yeah,
about
let's play the
AI.
song.
And I think AI made this song better. Everybody knows. I just want to tee it up again. Everybody knows apple bottom jeans, right? We're all old enough.
Nope. Don't know
Who
it.
said no?
Of course, Chuck
That's
doesn't
Chuck.
know.
He's an
Ignore
old
Chuck.
white guy. We're gonna move on without him. Let's just
All right,
play.
Chuck.
Go ahead.
I
Move
mean,
on.
you can try to explain the song to him, but it's not gonna do
No.
it.
No, I'm not gonna do it. You have to anyway. Everybody else. So I want to see. I think it's better than the original. Hit it. Flip on that from the original, right? Like, and keep in mind, I was like Nelly and Soldier Boy and Chingy was like what made me stop listening to rap. So maybe that I
Soldier
might be,
Boy, man.
I might be biased, but I was like, oh,
Soldier
Chronic
Boy with some
2001.
other level of garbage.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Oh, I ain't gonna lie to
sure.
you. I'm gonna steal it. You know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna steal a part of it. I'm gonna try to make a drop of it. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's gonna happen. You know what I'm talking about?
I think that's a much more enjoyable listen than
Oh, it
the
is.
original.
You guys talk about AI. There's a country guy, Randy Travis. I don't know if any of you guys know him, but he suffered a massive stroke, and he can't talk or anything. But they just produced a complete album using AI to replicate his voice. And Nashville, they're like, this ain't, because what happens when it's time for an award? Is he eligible for an award? That's what they're debating.
Well, they just do it like they do everybody else. They get somebody to stand in for him. They have his kid or somebody, you know what I'm saying, come up with a little story, you know, they going through some hard time or whatever in the hospital. And they got their son, their daughter there to come in there. And if they need them to sing, you make it a tribute. Try to get them, you know what I'm saying, good health, whatever. We're going to do a tribute for them. Have somebody else come up there and sing one of their songs. No, they're going to make their money.
That actually made me think, like, what if like an artist dies, right, and then just like one last tribute album, just make it with AI, just insert his all his words into like a prompt, and like the AI will make it just like he would make it, just like one last album. If everybody knows it, I don't see a problem with it.
You guys know we're cheating. The system.
You're
All
gonna
these things we're
the
cheating.
award from Beyond the Grave.
Well, didn't they do that with Lee's kid, Brandon Lee, and the Crow, the second Crow or something like that? He died, or in the Crow, he died, and they had to put like a body double in there and kind of like.
I remember hearing something similar to this. Yeah.
Yeah, because he got shot with a.
Well, they did the same thing when Paul Walker died. There's parts in that movie where it is his brother. You just see him from behind instead.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, these are. We're talking ethics here. Are we talking could, should, would, ought. I think when you mess around with things that God created, I think you're playing a dangerous game. But I would like to explore a little bit more about.
Do you think it's ever gonna like all this AI arts, all the different music, acting, all of it? Do you think that's ever actually gonna be as valuable though as human created art?
100%.
That's a really good question, but I would give you. Do you remember Wall-E? The movie, the cartoon Wall-E, where all the
robot that's left alone on Earth.
Yeah, and all the fat people are like getting conveyor belted around by these like hovercrafts and stuff, and they're all like super fat and everything's done for them. That's what our society would turn into if AI took care of everything. And I think that we'd lack purpose, and without purpose and without struggle, then you don't really have meaning.
Exactly that. Exactly that. So all the people, and this is to my point, everybody that goes to art school, that goes to music school, that goes to all of this painstaking stuff to get degrees and to master their craft, sure, this will make it a little easier for them, but it'll also make it a little bit easier for other people to dupe the system. And trust me, I know that we as artists, some of us think that we can hear or see certain things. I see animation all the time that I know is wrong, but it doesn't matter. There are people out here that will accept that, and they'll accept it into the atmosphere, and then they'll it'll become something that is highly liked, and then you're going to put a lot of people out of work, and you're going to be it's going to make it so that art is not going to be the act of making art will not be the same. It will be just prompts, and art shouldn't be just prompts.
Well, you can't prompt the songwriting. Like, that's the thing, is AI can't write a good song. Even if they get the fours right, like, they're pretty bad.
We're in the early stages of AI. AI will get better.
Yeah, but AI is also bleeding money. Like, go and look up the percentage of AI projects that are actually profitable. It's like less than 1%. Most people have rushed so much to just try to get people to adopt AI. You'll notice most of the things that you do AI with is free. Like, most of the things you use it on, they're free. They don't charge you anything because they're working off their initial funding.
But
right?
have you heard nothing in life is free? That's what I'm worried about, Mr.
Well, no, what's going to happen is they're going to run out of funding for these half-assed, like anime yourself image makers.
I don't think so. So YouTube, I didn't think YouTube could be as profitable as it is, and YouTube and all of these others are hugely profitable.
Okay, but you can't compare YouTube to like a AI song maker or an AI anime me type like app. That's just like YouTube has a real like profit model, and it's based off of like advertising revenue. That doesn't work for these other companies.
Hold on real quick.
You can't just take YouTube's like business model and apply it to animate myself like you know what I mean, or like Photor or some shit like that.
So let me say this. So when it comes to AI and stuff, I want y'all to I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. The problem is we ain't keeping it real with ourselves. Let me show you why.
Sometimes in life, the odds are against you. But if you give it your all, if you do the best you can with what you have, you still might not be able to really do shit about.
Man, that's what I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Take the real in your life.
Sometimes it don't matter how hard you try.
That's a fact.
So
but look, there's a whole Twitch streamer. I forgot her name, but it's a whole Twitch streamer, completely AI. She reads the chat, she talks to everybody, she plays video games.
I know who you're talking about.
She's not real, and it just runs like for hours and makes so much money.
I guarantee you, there's people behind the scenes, dude. There's engineers behind the scenes monitoring that.
There has to be.
Yeah, there's.
I'm just
but eventually
saying
it won't be though. Eventually,
right? I'm saying every time you discount it, it gets better, and then soon you can't discount it anymore.
But
so
investors are only going to pump millions of dollars into non-profitable companies for so long. Like something like Uber makes sense. You pump in hundreds of millions of dollars to flood it to so many cities so that you overtake the taxi market, and then you've effectively cornered the market on Ubers, and then you make profits 10 years later.
But
where's the then you make profits with this Photor and these song makers and shit like that? Where's the profit come from?
It's data. Exactly. We're the test subject. We're the product.
Yes,
we're
known that.
We're doing the work for them to analyze, and then they can improve and improve and improve. So we're actually doing the work.
Every keystroke, it is following everything that we're putting in.
Every prompt, every
but
idea.
You've known that forever, right? Like when you scroll down on that disclaimer that you don't read and click I agree.
You sign up for it. It's collecting data.
Yeah,
Bingo.
That's what it's been doing this whole time.
Yeah, it's studying us.
It literally says it.
That's why it's free.
Just like, for example, Photoshop.
Large data centers.
When you use Photoshop, they have the right to take the image that you made and use it for their own servers.
Correct.
A lot of people don't know that.
I know, dude. No, yeah, I know. I absolutely hate it. I'm actually looking to moving away from Photoshop, which is hard because I use the Adobe software suite like in everything I do. I do motion graphics, and I do like print design stuff, and I do like logos from scratch, so vectorization in Illustrator, and then photo editing in Photoshop. Like I use the whole suite, and it's like video editing in Premiere Pro as well, right? Like it's
Go to GarageBand for your music.
I haven't touched anything in music in like in a few years. I really went like whole ass and tried to like work with a bunch of musicians. Like 7 years ago, I started a recording studio and got some guys and like gave them keys, like come in and record. Just everybody just dicked me around and waste my time.
Analog.
Like, a lot of musicians, and I hate to say this, it's very crass or rude or whatever, but I feel like a lot of musicians know what they need to do to be successful independently, and they don't do it because they feel they're afraid if they do the things they need to do and they fail, they'll know they've failed on merit. And to them, it's more valuable to risk not trying so they can be comfortable at like 40 or 50, hear their favorite song and go, you know, if I'd really done all that stuff, I could have made it. I swear to God, that's what they're living for, is just that I could have made it if I'd really tried.
It's actually interesting concept.
I can't explain. They don't get up. They don't show up. They don't reach out to fans. They don't do the follow-up. We make the plans. They never follow through. And it's simple. 1,000 true fans model. Organic interactions with your audience. There was a dude on Facebook called Indiepreneur. He laid it out. Exactly. You want to be a successful independent musician? Just follow his model. It was so successful, he took it off of off of Facebook and turned it into a course. Like a subscription model. Indiepreneur. I can't recommend it nowadays because I don't know what's behind his paywall. But I watched him from day one build it and do it all free on Facebook, starting about 8 years ago. He's the biggest success I think he has under his belt personally would be Nino Bless. But it's the same thing. It's just the 1,000 true fans model with a slight modernization where you just go out and you make sure. So one of the things artists hate is like finding out who they sound like, because it never agrees with what they do. And one of the things he came up with is put out like a little sample thing with like 2 or 3 songs, send it to people that you know you're going to get a response from, ask them 3 questions. Which mainstream or underground artist does my overall sound like remind you the most of, and give them 5 blank spaces. Hopefully you'll get 2 to 3 answers. Which mainstream or underground artist does my vocal style remind you the most of? Does my beats remind you the most of? Same thing, 5 answers, and then you weigh them. The first one being worth 5 points, the 5th point being worth 1. Put them all together, and whichever those top 3 artists are, no matter how you feel about them, you go into those communities and you be like, oh yeah, I got, you know what I mean? And you interact with those people, because those people are the ones most likely to buy your product and enjoy your music. And then they'll be your fan.
You hear what you're saying. You're actually replicating on your level exactly what these AIs are doing on a mass scale. It's beautifully put. But if you extrapolate it out, that's exactly why they're doing what they're doing. It works. And to give credit to what you're saying, that there's a proven model.
That's what good business is. This was written in like the 80s, the email.
So then it is good business to put this free model out there to collect that data.
I would assume that the data that they collect could be valuable to somebody. I'm just not sure what's going to end up being the one major consolidated AI that gives us options to that, and we have to pay like a monthly subscription fee of like $19.99 a month. When we're gonna have
Napster, it'll be Napster. Napster's coming back, baby.
but I mean, have you ever heard where the 5 blind men touching an elephant in different places? They all, or blindfolded or whatever, they all felt different things.
No, I don't watch those kind of videos. Generally,
so I got the trunk for you right here.
So just because you can't imagine, so just because you can't see or imagine why they're doing what they're doing doesn't mean there's not a purpose for it, right? So just because we either lack imagination or understanding doesn't mean that there isn't a purpose behind it. And it could be very good, or it could be very bad, or who knows, something in between perhaps. But these are really good premises, Resla. These are really good. Who do you and OG came up with all these?
Oh, this is all OG. He's a master at this.
Nice, man. I like this.
Salute, OG.
Appreciate you. I try, man. I'm just trying to have a good discussion. I like the way that y'all engage in them. I don't never stop nobody from what they saying. I just like to have the discussion. That's why it's called the drop by discussion.
Yeah, you don't worry. All I'll stop people from saying what they're saying. That's my job.
Already. Hey, you welcome to show up every Tuesday. We did it Thursday, bro, because you know what I'm saying, Tuesday was that the presidential stuff. So we just went through our night with that. So we didn't want to interrupt that. So we just went ahead and did it on Thursday. So but we might end up trying to get a two-week show in, you know what I'm saying, depending on how good it is. Oh yeah, let me say this. If for those who over there on Resla's channel, make sure you hit that like and stuff. Everybody who over there on the OGDoDirty channel, make sure you hit the like. Over you on the vertical stream, appreciate y'all for hitting the like and subscribing. If you own the vertical, if you go to the description, Resla's page is in there, my page is in there, emails is in there, and cash apps and stuff like that. So if you want to support the show, you can do that way, and that's on all three platforms. It's on all three versions of this stream tonight. You can always hit the description button and hit us personally on our emails, or you know what I'm saying, you want to show a little love, throw a little money our way, throw a little money at our feet. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? And just make sure you hit the likes and hope you're enjoying the show. You can continue.
Man, how about that last StreamYard bill, though? That auto payment was kind of woo.
Yeah, they doubled their price or something like that, eh?
Like, I think it's more than double.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Or something like 80%. I'm going to be honest, that kind of I'm kind of happy about that in a way and disappointed about it in another.
You want to barrier to entry?
Yes, exactly. I'm laughing in OBS right now. I'm laughing in OBS right now.
At or in?
In OBS. Like I don't use StreamYard.
Yeah, I'm really letting go into OBS.
No, I think it's good. I do think we need a barrier to entry for like certain streamers, like because it's too easy for anybody to just spark up a stream now. It's gotten to the point where half of the people that watch these like StreamYard streams don't even know that you can like chat in YouTube. They don't know that. They literally watch it from and they don't know you can chat, and they just like click the link. No one knows that you can do so much more with YouTube. Yep. They think you have to have StreamYard to do YouTube.
Now
that's where we get shit content. That's when you get shit content.
Yeah, when I do my gaming channel, I use OBS and then I live stream to YouTube. Yeah, so it's just I don't know, for some reason StreamYards doesn't work with the games. It's just easier to use OBS. But I'm at the crawl, walk, run stage with StreamYards and OBS. There's so much you can do with OBS. It's like
oh god, I know. At some point I'm gonna have to learn that shit.
All you need is OBS and Discord, and you can just run your stream for free, just like that.
I have to learn Discord. I really got to get better.
Yeah, me too. What was that?
Rude Mudcrab was trying to convince me to do all that shit, and you hear me about it. And he's probably right. Y'all are probably right about that, but you got to learn some shit. Right now, this is all I use OBS for is just playing. Right, like this is basically everything I do with OBS.
I'll never get tired of that video, bro.
Gentlemen, listen, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. OG, Wrestler, great job. Speakeasy, general speaking. Mr. Enigmatic Flow.
Mr. E is fine.
Salute.
Appreciate everything. Had a good time. Hope everybody has a great night, but I got to get some sleep.
Hey, can you drop your link backstage?
Oh, I don't have a link.
Oh, you don't have a link? All right, well, then good talking.
Yes, sir. We'll see you again.
See, now that's my kind of fun flow state. I like that video.
Oh, yeah, it's fun.
That's good stuff.
When are you going to bring my chair back, Flo?
Never. I wrecked it. I rolled it.
That's what I like about Flo. He can take a dick and a joke. Yeah.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Wow, god damn.
Here we go.
He's
having a good conversation.
And it's like trying to roughhouse with an adult ass dog.
The dog just goes, and the puppy goes, yeah, I love Flo. Flo's all right. We got a hate thing going on.
How can you hate him?
It's hard, but he makes it easy.
A lot of people manage to figure out how to do it, though.
Yep. OTW, Paul.
Old Joe's has started keeping a list of my top 5 adversaries on YouTube. I'm not even sure who's in what position.
I need a bigger list.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I know that he recently who got kicked off. Grid 1 got kicked off. I don't know that Grid 1 ever properly belonged there in the first place.
Yeah, what was that all about? That was manufactured.
It was forced.
Like who can be mad at Grid? First off, it's just that's a little. I don't know.
Who can stand Grid?
It was a little bit forced, but
I ain't gonna lie, it was very entertaining though.
Usually is.
I spent 3 hours trying to fix my audio in my studio. Come on now.
See, these are the kind of people we gotta gatekeep. We can't be having these people be making streams and shit.
Shots fired. Okay.
All right, Resla, OG, I appreciate y'all hosting this. I'm gonna go get to my stream, get some other things done. We got a plan for a 24-hour stream we got coming up, a couple other things, so I'm gonna go get to that. But appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, brother.
I've shared your stream in the chat a few times already. I'm gonna do it again just so make sure everyone comes over here, gives you guys a like, sub up over here.
Yeah, same thing. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I know I can get a little rowdy sometimes, but I had fun. No hard feelings. It's all.
Yeah, man, y'all come on back, man. Like I say, we usually do it every Tuesday, man. It's late night. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to talk about music and or business, then I could run a lot of words. I'll run through a lot of words, man. Two of my favorite topics.
Oh yeah, we have some debauchery up here too. So if you're ready to talk about that, we got you on there too. Don't worry about it.
I'll play. I'm a wholesome father and husband over here. Give me a break. I'm a good boy. You can't. I'm not talking about no debauchery. Maybe I'll play one of my beats for you next time.
I'm with the fuck shit.
You guys need to stop repressing your degeneracy. Everybody's got some degeneracy in them. Let it out.
No, I just grew out of it. Kind of like I grew out of like stuff like Slayer. It's like, yeah, Slayer was fun, but then I kissed a girl and I was like, hey, I want to do this again, and I grew out of Slayer. Right? That's just how it works.
But you never grew out of Korn.
You know what? I go back. I liked Korn so much when I was like an angsty teenager with like a tumultuous life.
You must be about my age. You about 37?
Yeah, right, yeah, mid to late 30s there. Yeah. And I liked them so much, dude. I have a 5-string bass, dude. I have a fucking 5-string bass. All right.
Yeah, do you slap it like Monkey?
No, I couldn't stand the way his
bass. All right, you nerds keep talking about Korn and shit.
Korn is
See, look, you got me rolling.
Band.
No, Deftones is better, but I'm gonna go for.
Oh, you shut your mouth. You shut
Deftones
your
is better.
You youngins will never understand the struggle of the Sears catalog.
Yeah, but
we had Victoria's Secret catalogs.
Were you beating off to it? What were you talking about? The Sears catalog?
Infinitely.
All
right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Infinitely better than the Sears catalog. That's not even comparable.
I just beat off to the people on panel with me.
Yeah. Flo's rubbed him off 3 times already since he's been here. What are you guys, slackers?
Crazy word.
No,
that's wild.
The old. Back in the day when you used to have to plan your shit. Yeah,
the hell's that picture?
I never planned anything for a day in my fucking life.
I don't even plan my own streams.
I don't either.
What is that avatar, Flo?
It says me. It says me, and then one girl is YouTube community standards, and the other one says not following.
Oh, okay.
It's like 2 girls, 1 cup kind of stuff.
It's like
Chuck is
one.
like, why are my pants getting tight? What's going? I got a funny tummy ache. What's going on, Mom? I don't know what's going on. Morning wood.
He said morning wood. Crazy.
Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm high as shit. Don't worry about it. You know me. I just sit back and listen.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep. Oh yeah, you good?
I'm sorry. Like my shit just borged out for a minute. Like.
Yeah, your smoke is sort of glitching.
What the hell's going on with the internet?
Yeah,
like I have to keep getting out of pages and into pages and out of pages, saying the page is no longer functioning.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Ever since the election. Is this why the Democrats are being so cool about it? Because they got some kind of like fucking end of the world matrix shit going on?
Nah, they ain't gonna be able to plug us up. We all right.
I don't know, man. Never seen them resign this easily, dude. There's some Sun Tzu stuff. to appear weak when you're strong, and they appear weak right now. So I'm kind of wondering if they're pretty strong.
It's because it's one party. It's one party, and it was the fake right side's turn. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me in a real competition that these people were trying to win. You got the DNC, the best fucking candidate they could come up with is the world's most unlikable person who didn't have a platform until right before.
Twice.
And then and like a week before the election, Biden calls Trump voters garbage, and when asked about it, she didn't deny it. Right? Like, you can't tell me these people were trying to win. They weren't.
Yeah. It's interesting. To what point?
The true goal is to just keep people's attention on them, right? And they did that.
It's tribal, right? This team gets to win this Super Bowl this year, and then you got to wait a couple years for your team to win the Super Bowl again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that. So the question is then, who's really running stuff? I think Kanye might have been onto something. Who's they though?
I don't know. We don't have to be able to identify the they to see the game.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yo, what's cracking with you?
What up, my guy?
Shit, chilling, playboy. What you think about the AI?
The what?
The AI. The AI with the. Did you see the video of the AI that we showed?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
I was just looking for open panels, but I recognize a couple of other panels.
Hey, is Resto here? I thought there was some beef. Wasn't there some beef between Resto and like CT or Reslo and Resla? Or
I don't have a problem with CT.
Am I stirring the Kool-Aid right now? What's going on?
I'm trying to, but it's not really. It's
am I stirring the purple drink? What's up, Resto? I don't know who you are.
Whoa.
Yo, this guy.
That nigga crazy.
Wow.
Where's my referee flag on the play image? Hold the fuck on.
I'll just sing some Joy and Pain. We'll be all right. Come on now. Joy and Pain. You never heard that song? That's old school.
I'm still trying to fix my shit on my end.
Well, things just got awkward.
Back
Chuck,
in my day when.
Sheesh. Yeah, I ain't heard that
shit. Hey, Chuck, you're having 80-degree freaking weather in November too, like I am in Kentucky.
Yeah, ain't it weird?
It's almost like a weird kind of odd polar shift started kind of happening. It's like we're turning into a tropic zone or something. I keep hearing we're getting closer. You're even closer south, so you're probably more tropic than I would be. But I still got freaking tomatoes growing in my raised garden beds right now. It's insane. Yeah, got basil, freaking tomatoes growing. Chicken stopped laying though. Well, not stopped, but reduced.
Really? They usually don't quit here until it gets cold. That's when they slack off.
Yeah, I'll get like sometimes I'll get like 3 or 4 one day. I only got like 12 chickens, so I get like 3 or 4 one day, maybe 1 the next day, 6 the next day, none the next day. Kind of goes in cycles. But anyway.
Yeah, I just got my air conditioner everything off because it keeps changing. It'll be fucking warm and then cold. I'm just like, fuck it. I ain't gonna keep switching this shit.
I'm a fan of global warming. I don't like
Chuck,
cold.
did you look at my screen, Chuck? Did you see somebody showed us one of the Halloween parties as Crispy Treats hospital papers?
Oh, yeah. Crispy? Oh, Lord.
Someone showed up as Crispy's hospital papers. Yeah.
Who the hell is that?
That was worth $300.
Jesus Christ.
$300.
What the French toast? What is that? What is even that? What even is that?
That woman's gonna stay taking shots.
Oh
it's
yeah,
like
100%.
it's like a sandwich board sort of thing, but it's Crispy's fake hospital papers.
Oh my god, my internet's pissing me off right now. I'll be right back, Wrestler. I'll be right back.
If you don't know,
Should move to a third world country.
Still don't know.
So
why'd you move out there into the jungle in the third world country?
Hey, I'm in concrete Asia, not jungle Asia. Okay, I'm in LED Asia.
You're Asian.
Open Gangnam Style.
Damn, why you say it like that? No, bro. What the fuck? Urination.
that got a little aggressive.
Who hurt you, bro? I'll be back though. I'll be right back. Let me fix this shit.
That's what she said.
Surprising.
All right, what's our next prompt, OG? What do you got? Or is that it? We're done for the night?
Yeah, but we almost about in there, bro. I was gonna let it ride into 6 more minutes, but I was gonna let everybody know, you know what I'm saying, where they can look out for his next show at and stuff like that before we got ready to end it.
Where can they find y'all?
4 o'clock in the morning.
Can't find me nowhere. I'll be gone to Mexico by the time you start looking. No, are we doing our plugs? Are we doing our outro plugs?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, as you can see, my name at Flow State is my main channel. However, I'm in YouTube jail for another week. So right now I'm basically, and actually even my backups and all are yeah, I'm just on Rumble right now for a week at Flow State 11. But sub up to my main channel, and you got to search for it like it's spelled my name, because if you just put in Flow State, the word separately, and search, you're gonna find like meditation music and a whole bunch of other bullshit. So, anyways, thanks for having me up. This was a good conversation. GS sort of fucked it up for a little while, but it was good. Look forward to the next one. Take it easy, guys.
I appreciate you, Flo.
That's what I do. I chew bubblegum and fuck up conversations. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Heard that. All right, fellas. We'll catch you later. Good show.
I appreciate you, Chuck.
All
right, Chuck. So yeah, you can find me
John Blue.
Yeah, you can catch me generally specific on most places. I do have a gaming channel at Subpar. It's at Subpar Gaming Alpha. That's only because I wanted it to be the first, not that I think I'm an alpha. If you got to run around telling people you're in charge, maybe you're not. And also I have a Bible study. Surprisingly enough, yes, I'm still trying to not be a heathen. And that's over at Not Bread Alone 2023. I'm a work in progress. I'll take all the prayers I can get. And I appreciate the opportunity to come up and chat, man. Always fun. Always fun.
Appreciate it. I know he dropped down real quick.
Okay,
You're good.
thank you.
You're good. I know he dropped down, but also, guys, you can also take a look at Resto Chesto. He's got a great channel as well. So if you want to check him out as well, he got a thing going on. Theo, sorry that you came in so late, man. But we've been up for a while, so we're about to just clip it.
It's all good.
But we do this weekly. So if you wanna come into the next one, it's all good. Which would probably be Tuesday. And then if anything, you still got OG who does his channel. I have my own channel. So if you want to check out our work, you can do that as well.
Roger, how do I drop down, or you want me to just hang here? I'm not sure I can drop down without getting out of I'm out, right? We're done. We're not going to sit down and hold hands and hug it out. We're not hugging it out.
Nah.
Allegedly. All right, talk to you later.
All right, bro. How you doing, mama?
I'm good.
Yeah, bro. Theo, bro. We every Tuesday, bro, Central Time. We go at 12 a.m. On Wednesday. I should say Wednesday morning, and Eastern Time. I think that's 1 o'clock. So, bro, if you want to come over here, chop it up. We do different subjects every time that we pop up on this thing. For those who in the chat, if you type in at OGDoDirty, it'll pull up my page, man. We do Chop the Screwed over there. We do Chilling on the Porch. We do drop-by discussions. I do a Chop It Up with OGDoDirty. It's just a lot of things we try to bring to y'all, different content, different areas, you know what I'm saying, for different people, you know what I'm saying? We try to bring everybody together and have a nice discussion on the drop-by. But if you want to do certain little things, Resla got his channel. He do his Opinionated over there. You make sure you go check out his show. It always going down over there. He did 2 fire shows, so y'all make sure y'all go check out that one. I probably have it in the description this week. I'm learning how to do all this stuff. So by the time you come back and look at this, or go back and look at our stuff on our pages, you'll start seeing this stuff in different things in the description. Probably is going to be his show with him and Mel, and then the one he just did with Sasquatch. I want y'all to go and check those out. Those was fire. Got anything else you want to say, Russell, before we get ready to chop up out of here?
Nah, we good. We good. I'm probably gonna do a stream later today, most likely.
Right.
And then of course we got our regular Saturday.
That's a fact. That's a fact. So man, hey, y'all be looking out for Resla later on today. Gonna throw something at us, so y'all make sure y'all come through, hit the like button, you know what I'm saying, comment, share it on there, do all that good stuff. Bring more people in for the good conversation. You already know how we do it over here on the Drop By Discussions, man. Once the song is done, bro, we done. We appreciate y'all coming through.
Rolling through the bluff, trolling through the blockchain, slinging heavy clout. Spitting on the mic, what's the latest, what's about? Politicians tripping headlines, flipping out in the heart of the South, where the whispers turn to shouts. Meetings in the shadows, hustlers making plans. Deals going down, gripping tight, shaking hands. City buzzing loud, news dap in demand. Dirty South vibe, deep roots, dirty land. Drop by, chop it up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale of sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heart be racing. Discussions, heavy heads nodding syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale of sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale of sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale of sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin. Rappers on the come up, topics in their rhymes. Truth spilling raw, cutting through the grime. Events popping off, party scenes in their prime. Southern nights wild, about to lose track of time. Headlines breaking, cities heart be racing. Discussions, heavy heads nodding syncopation. From the bodega gossip to the mayor's dictation. Southside stories, raw truth, no hesitation. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale of sin. Dirty South, live a thick skin, thick skin. Drop by, chopping up, news flying in the wind. Talk about the biz, who's winning, who will spin. Crime on the rise, truth or a tale of sin. Dirty South, living thick skin, thick skin.